Frontier Raiders, a novel written in French by Mr. Gustave Aimard, translated from D.J.F. Science de Urraca. Madrid, Carlos, Belle Belliere, foreign and national bookseller, scientific and literary. No. 8 Plaza del Príncipe, Don Alfonso, Paris J. B. Belliere et Fils. London, H. Belliere. New York, Belliere Brothers, 1863. The Frontier Raiders. The Fugitive. The vast, untouched forests that covered the territory of North America are increasingly being cleared by squatters with hasty axes, and of the American explorers whose insatiable activity causes the boundaries of deserts to continually retreat towards the west. D with the war, cry beneath those majestic arches of branches and fallen leaves. Thriving cities, well-tilled and carefully sown fields, now occupy regions that just 10 years ago were home to impenetrable forests, whose ancient branches barely allowed the sun's rays to penetrate, and whose unexplored depths harbored creatures of all kinds, serving as a refuge for hordes of nomadic Indians, whose warlike customs often resonate, the white ploughs, which trace their long and productive furrows across their former hunting grounds. Is this continuous, incessant dismantling of the American continent a bad thing? Today the forests have fallen. Their gloomy inhabitants, gradually rejected by civilization, that pursues them relentlessly and without rest, have fled step by step before it. They have sought refuge far away in safer retreats, taking with them feed and face, bones of their parents, so that they would not be disinterred and profaned by the ruthless ploughshare of, no, quite the opposite, progress, which is advancing by giant steps and aims to transform the New World's soil in less than a century, deserves all our sympathy, in forging a fusion of the two races, white and red. If the people chosen by God to bring about the changes we spoke of had understood their mission, perhaps they would have transformed what was to be a bloodshed and butchery into a work of peace and paternity, and taking up the divine precepts of fraternity. Gospel instead of guns, incendiary torches and swords, they would have, in a given time, succeeded. However, we cannot help but feel a painful sympathy for that unfortunate race brutally placed outside the law, cornered without mercy from all sides, which diminishes day by day, and is fatally condemned to disappear very soon from that land, whose fatally immense territory just 4 centuries ago was covered with its innumerable masses. To obtain a more beneficial result for progress, civilization, and above all, for that great fraternity of nations which no one has the right to despise, and from which all those who forget their divine and sacred precepts will one day have to render terrible account, tea hunters, or by the silent moccasins of the redskins. One does not become an impune murderer of an entire race. One does not knowingly bathe in the blood of innocent people, without that blood ultimately crying out for vengeance, without the day of justice shining and suddenly coming to balance the sword between the victors and the vanquished. In the midst of one of the vast forests we have just mentioned, it is where our story begins, on October 27, 1812, around 3 in the afternoon. In the period when our story begins, that is, towards the end of the year 1812, emigration had not yet reached the immense scale it would later attain. It was just beginning, and the vast forests that stretched and covered a huge area between the borders of the United States and Mexico were only trodden by the furtive steps of traffickers and fours. The heat had been oppressive beneath the shade of the trees, but at that moment the sun's rays, growing more oblique, stretched the shadows of the woods, and the evening breeze, just rising, cooled the air and carried in the distance the clouds of owls or mosquitoes that had been buzzing and flitting over the marshes all morning. Suddenly a shot rang out, repeated by the echoes of the forest, and 2 fresh fallen bodies lay on the ground. Our D's. But suddenly they stood up, stretching their necks forward, as if to listen for some unusual sound, and taking flight abruptly, running into the wind to sniff, they took to the air, uttering cries of terror. It was on the banks of a lost tributary of the Arkansas, the trees on both sides gently leaning, formed a thick green vault over its water, barely ruffled by the constant breeze. In some places, bright with pink, white herons stood on their long rows, legs catching their food with that lazy gentleness usually characteristic of the race of tall-legged biles, itty and swimming with vigour. The vessel we've spoken of was an Indian canoe constructed with birch bark stripped from the trunk using hot water. In the canoe there was only one man. His rifle, placed at the prow, still smoking, proved that he was who fired the shot. At the same instant, a light paragua quickly turned a small cape formed by mangroves that jutted out into the riverbed, and began to chase the two flamingos that had fallen into the water. One of them had been killed instantly, and was being dragged along by the current. But the other, apparently only slightly wounded, was fleeing with extreme rapid. We will make a portrait of this character, who is destined to play an important role in our narrative, to the limit. His face, animated by large blue eyes sparkling with sagacity, had an expression of honesty and loyalty that pleased from the first moment, and which completed the set of his regular features, and his wide mouth, over which glided an eternal smile, of good humour. He would be, at most, 23 or 24 years old, although his tanned skin from the weather of the seasons, and his full beard of light blonde, that covered the lower part of his face, made him look older. That man wore the hunter's outfit of the jungles, a fur hat with its tail hanging. As could be judged at that time by reason of his posture in the paragua, he was a man of above-average height. His somewhat small head was connected by a robust neck to shoulders of unusual width. Hard muscles as tough as strings stood out in his arms with every movement. In short, the whole appearance of this individual betokened a strength pushed. A kind of tight trousers covered his legs, and his feet were protected from thorns and reptile bites by some moccasins. These weapons, excluding the rifle, were hung from his belt, which also held 2 bison horns filled with gunpowder and bullets. His leather satchel hung from his left shoulder in the form of a sling, and, like all daring hunters of the virgin jungles, his arms consisted of a good rifle, a straight-bladed hunting knife 10 inches long and 2 wide, and an iron axe that gleamed like a mirror. On her shoulders she strained with great effort to hold the thick curls of her golden hair, which fell in disarray over her shoulders. A hunting blouse, blue percale, squeezed at the hips by a deer-hide belt, fell almost to her knobby knees, somehow always to her knobby knees. Some mitasis, equipped in this manner, navigating that canoe surrounded by an imposing landscape, the appearance of that man had something grandiose about it, instilling an involuntary respect. The forest hunter, properly speaking, is one of those numerous types of the New World that will not take long to completely disappear before the incessant progress of civilization. Our will, but their own. The forest hunters, those daring explorers of the deserts where their entire existence unfolded, were men driven by a spirit of independence and an unrestrained desire for freedom, who shook off the heavy bonds that society imposes on its members, never to be bound again, with the sole purpose of living and dying, without being dominated by any offer of, on the very edge separating barbarism from civilization. The majority of the most famous hunters who lived in the forests were Canadians. Unmoved by the hope of any gain, which they utterly despised, they abandoned cities and resolutely ventured into virgin jungles. They lived day to day, indifferent to the present, careless of the future, convinced that God would never abandon them ever. Convinced that God would a time of need, thus placing themselves outside the bounds of common law, which they were ignorant. Indeed, there is something audacious and adventurous about Norman character, which is very suitable for that kind of life filled with singular peripses and delightful sensations, whose intoxicating charm can only be understood by those who have experienced it. Even today, after so many years, Canadians remain French. Their fusion with the Anglo-Saxon race is only apparent, and a slight pretext would be enough to cause a definitive rift between the English and them. The Canadians have never admitted as a principle the change of nationality, that the English have tried to impose on them. They have always considered themselves French. Their eyes have constantly been fixed on that ungrateful motherland which abandoned them with such cruel indifference. The English government knows this very well. That's why it employs towards its colonies in Canada a gentleness that it carefully avoids using elsewhere, to dispose of their other possessions. Those too poor to leave their homeland forever found themselves compelled to continue living in that land already tarnished by foreign occupation. In the early days of conquest, that repulsion, we dare not say hatred, was so pronounced between the two races that the Canadians emigrated in mass to avoid the humiliating yoke that was sought to be imposed upon them. They chose the harsh profession of forest hunters, and preferred to adopt this existence of miseries and dangers rather than suffer the shame of submitting to the laws of an unpopular victor. Ed, at the start of our tale, shaking the dust from their shoes at the threshold of their father's roof, they took up the shotgun, and, stifling a sigh of sorrow, set off never to return, resolutely venturing into Canada's impenetrable jungles, unknowingly beginning a generation of intrepid explorers, one of whom, among the most beautiful yet unfortunately last, we have introduced. In a convulsive manner, a blow from the paddle which the Canadian gave put an end to his agony, and he joined his companion at the bottom of the canoe. The hunter continued to paddle vigorously. Soon he reached the first fresh one, which he threw into the bottom of his canoe, but the second gave him more trouble. For some time there was a race of speed between the wounded bird and hunter. Nevertheless, the former gradually lost his strength. His movements became unsteady. He stirred the water. As soon as the hunter had caught his prey, he pulled his oars in, and began loading his rifle with the same care that those who know their life may depend on a charge of gunpowder dedicated to such a task. When his weapon was once again in good condition, the Canadian cast a scouting glance around him. "Hey," he said, after an instant's thought, "a habit generally acquired by solitary individuals. God forgive me, but I think that, without realizing it, I have arrived at the meeting-place," he exclaimed as he dismounted and mounted his rifle. "No, I am not mistaken. There to the right are the two fallen willows lying across each other, near that rock which juts out into the water. But what is that?" Suddenly, the furious barks of several dogs echoed through the forest. The bushes parted violently, and a black figure suddenly appeared at the top of the rock, where the Canadian's eyes were fixed at that moment. Eyed ashore. As soon as the noise from the black man falling into the water faded, several dogs ran to the platform and began a concert of terrifying barks. That man, when he reached the end of the rock, stood still for a moment, seeming to give attentive ear, showing signs of profound agitation. But that pause was very brief, for barely had he remained thus for a few seconds when, raising his eyes to a few seconds, when the sky, in a gesture of despair, he threw himself into the river and swam vigorously towards the oppose. Those dogs were very corpulent, with their tongues hanging out, eyes bloodshot, and fur standing on end, as if they had just run a long race. Just as he began this maneuver, a gruff voice rose from the shore, shouting, "Hey!" The hunter moved his head from side to side several times, fixing a gaze of compassion on the unfortunate black man, who was swimming with the energy of desperation that multiplies strength, and taking up the oars, he steered his canoe towards him, with the obvious intent of lending aid. "Ah! Silence, demons! Silence, for God's sake!" The dogs let out some pitiful howls, and then fell quiet. Then the man who had scolded them shouted even louder, "Hey, you in the canoe!" He was a man of medium height and stout build, dressed in the garb usually worn by well-to-do farmers. "Hey!" At that moment the Canadian was beaching his boat on the other side. He grounded the canoe on the sand, and turned indifferently away from his interlocutor. His physique was brutal and repulsive. 4 men who seemed to be his servants stood close by. Each of these 5 individuals was armed with a shotgun. The river at that spot was quite wide, approximately 40 meters across, responded the first speaker, enraged. From shore to shore, which established at least provisionally a rather respectable barrier between the black man and his pursuers. The Canadian leaned against the trunk of a tree and replied in a tone rather scornful, "Is it me you're addressing, by chance, V? Well, it has to be me, God's truth. Come on, try to answer my questions categorically." "Why should I answer those questions, if you like?" replied the Canadian with a laugh. "Because I order it, you stubborn fellow," said the other roughly. The hunter shrugged his shoulders in a disdainful manner. "Good afternoon," he said, and made a gesture to leave. "Stay there, for God's sake." And as he uttered the threat, he brought the shotgun to his face. The American shouted, "Or else, as sure as my name is John Davis, I'll put a bullet in your head." "Ha!" said the Canadian, laughing. "Are you John Davis, the famous slave hunter?" "Yes, I am," replied John bluntly. "I celebrate in my soul having seen him." "Pardon me, sir, I only knew of you from hearsay. Pardie. Well, now that you know me, V, are you willing to answer my questions? It remains to be seen what kind they will be. Let's see. What has become of my slave?" "Who? Are you talking about V?" "The man who just jumped into the water from the platform where you stand now." "Yes, where is he?" "Here, next to me." "Oh." In fact, the black man, having recovered his spirit and strength after the desperate struggle he had endured during the fierce pursuit of which he had been the subject, had crawled to where the Canadian was standing and lay at his feet, almost whiter. "Oh, dear!" unconscious. "My master." On hearing the hunter deny his presence so categorically, he gathered his hands together with an effort, and lifting towards him, his face bathed in tears, he exclaimed with an indescribable expression of anguish, "Save me, V, out of compassion." "Is the reward very high?" 20 francs for a runaway black man. Indeed, I would not mind knowing how much human meat is valued in your country of such celebrated freedom." "Hello!" cried John Davis in a sarcastic tone. "I think we can understand each other, young man, and you won't mind earning the reward." "That's too little," said the Canadian with a contemptuous expression. "Do you think so?" "Yes, certainly." "What is it?" "Tie. And yet, to earn that money for you, I only ask for one very easy thing. Up that black guy, shove him into the canoe, and bring him to me." "Very well. In fact, it's not difficult." "That's none of your business. And when he's in my possession, assuming I agree to give him back, what do you intend to do with this poor devil?" "It's true. That's why I wasn't asking as a question, but just for information." "What do I reply to you, Mr. John Davis?" "Come on, make up your mind, because I can't waste time with idle words." "That to men who face dogs less ferocious than you, who, by obeying you, only act according to their instincts, I say that you are a wretch, and if you count on me alone to return your slave, you can consider him as lost." "Ah, is that what you have?" exclaimed the American, gnashing his teeth in rage. Immediately, turning to his servants, he screamed, "Fire on him! Fire! Fire!" And following the example with the precept, he held the rifle to his face with skillfulness and fired. His servants imitated him. 4 shots rang out, and merged into a single explosion that the echoes of the jungle repeated in a grim tone. "Quaniam! Quaniam!" The slave-trader was furious to be treated so disrespectfully by the hunter. He hurled against him the most horrible threats, blasphemed, and stomped in rage. The Canadian did not lose sight of a single movement of his adversaries while he was talking to them. That is why, when John Davis's volley erupted, it had no effect. The young man had quickly hidden behind a tree, and the bullets whistled harmlessly past his ears. But threats and blasphemies served no purpose. Unless they swam across the river, which was impracticable in front of a man so resolute as the hunter seemed to be, there was no cunning means of avenging themselves upon him, nor indeed of seizing the thieving slave whom he had so decisively taken under his protection. Damned dog! While the American futilely twisted his mind to find a resource that would give him an advantage, he whistled a bullet, and the rifle in his hand was reduced to splinters. He exclaimed in a rage, "You want to kill me?" "I would have every right to do so," replied the Canadian. "I'm acting in self-defense, as you've also tried to kill me. But I'd rather deal with you peacefully, although I firmly believe that serving humanity by planting a couple of posts in your skull would be quite beneficial. Ah, let's conclude." And at that very moment a second bullet shattered the shotgun of one of the servants who was reloading it. Exclaimed the American, frustrated. "What do you want?" "I've already said it, to enter into peaceful negotiations with you. But under what conditions?" "Tell me at least," he demanded. "In a moment." 3 out of the 5 men were already disarmed. The second servant's rifle was broken by a shot, just like the first one. "Damn it!" cried the slave-trader. "Have you decided to take us all as targets one after another?" "No, I only want to equalize the odds. But it's done." Now the Canadian appeared. "Let's talk." The fourth shotgun was shattered, just like the rest, and emerging from his hiding-place, he advanced to the river-bank. "Yes, let's talk, demon," exclaimed the American. With a movement as swift as thought, he seized the last rifle and brought it to his face. But before he could fire, he rolled off the platform, crying out in pain. The hunter's bullet had broken his arm. "Wait for me, V. I'll be right there," replied the Canadian, still with his mocking tone. He reloaded his rifle, jumped into the pirogue, and in no time was on the other side of the river. "Come on," he said as he disembarked and approached the American, who was writhing like a snake on the platform, screaming and cursing. "Kill him! Grab him! I had already warned you, V. I just wanted to even the odds, and you should not complain about what happens to you, my friend. It's all your fault," cried the wretched one, possessed by indescribable rage. "What the hell? It is necessary to take things into account. It is not your reason. Oh, come on, let's calm down. In the end, you only have a broken arm. Understand that I could have easily killed him if I wanted to." "Oh, I'll kill you," John snarled, clenching his teeth. "I don't think so, at least for now. Later I can't say no. But let's leave that aside. I'm going to examine your wound and treat it while we chat. Don't touch me. Don't come near, or I don't know what I'll do." The Canadian shrugged and said, "You're crazy." John Davis, unable to bear it any longer in his state of frustration, and weakened by the blood he was losing, made a futile effort to stand up and rush at his enemy, but he fell on his back and fainted, muttering a last imprecation. "Hey!" The servants were stunned, not only by the man's extraordinary skill, but also by his boldness in crossing the river on foot after disarming them to surrender into their hands. For though they no longer had shotguns, they still had their pistols, and they still had their pistols. Hunting knives. "Gentlemen," said the Canadian, furrowing his brows, "please do me the favor of removing the bullets from your guns, for otherwise, God forbid, we'll be facing each other." The servants had no desire at all to engage in a fight with him. Moreover, they felt great sympathy for their master. "It's not necessary," said the hunter. "Let's focus on taking care of this good man." It was not very large, whereas, on the contrary, the Canadian, thanks to the expeditious manner in which he had acted, inspired them with a true superstitious fear. They therefore obeyed his order with a sort of haste, and even wanted to give him their hunting knives. It would be a pity to deprive society of a character so worthy of respect, and which constitutes its most beautiful adornment. Success by the Indians. He immediately set to work with the help of his servants, who carried out his orders with an extraordinary speed and zeal. So dominated they felt by that man, the forest hunters, due to their way of life, being compelled to do without any foreign aid, possess, to a certain degree, all the elementary notions of medicine, and especially surgery, and in a given case they can cure a fracture or any wound as is, whereas a doctor graduated from a faculty, using very simple means that are usually employed with great. The hunter, with his skill and dexterity in performing the first cure for the wounded man, proved that if he could cause harm, he also knew how to remedy it perfectly. While the cure was being administered, the wounded man came to himself and opened his eyes, but remained silent. His fury had subsided, and his brutal nature was tamed by the Canadian's energetic resistance. The servants gazed with growing admiration at that extraordinary man, who seemed to have transformed himself suddenly, and moved with an air of ease, a keen glance, and a hand so light that many doctors would have envied him. Dry manner. As is always the case when the first dressing is well applied, the initial and violent pain of the wound had been succeeded by an indescribable sense of well-being. Thus John, despite himself, felt his hatred melt away and transform into a feeling he could not yet comprehend, but which at that moment made him look at his opponent in a nearly friend. However, that man was not inaccessible to all good feelings, and even outside of his trade he enjoyed a certain reputation for kindness, and was considered a very decent person. Son, he saw only the money he had spent, and the profit he expected to gain by selling him, and, as a true merchant, he held his money dear, An escaped slave seemed to him a miserable thief against whom any means could be employed to force him back into his master's hands. To do John Davis justice, we shall say he was neither better nor worse than any of his colleagues who, like him, traffic in human beings. Accustomed to the beings, as does Old accustomed to the slaves, who really all purely like I am, as rationalist beings, as Alfred. All his heart had gradually become numbed to the point of not feeling sweet emotions in a black pearl. "Come on, it's done," said the Canadian, casting a look of satisfaction at the bandages. "In 3 weeks nothing will be known, if you take care of yourself all the more so, since, through an unprecedented luck, the bullet did not hit the bone, but simply went through the flesh. Now, my friend, if you want to talk, I am ready. I have nothing to say, except that I demand the return of the damned black object that has been the cause of all this trouble." "Oh, if we continue like this, I think we will never understand each other. However, I cannot afford to lose my money. You know very well that it is precisely because of the return of the damned black object, as you call it, that the conflict has arisen." "How so?" "My slave, if you prefer to call him that, represents an amount that I would not under any circumstances wish to lose, all the more so as business has been very bad for some time, and I have suffered considerable losses." The American made a face and said, "An unusual way to conduct business fairly. It's your fault, my friend, if we haven't reached an agreement yet. You've been a bit too clever, confess it. He is very sensitive, I feel for you, sincerely. Nevertheless, I would insist on settling this matter fairly, as I started it," replied the Canadian in a good-natured tone. "In the end, let's not talk about it any more. What's done is done. You're right. Let's get back to our business. Unfortunately, I'm poor. Otherwise, I'd give you a few €100, and everything would be settled." The merchant scratched his head. "What's that about Queniam? It's the black man's name." "Ah, listen," he said. "I don't know why, but despite what has passed between us, and perhaps even for that very reason, I wouldn't want us to part on bad terms, especially since I have little attachment to Queniam. Quite a name you've given him. Anyway, it doesn't matter. What does V mean when he says he doesn't have much interest in keeping you? To be honest, I don't. Then why did V hunt you so fiercely, with dogs and rifles? For self-preservation?" "Ah," said the Canadian, with a gesture of discontent. "Listen, V. After all, I am a slave trader. It could be, I don't argue. A very ugly business, if I may say so," observed the hunter. "I moved to Baton Rouge immediately. A month ago, in Baton Rouge, a great sale of slaves of both sexes, belonging to a very rich gentleman who had suddenly died, was announced. Among the displayed slaves was Queniam. That ton or slave is young, well-formed, vigorous. He has an audacious and intelligent appearance. Naturally, I was pleased with him at first sight, and desired to purchase him. No matter how hard V tries to hold me, I warn you that I will escape. Now see what you have to do." I approached and questioned him. The bold slave answered me textually these words, in a daring tone that soon disconcerted me. "Master, I do not advise you to buy me, because I have sworn to be free or die." This so explicit and definitive declaration wounded my pride. "We'll see," I said, and went to find the man in charge of sales. This individual, who was once known to me, tried to dissuade me from buying Queniam, giving me numerous powerful reasons why I should not persist in my purpose. However, I was very determined, and remained firm. But no one wanted him at any price. Queniam was handed over to me for the price of 90 pieces of gold, a fabulous bargain for a man of his age and build. I put the crickets in my pocket, and took them with me, not to my home, but to prison, to be sure they wouldn't escape. The next day, when I entered prison, Queniam had kept his word. He was gone. It was worth frustrating the precautions I used to stop him. After 2 days, they were back in my possession, but that same night they left again without me being able to guess what means they used. What more can I say? It's been a month since this started. He escaped 8 days ago, and I've been chasing him ever since. That is to say, observed the Canadian, who had listened intently to the merchant's tale, V, already desperate, would not have hesitated to kill him. Losing hope of catching him, anger has taken hold of me, and I've pursued him with those hounds, determined this time to finish at all costs the damned black man who continually slips through my fingers like a snake. The truth is no, because that shameless rogue is extremely clever. He has mocked me so much that I have ended up hating him fiercely. Here, me too, Mr. John Davis. I am not rich, nor even close to it. What need do I have for gold or silver, I, a man of the desert, to whom God generously provides my daily bread? Since Queniam, so eager for freedom and space, inspires in me, against my will, a very lively interest, I want to try to provide him with the freedom he aspires to with such marked constancy. Here is what I propose to you. I have 3 jaguar skins and 12 castor skins in my canoe, which would be worth at least $150 or $200 in any city of the United States. Take them, V, and everything will be concluded. The merchant looked at him with a mix of surprise and benevolence. "You're doing wrong," he said finally. "The deal you offer me is too advantageous for me, and it hurts you severely. That's not how business is done. What does that concern you? I've decided that man must be free." "No, no, Vi, the ungrateful character of the blacks," John replied insistently. "He will not in any way thank you for what you do for him. On the contrary, at the first opportunity, perhaps, he will give you cause to regret it. It's very possible, but that's his own affair, because I don't demand gratitude from him. If he shows it, all the better for him. If not, let God decide. I act according to my heart. God alive! I have said it, and my reward lies within my own conscience." "You are a fine young man," he continued. The merchant exclaimed, unable to contain himself any longer. "It would be very convenient if we met more often, men of your temperament. Well, I want to prove to you that I am not as wicked as you might suppose, given what has passed between us. Bring that hand. I will sign the sale act of Quanium, and in exchange I will accept nothing but a tiger skin as a memento of our encounter, although you already gave me another memory," he added, pointing to his arm and making a painful expression. "Fair enough," exclaimed the merchant in a light-hearted tone. "I'll take 2 furs instead of 1, the joyful Canadian declared. "And I'll ask you for your mountain knife, axe, and rifle that's still yours, so that the poor devil to whom we're restoring freedom, for now you're contributing equally to my good deed, can provide for himself. Since at any cost that Tun wants to be free, let it be, and let it go to hell." "To tell the truth," exclaimed John Davis, "it is very." He made a gesture, and one of the servants produced from a satchel ink, pens, and paper, and drafted on the spot, not a sales document, but in accordance with the Canadian's desire, a perfectly legal emancipation certificate, which the merchant signed as best he could, and which the servants also signed afterward as witnesses. The hunter then left the platform to go and fetch the furs. It's possible that, from a business perspective, I'm about to make a fool of myself, but, believe it or not, I've never felt better about myself, because today you followed the prompts of your heart," the Canadian replied seriously. After a moment he returned with 2 magnificent, perfectly intact jaguar skins, which he presented to the merchant. "Wait a moment," he said. "If you give me those weapons, how will you return home?" "Don't worry about that," replied John Davis. As agreed, the merchant handed over the weapons. However, a scruple seized the Canadian. "About 3 leagues from here at most I left my horses and men. Besides, we have our pistols, which may serve us in case of need. Now, good-bye," he said. "It's true," observed the Canadian. "Thus you have nothing to fear. Nevertheless, as the wound will not allow you to walk such a distance, I will build cradles with the help of the servants." And with that skill of which he had already given so many proofs, in a moment he cut off some tree branches with his axe, and built some traps, over which the 2 tiger skins were spread. "Perhaps we will never see each other again. I hope we part on better terms than we met." "Thank you," replied the merchant with some emotion. "One more word before we part. Remember, V, that there is no job so bad that a good man cannot perform with dignity. When your heart prompts you to do a good deed, do not remain deaf, but execute it without hesitation, for that will be hearing God's voice. Speak, Vi. Tell me, V, your name, so that if chance ever brings us back together, I can appeal to your memories, as you would mine. It is just. I am Tranquillo, a hunter of the forests, and my companions have nicknamed me the Tiger Hunter. Calm down, Tiger Hunter." And before the merchant recovered from the surprise that the sudden revelation of the name of a man whose fame was universal in the borders caused him, the hunter made a final gesture of goodbye, jumped from the platform to the beach, loosened his piragua, and rowed away vigorously towards the opposite shore. John Davis murmured as soon as he was alone, "Without a doubt, my beneficent genius is the one that inspired me with the idea of winning a friend in that man. Trud." He lay down on the stretchers, which 2 servants carried on their shoulders, and after casting a final glance at the Canadian, who was then landing on the other shore, he said, "Let's go." Black and white. Not long after, the platform was left solitary once more, as the merchant and his servants disappeared beneath the foliage, and all that could be heard were the fading barks of the hunting dogs running ahead of the small grouper sound that grew fainter, and eventually faded away entirely. In the meantime, the Canadian hunter, whose name we finally know, as we said, had reached the other side of the river, where he left the black man hidden among the bushes on the shore. During the prolonged absence of his defender, the slave could have easily escaped, and this all the more so as he had almost certain assurance of not being pursued for a space of time which would have enabled him to gain a considerable start over those who were pursuing him with such obstinacy. He had not moved from the spot where he sought refuge at the first moment. However, he had not done so, whether it was because the thought of his escape he would not think it possible, either because he was too tired, or, in any case, for some other reason that we do not know. He had remained with his eyes stubbornly fixed on the platform, following with an anxious gaze the different movements of those who were present there. John Davis had not at all considered the hunter's physique when painting his portrait. After all, he was truly one of the most magnificent specimens of the African race. He was at most 22 years old, tall, robust, and well-proportioned, with broad shoulders, a very developed chest, strong limbs, combining uncommon agility with unparalleled strength, earning for freedom and that free will which God has given to his creatures, and which mankind has vainly tried to take from them. His features were clever, expressive, his countenance breathed frankness, his large eyes revealed intelligence. In short, although his skin was the blackest, and unfortunately in America, in that classic land of liberty, that colour is an infamous, indelible mark of servitude, that man did not seem born for slavery, for everything about him was why on the latter, and waited with a feverish impatience for the return of his generous defender, in order to know what he could expect or fear henceforth. When the Canadian re-embarked in his canoe and the Americans left the platform, a smile of satisfaction roamed the black man's face, for, without knowing exactly why, what had taken place between the hunter and his former master, since he was too far away to hear what was said, he understood that at least provisionally he had nothing more to fear Friar. As soon as the Canadian reached the shore, he beached his canoe in the sand, and walked with a firm yet measured step towards the spot where he expected to find the black man. He did not have to wait long to see him sitting there, almost in the same position as when he had left him. "Is thee still here?" "Yes, my lord." The hunter could not suppress a smile of satisfaction, and said, "Hello, friend Quaniam. Has John Davis told you my name?" "I see that. But what are you doing here?" He waited, ready to surrender if the white hunter's safety was threatened. "Why didn't you escape during my absence?" "Because," said the black man, "he is not a coward who would leave while another risks his life for him." This was said with a simplicity full of soul, demonstrating that such had indeed been the black man's intention. "In any case, it was good that you stayed here." "Well," responded the hunter affectionately, "I thank you. The intention was good. Fortunately, your intervention has been in vain. Happen whatever you do to me, my love, be assured that I will forever cherish your gratitude. The better for you, Quaniam, as this will prove to me that you are not ungrateful, which is one of the most loathsome vices afflicting humanity. What other name can a poor slave give you? By Jove! But above all, grant me the favour of never calling me master again, for it disgusts me. That word implies a demeaning condition of inferiority, and, moreover, I am not your master. I am merely a companion. Nein, call me V, Easy, as I call you Quaniam. It seems to me that Easy is not a very difficult name to remember. Not at all. said the black man, laughing. "Very well, it's agreed. Now let's move on, and above all, take this from you." The hunter then pulled out a piece of paper from his belt and handed it to the black man. "What is this?" Quoniam asked, fixing an uneasy gaze on the paper which his ignorance prevented him from deciphering. "That, so that henceforth he may enjoy it as he pleases, or if you preferred it put another way, it is V's deed of emancipation, written by his former master, and signed by competent witnesses, so that it may serve V in case of need." At last he let out a shrill laugh, did 2 or 3 jumps with the agility of a wild animal, and suddenly burst into tears. The hunter replied with a smile, "It is a precious talisman that transforms V to a man, like all others, and erases him from a number of animals among which he has been confused until today. In a word, it is a document by which John Davis, a native of South Carolina, a slave trader, returns to Quoniam, present here his full and complete freedom." Upon hearing these words, the black man had turned pale in the manner that men of his colour do, that is, his face had been covered with a dirty grey ink, his eyes had opened in an exaggerated way, and for several seconds he remained immobile, stunned, unable to utter a word or make a gesture. "Now I am free, completely free," said the black man finally. "Completely free," he replied with a smile. The hunter watched every movement of the black man with the utmost care, feeling increasingly interested in what he saw, and at each moment his sympathy grew for that man. "Can I now go and come as I please, sleep, work and rest without anyone hindering me, without fearing whips? That's right. Do I belong to myself exclusively? Can I act and think like other men? Am I no longer an animal to be driven or harnessed despite my colour? Am I the same as any other man, white, yellow, or red?" "Exactly the same," replied the hunter, amused and intrigued by the innocent questions. "Oh," said the black man, taking the hunter's head in both hands, "oh, now I am free, finally free." He spoke these words with an accent that sent a shiver down the hunter's spine. Suddenly he fell to his knees, gathered his hands, raised his eyes to the sky, and exclaimed with an accent of inexhaustible happiness, "My God! You who can do all things, you for whom all men are equal, and who does not look at their colour to protect them and defend them, you whose goodness is boundless, just as your power, thank you, my God, for freeing me from slavery and restoring my freedom." The hunter respected his silence. After pronouncing these words, which were the expression of the feelings that stirred at the bottom of his heart, the black man let himself fall to the ground, and for several minutes he was lost in deep reflections. Finally, after a few moments, the black man raised his head and said, "Listen, V the hunter, I have thanked God as I should for my emancipation. Now that I am a little calmer and beginning to get used to my new condition, will you have the kindness to tell me? Speak, for I am listening. What has passed between you and my master, so that I may know precisely what I owe to V, and shape my future conduct according to that gratitude? Why should I make that narrative when it interests you so little? You are free, and that should be enough. No, it is not enough. How has he become like this? That story, I repeat, cannot interest you much. I am free, indeed. But how can I act with proper regard if I do not understand the basis of my freedom? Nevertheless, as it can help form a better opinion of the man who formerly belonged to him, I will not keep silent. Listen, then. Whatever the circumstances in which we may find ourselves regarding each other, you will never have to claim payment for my debt." After this introduction, Tranquil meticulously recounted the events that had transpired between the slave-trader and him, and when he finally concluded, he added, "Come on, are you satisfied now?" "Yes," replied the black man, who had listened with the most intense focus. "I know that after God, it is to you I owe everything, and I won't forget it. Nothing does V owe me, now that I am free. What he deserves is to use that freedom as a man of upright and honourable heart should. I will strive not to be unworthy of what God and V have done for me. I also sincerely thank John Davis for the good feeling that has led him to listen to V's observations. Perhaps I will have the chance to show you my gratitude one day, and if such an opportunity arises, I shall not waste it. Good. And now, what do you intend to do? I like hearing you talk like that. It proves that I was not mistaken in my opinion of you. What advice are you offering me? Later regret it. This reasoning seems very accurate to me. Nevertheless, I cannot stay like this. I must take a stand, whatever it may be. The question is important, and I'm not sure exactly how. Answering. The choice of any profession is always a very difficult matter. Before making such a decision, it is necessary to ponder it maturely. Despite my desire to be useful to you, I would not want to give you advice that, out of consideration for me, you might hastily follow, only to pass. Moreover, I am a man whose life, since the age of 7, has constantly taken place in the forests, and therefore I have very little experience to venture to throw myself into a path that I do not know, and whose advantages and disadvantages I ignore. Do one thing. What is it? Take a shotgun, a hunting knife, gunpowder, and bullets. The desert lies open before you. Leave, test the free life of vast solitude. During your long hours of hunting, reflect in complete peace on the profession. Great success, whatever profession you choose, whatever you decide to dedicate yourself to, it will weigh heavily on your mind as you consider the advantages you hope to gain from it. And then, once you have made an irrevocable decision, you turn your back on the desert, head back to populated places, and since you are a man of action, intelligence, and honor, I am certain that you will achieve. The black man moved his head several times and said, "Yes, in what you propose there is good and bad. It's not completely what I want. Explain yourself clearly, Quanyam. I sense that you want to tell me something, but are afraid to. It's true. I haven't been honest with you, Tranquillo, and I've done wrong. Now I realize it." "Let's see," said the hunter, laughing. "Speak up. Instead of hypocritically asking for advice that I had no intention of following, I should have honestly expressed my thoughts to you. And that would have been better." "Right. Why shouldn't I tell you what my heart feels? The only profession that suits me is that of a hunter in the woods. If in the world today there is a man who takes an interest in me, it is V, without question. Therefore I had better know at once what to expect. It is to this that my instincts and inspirations drive me. Why? All my attempts to escape, when I was a slave, were directed towards this end. I am nothing more than a poor black man, with very limited talent and a short intellect, which could not serve me conveniently in cities, where a man is not appreciated for what he is worth, but only for what he appears to be. I would have reconquered my freedom only to become a slave again. I would make use of that freedom, with which I am so proud, in a city where, to maintain myself and dress well, I would be immediately obliged to sacrifice it for the benefit of whoever deigned to provide me with the most necessary resources of which wishes. I am completely deprived. Thus, it is only in the desert that I can take advantage of the benefit I owe to you, never fearing that poverty will drag me into doing shameful acts unworthy of a man who has conviction of his worth. For that reason, I can only live in the desert from now on, without approaching cities again, except to trade animal skins I have hunted with bullets, gunpowder, and clothes. I am young and robust. God, who has protected me until now, will not abandon me. Well, perhaps you are right. For me, the life I lead is preferable to any other, so I cannot scold you for wanting to follow my example. Now that everything is arranged to suit you, let us part, my good Quanyam. God grant you good luck, and perhaps we shall meet one day on Indian soil." The black man burst out laughing, revealing 2 rows of white teeth like snow, but he did not reply. Calmly, he slung his rifle over his shoulder, gave a final friendly wave, and turned to make for his canoe. He reached him just as he was approaching the paragua and preparing to launch it. Hearing the hunter's footsteps, he turned around and said, "Silence. Is it you still, Quanyam?" "Yes." Since he had picked up the shotgun left to him by the hunter, he belted on his forest knife, and also hung from it the 2 horns filled with gunpowder and bullets. Then, after casting a look around to make sure nothing was overlooked, he set off in pursuit of the hunter, who had already gained a considerable lead over him. Answered the black man. "What brings you this way?" "Ah, me?" said Quanyam, running his fingers through his tangled hair and scratching furiously. "I forgot one thing." "Yes, sir," replied the black man with a hint of hesitation. "What do you mean?" "To be taken away with you." "It's true," said the hunter. extending his hand. "Forgive me, brother. According to that, do you consent?" exclaimed Quaniam with a joy barely contained. "Yes. Shall we not separate, then? That depends on your will." "Oh, well, then." Then, exclaiming with a joyful laugh, he said, "We'll live together for a long time." The hunter replied, "Of course. God must have wanted us to meet. Two men, when they have complete faith in each other, are very strong in the desert. From now on, we'll be brothers." Quaniam leaped into the boat and took hold of the oars with joy. He found in his defender what many men seek in vain during the course of a long existence: a friend, a brother, in whom he could place complete trust, and for whom he would have no secrets. Easily watch over the two banks and avoid a surprise. The poor slave had never been so happy. He had never found the air so pure, nature so beautiful. It seemed to him that everything smiled and celebrated at him. From that moment he was really going to begin to live with the existence of other men, without any bitter obstacle. The past was no longer just a dream. In a few minutes they reached the spot where the Canadian had stopped. That point, clearly marked by the two fallen willows crossed one over the other, formed a kind of sandy promontory, very favourable for setting up camp at night, because from there one could command not only the course of the river for a very long distance on both sides, but also— "This is where we'll spend the night," said Tranquillo. "Let's haul the piragua ashore to protect our fire." Since he had caught the light boat, he raised it high and placed it on his robust shoulders, carrying it to the spot designated by his companion. A considerable amount of time had already passed since the Canadian and the black man met in such a miraculous way. The sun, which was already quite low in the horizon when the hunter turned the promontory and shot the flamingoes, was then on the verge of disappearing. It was growing rapidly dark, and the second terms of the landscape began to fade away among shadows of the twilight which was condensing more and more. The desert awoke. The rough roars of beasts were heard in intervals, mingling with the mewings of the jackals and with the violent howls of the red wolves. Little effort was required to reach that spot. The hunter chose the driest wood he could find to kindle the fire, so that there would be little smoke, and the flame, on the contrary, would light up the surroundings in such a way as to immediately reveal the approach of the terrible neighbours, whose cries he heard, and to whom thirst would take a long time. "Now," said Tranquil, "it's only fair I tell you that an old friend of mine has had me booked at this spot for almost 3 months." When they had finished the last bite, the Canadian fraternally divided his supply of tobacco with his new companion, and lit up his Indian pipe, savouring it like a true connoisseur, an example diligently followed by Quaniam. The sizzling roasts and some handfuls of pemmican, minced meat, reduced to powder, made up the adventurers' dinner, a very sober meal, washed down with river water. But they ate it with good appetites, as men who know how to appreciate the value of the fish. Fair Providence provides, be it their choice. He is an Indian chief, and he must arrive here tomorrow at dawn. Although very young, he already enjoys great renown in his tribe. I love him like a brother, and it can almost be said that we grew up together. I will be glad to see that he sympathizes with you. He is a knowledgeable and experienced man, for whom the desert life has no secrets. The friendship of an Indian chief is a precious thing for a forest hunter. Think about that. Besides, I am convinced that you will agree with me at first sight. I will do everything necessary to gain his friendship. It is enough for that chief to be your friend for me to wish him to be mine as well. Please say, however, that it's not my fault. So far, though as a fugitive slave I have wandered for a long time through the forests, I have never seen an independent Indian. Therefore, it is very possible that, against my will, I may commit some folly. I am convinced of that. Be at ease, V. About it, I will warn the chief, who I think will be as surprised as V, because I suppose you will be the first black person he has ever encountered in his entire life. Night has already fallen completely. You must be tired from the relentless pursuit you've endured all day, and from the strong emotions you've gone through. Sleep, while I'll watch over both of us, for tomorrow we'll likely have to make a very long march. You need to be agile and ready. Thus, setting aside all misunderstood shame, he lay down on the ground with his feet by the fire, and fell asleep almost immediately. The black man understood how valid his friend's observations were, even more so as he was overwhelmed with fatigue. His former master's hounds had pursued him so closely that in the past 4 nights he hadn't been able to sleep. Quietly he remained seated on the piragua, with his rifle between his legs, ready for any alarm, and fell into deep reflections as he kept a keen watch on the surroundings and lent attentive ear to the faintest noise. Nothing seems so ridiculous to us as that exaggerated language attributed to blacks, a language that, first of all, has the disadvantage of slowing down the narrative, and is moreover false, a double reason for us not to use it here, even if it is, according to some, it may harm the local colour. Thought. The herd. The night was splendid. The sky, of a dark blue, was studded with millions of stars that shed a sweet and mysterious light. The silence of the desert was interrupted by 1,000 melodious and lively sounds. Faint glows filtered through the leaves of the trees, running over the fine grass like will-o'-the-wisp, pebbles on the shore, and that finally inexplicable noise of life's waves, a sound that comes from God, making even more imposing the majestic solitude of American plains. The hunter, against his will, was dragged along by the omnipotent influence of that primitive nature surrounding him. On the opposite shore of the river, some dry and rotting oaks rose like ghosts, and the breeze stirred their long branches covered in climbing plants. 1,000 sounds filled the space. Inexpressible screams emerged from the invisible burrows of inexpressible screams. Jungle. One could hear the muffled sighs of the wind among the leaves, the murmur of water over the cliff. Isolated within it, he felt its strengthening sap seeping through every pore. His entire being trembled and merged with the sublime scene unfolding before him. A sweet and serene melancholy took hold of him. Far from men and their petty civilization, he felt closer to God, and his naive faith grew stronger. With all the admiration that the half-revealed secrets of nature's great arcana inspired in him, secrets that surprised him, as it were, in the act. For the soul expands, and thoughts widen with contact with this nomadic life, where each passing minute brings new and unexpected perils, where at every step man sees God's finger pointed plainly in the rough and magnificent landscapes surrounding him. Thus, that existence of dangers and privations has, for those who have tried it even once, inexplicable charms and intoxications, incomprehensible joys, which make one always miss it, because only in the desert does man feel alive, where he measures his forces, and where the secret of his power is revealed to him. Thus passed the hours swiftly for the hunter, and sleep had not yet closed his eyelids. Already the morning breeze made the tall tree-tops tremble and rilled the smooth surface of the river, in whose silvery waters the great shadows of its rugged banks were reflected. On the horizon, wide pink stripes heralded the upcoming sunrise. The owl, hidden among the branches, had greeted day's return twice with its melancholic cry. It was soon 3 in the morning. He quietly left the rustic seat he had remained motionless on until then, shaking off the numbness that had overcome him. From him he took some walks on the beach to restore blood circulation in all his limbs, restore balance in his brain. This is what happened to the hunter. When a man, we will not say, woke up, because the good Canadian had not closed his eyes for even an instant during the course of that long night, but shakes off the numbness into which silence, darkness, and especially the penetrating cold of night had plunged him, he needs a few minutes before he can regain full possession of his faculties, and, however, accustomed to desert life for many years, that period of time was shorter for him than for anyone else, and soon he regained the full use of his intelligence, feeling as clear-headed and with as sharp a gaze and subtle hearing as on previous night. He was therefore prepared to wake his companion, who was still sleeping in a peaceful and restorative slumber that only children and men of pure conscience can enjoy, when he suddenly stood up, attentively listening with marked restlessness. From the deep hidden places of the forest that formed a thick curtain behind their camp, the Canadian had heard an inexplicable noise that grew stronger by the moment, and which very soon took on the proportions of violent thunderclaps. And unknown danger is upon him. Thus passed several minutes. This noise was drawing closer and closer. It was the sound of heavy, hurried footsteps, tremors and scrapes against trees and branches, muffled groans that seemed almost superhuman, in short, an indescribable, terrifying rumble that, as it grew nearer, echoed like the dull, continuous roar of a vast body of water before a flood. Since he had been roused by that peculiar commotion, he stood with his rifle in hand, his gaze fixed on the hunter, ready to act at the first sign, yet unable to fathom what was occurring, his imagination still dulled by the weight of sleep, and possessed by that instinctive terror that takes hold of even the bravest man when he realizes a terrible. What shall we do? Suddenly a high whistle resounded at close range, murmured Tranquil with hesitation, trying, though in vain, to explore the depths of the jungle with his gaze and guess what was happening. "Ah!" exclaimed Tranquil, making a gesture of joy and suddenly lifting his head. "At last I'll know what to expect." And taking his fingers to his mouth, he imitated the cry of the heron. "Hoo-ah!" At that very moment a man burst out of the jungle, and with 2 tiger jumps he reached the hunter. He exclaimed, "What's he doing here, my brother? That man was the black deer." "I was waiting for you, chief," replied the Canadian. The red skin was a man of 26 to 27 years old, of medium stature, but very well proportioned. He wore the great war garb of his nation, and was painted and armed, as if for an expedition. His face was beautiful. His intelligent and loyal physiognomy revealed courage and goodness, and in every line of his features reflected a supreme majesty. At that moment he seemed possessed by an agitation all the more extraordinary because the red men consider it a point of honor never to be moved by any event, no matter how terrible. His eyes sent out flashes, his words were brief, and his voice had a metallic accent. "Soon," he said. "We've already lost too much time." "Well?" the chief exclaimed. Tranquillo asked, "The bison." "Oh, oh!" Tranquillo cried out in terror. He had understood. That noise he'd been hearing for some time was a herd of bisons coming from the east, and likely heading towards the high prairies in the west. What the hunter had guessed so quickly needs to be briefly explained to the reader, so that they can understand the terrible danger our characters suddenly found themselves in. A herd in the former Spanish possessions refers to a gathering of several thousand wild animals. Every escape was impossible. There was no thinking about it, and resistance was even more so. Thus the position of our characters was very critical, as chance had placed them right in front of a herd approaching with the speed of lightning. Bison, during their periodic migrations in the mating season, sometimes gather in herds of 15 to 20,000 heads, forming a compact troop that travels together. Those animals always walk straight ahead, pressing against each other, clearing and knocking down any obstacles in their way. Miserable the temerary one who attempts to stop or alter the course of its furious race, for he would be crushed and broken like straw under the feet of those stupid animals who would trample his body without even noticing him. We repeat, the situation was critical. With another quarter of an hour, our 3 men would have been lost, for the terrifying mass swept everything before it with the unstoppable force of a beast, to which nothing can stand in the way. The black deer was making its way to the meeting point it had designated for itself with the Canadian hunter. It was only 3 or 4 leagues away from where it intended to meet its friend when its trained ear picked up the sound of the raging stampede of the bison. The noise was approaching at an alarming speed. The wild moos of the bisons could already be heard clearly and distinctly, mixed with the howls of the red wolves and the harsh growls of the jaguars, which were leaping onto the sides of the herd and hunting down stragglers, or those imprudently straying to the right or left, at in place without having any other thought. When the chief, after having warned the hunter, realized the futility of his efforts, a sudden reaction occurred within him. 5 minutes were enough for him to grasp the imminence of the danger that threatened the hunter. With that rapid decision-making that characterizes redskins in urgent situations, he resolved to warn his friend, and save him, or perish with him. He launched himself into the race, saving with vertiginous speed the space separating him from the mare. Sure, here is the translation without any additional content. Fixed to take a great lead from the herd, so that the hunter could save himself. Unfortunately, however fast his run, and Indians are renowned for their fantastic agility, he was not able to reach in time to save him whom he wanted to rescue. His features, animated by restlessness, regained their usual rigidity. A sad smile curled his disdainful lips, and he slumped to the ground, murmuring in a sombre voice, "Wakanda would not have it." But tranquil, he accepted the position with equal resignation and fervour. The hunter belonged to that breed of men, energetic, whose character, of very strong temper, never yields, and who fight until the last moment. When he saw the red skin, with the fatalism inherent to his race, abandoning the game, he resolved to make a supreme effort, and attempt an impossible task. "Alert!" cried the hunter. "Since, gather up all the dry wood that you can find, and come here. Leader, do the same." 20 steps beyond the spot where the hunter had pitched his camp, there were several trees lying on the ground, dead from age, and piled one upon another. Then, behind that kind of natural entrenchment, rose a group of 5 or 6 oaks isolated from all others, and forming, like an oasis, in the middle of the river-bank's sand dunes. The 2 men obeyed without understanding, but calmed by their companion's cool blood. In a few moments, a considerable amount of dry wood had been piled up among the felled trees. "Good!" exclaimed the hunter. "By God, all is not yet lost. Cheer up! Retreat! Retreat!" the hunter exclaimed. "Follow me." Then he carried the remains of the fire he had lit in his camp to fight off the night's cold to that improvised bonfire, fanned and fueled it with resinous materials, and in less than 5 minutes a wide flame leaped up, swaying towards the sky, forming a thick curtain over 10 meters long. The black deer and quinium rushed after him. "Thus," said the Canadian, with a remarkable calmness, "this is our last resource. As soon as the column appears, fire on the flankers. If the glow of the flames scares off the bison, we're saved. If not, we'll have no choice but to die." The Canadian, he didn't go very far. When he reached the group of trees we've spoken of, he climbed the most robust one with unparalleled skill and agility, and soon after his companions joined him, perched at 50 meters high, comfortably settled, on strong branches entirely hidden among the leaves. "But at least we will have done everything possible to save our lives." "Attention!" The hunters, from their hiding-place, surveyed the ocean of flames that could not reach them, and loomed over it. Suddenly a horrifying crackling sound echoed out, and at the edge of the jungle the vanguard of a herd appeared. The fire ignited by the hunter had taken on gigantic proportions. It had been spreading, igniting the herbs and bushes, and though it was too far from the jungle to set it ablaze, very soon it formed a curtain of flames, nearly a quarter-mile long, and its reddish glow dyed the distant sky, giving the landscape an imposing and wild appearance. Exclaimed the hunter, as he brought his rifle to his face. 3 shots rang out. The 3 bison that were ahead fell rolling in the agonies of death. The bison, suddenly startled by the sight of that wall of flames rising abruptly before them, blinded by the fire's glow, and at the same time scorched by such intense heat, hesitated for a moment as if they had consulted, and then rushed forward with blind fury, letting out roars of anger. "We're lost," said Tranquil calmly. The bison kept moving forward. The hunters, with their hearts yearning, watched anxiously the strange events of that terrible scene. But very soon the heat became unbearable. The smoke, blown by the breeze towards the herd, blinded the cattle, and then a reaction occurred. There was a moment of pause, followed very quickly by a movement of retreat. Meanwhile, the imposing mouse continued to advance. It was a matter of life or death for them at that moment. Their existence hung by a thread, so to speak. Her side of the fire, and the herd, divided into 2, passed like a torrent that has broken its dams, meeting on the shore and wading the river in close formation. Soon after, the bisons threw themselves into the river, crossing in a straight line, and their long, dark column snaked across the opposite shore, where the head of the herd soon disappeared. It was a horrible spectacle that the herd offered as it fled in terror, emitting cries of fear, pursued by the beasts, with fire in its center, ignited by the hunter, which seemed a grim beacon meant to light the way. The animals that led the herd could not withstand the pressure of those following. They were knocked down and trampled by those behind, but these, in turn overwhelmed by the heat, also wanted to retreat. At that supreme moment, some bisons scattered to the right and left, and this was enough for the others to follow. Then 2 currents formed on either. The bison continued to pass on the right and left. The hunters were saved, thanks to the Canadian's presence of mind and cool blood. However, they still remained hidden for 2 hours among the branches that sheltered them. Finally, the rear guard appeared, harassed by the jaguars leaping at their flanks, and then everything came to an end. The fire had gone out for lack of fuel, but the direction had already been given to the cattle, and as they reached the extinguished fire, which was now nothing more than a heap of ashes, the herd divided itself and filed past on both sides. The desert, whose silence had been disturbed for a moment, returned to its usual tranquillity. Only a wide trail marked through the forest, and sown with torn trees, testified to the frenzied passage of that disordered band. The black deer, the hunters breathed. At that moment they could safely abandon their aerial fort and return to the ground. As soon as our 3 characters had climbed down from the tree, they gathered up the scattered embers of the nearly extinguished fire in order to relight it for seasoning their lunch. Supplies were not scarce to them, and they were not forced to resort to their personal provisions, as several dead bison stretched out on the ground offered them in abundance the most succulent feast of the desert. While Tranquil was busy properly preparing a bison steak, the black and the red man examined each other with a curiosity expressed through mutual exclamations of surprise. The black man laughed like a madman at the peculiar sight of the Indian warrior, whose face was painted in 4 different colors, and who wore attire so bizarre, according to Quaniam, who, as we have mentioned, had never encountered in. The chief expressed his surprise in various ways. After having remained motionless for a long time, staring at the black man, he approached him, and without saying a word, seized him by one arm and began to rub him with all his strength with the tip of his bison-skin cloak. The black man, who had readily acceded to the Indian's whim, did not take long to grow impatient. He soon sought to free himself, but was unable to do so, as the chief held him firmly and proceeded with his peculiar operation diligently. Meanwhile, Queniam, to whom the continuous friction began not only to annoy, but to cause extreme suffering, he started to let out horrible screams, making every effort to free himself from his impassive torturer. Queniam's screams caught Tranquillo's attention. He raised his head and hurried to release the black man, who was gazing around aimlessly, jumping back and forth, and howling like a condemned soul. "Why is my brother tormenting that man so?" The Canadian intervened. "Me?" the chief replied in surprise. "I don't torment him. His disguise is unnecessary, and I take it off." "How, my disguise?" exclaimed Quaniam. He silenced him with a gesture, and continued, "That man is not disguised. Why paint oneself all over like that?" The chief insisted, stubbornly. Warriors only paint their faces. The hunter could not contain a laugh, and as soon as he regained his seriousness, he said, "My brother is mistaken. That man belongs to another race. The Wakanda has made his skin black, just as he has made my brother's red and mine white. All of that man's brothers are of his color. The Great Spirit willed it this way, so as not to confuse them with the nations of the skins. Red, and from pale faces. Look at my brother, his bison skin cloak, and see that not the tiniest black atom has stuck to it." "Oh," said the Indian, lowering his head like a man faced with an unsolvable problem. "Wakanda can do all things?" And he obeyed mechanically the hunter, casting a distracted glance at the tip of his cloak, which he had not yet thought to let go. "Now," he continued, saying, "be at ease, sir. Consider this man a friend, and do for him what you would do for me, if necessary, for I will be extremely grateful." The chief bowed gracefully, and, extending his hand to the black man, said, "My brother the hunter's words resound in my ears with the sweetness of the Senzanson, the Warash Amenik. The black deer is a sachem in his nation, his language is undivided, and the words that flow from his chest are clear, for they come from his heart. Kara Black will have his place in the fire of the Pawnee Council, for from this moment he is a friend to a chief." Queniam greeted the Indian, and reciprocated his handshake warmly, saying, "No, both of you have the right to ask for my life. I will give it gladly." I am more than a poor black man, but my heart is pure, and my blood flows as red in my veins as if I were white or Indian." After this mutual exchange of friendly assurances, the three men sat on the floor and prepared to have lunch. When lunch was over, pipes were lit, and each one began to smoke silently and with the gravity characteristic of people who live in the forest. Thanks to the emotions experienced in the morning, the adventurers had a fierce appetite. They devoured the bison steak, which disappeared almost completely under their repeated attacks, and quenched it with some water mixed with rum, of which with rum Tranquil carried a small supply in a calabash hung from his waist. When the chief's pipe had gone out, he shook the ashes off onto the nail of his left thumb, put it back in his belt, and turning to Tranquillo said, "Do my brothers wish to hold a council?" "Yes," answered the Canadian. "When I parted from V at High Missouri, at the end of Mikini Quizzis Moon, we were both precise. Now I await your explanation, Chief, as to why you've given me this appointment. In the month of scorched fruits, July, Pete invited me to the grove of dried willows by the Alice River for September 10th, the moon day of Inaqui Quizzis, the month of falling leaves, September, 2 hours before sunrise. My brother is right. The black deer will speak." After pronouncing these words, the Indian's face seemed to darken, and he sank into a deep meditation that his companions respected, patiently waiting for him to speak again. "My brother the hunter knows me since my childhood," he said, "since he has been raised by the sachems of my nation. Therefore I will tell him nothing about myself. The great pale hunter has an Indian heart in his chest. Black Deer will speak to him as a brother." Finally, after a quarter of an hour, the Indian chief passed his hand several times over his forehead, lifted his head, cast a searching glance around him, and decided to speak, but in a low and restrained voice, as if even in that desert he had feared his words might be overheard by enemy ears. 3 moons ago, the chief was hunting with his friend for moose and deer in the plains of Missouri when a Pawnee warrior arrived, pulling up beside them, and spoke privately to the chief for many hours. "Yes," answered the Indian, "that is exactly what happened. But what then I could not say, I will now tell my brother. Despite the questions I asked my brother, he refused to reveal to me the cause of that sudden sadness, and the next day, when the sun rose, he left me, citing an appointment for today. Does that ring a bell, my brother?" "Absolutely, Chief. I remember that, after that lengthy conversation, the Blue Fox, as the Pawnee warrior was called, left just as swiftly as he had arrived. And my brother, who until that moment had been cheerful and joyful, suddenly turned sad." "My ears are open," replied the hunter, bending down. "I fear that my brother will have to communicate with me, unfortunately, not good news." "My brother will judge," said the Indian. "Behold the news that Blue Fox brought me." That pale face stopped at 2 arrow shots from my nation's village. On the opposite shore of the river kindled campfires and camped. One day he arrived at the banks of the Elk River, where stood the village of the Pawnee Serpents, a pale face from the Long Knives of the West, followed by some 30 warriors with pale faces, several women, and large medicine lodges dragged by a red, unhumped and untailed bison. That pale face belonged to a man of tall stature, with harsh and pronounced features. The snow of many winters had bleached her hair. My father, as my brother knows, was the first sachem of the tribe. He rode a horse and, followed by some warriors, crossed the river and presented himself to the stranger upon his arrival in our nation's hunting grounds, welcoming him and offering any refreshment he might need. Upon hearing my father's words, she laughed and replied, "Are you a chief of the redskins of that village?" "Yes," said my father. "Here," he added, striking the back of his hand against the collar, "which proves my right." My father and the warriors who accompanied him burst out laughing. Then the pale-faced man took out a large collar map on which were drawn peculiar figures, and showing it to my father, he said, "Your pale-faced grandfather from the United States has granted me ownership of all the land extending from Antelope Falls to Buffalo Lake." "Our pale grandfather," my father replied, "cannot give what does not belong to him. The lands you speak of are the hunting grounds of my nation since the great turtle emerged from the sea to bear the world upon its shell." "Yes," Tranquillo interrupted him. "This is the way of those men, murder and plunder." "I do not understand what you say," he replied. his face pale. "I only know that these lands have been given to me, and if you do not agree to retreat and let me enjoy them freely, I will force you to." "My father retreated when he heard that threat," continued the Indian. "Immediately the warriors took up arms. The women were hidden in caves, and the entire tribe prepared for resistance. The next morning, at dawn, the pale-faced men crossed the river and attacked the village. They were defeated and forced to flee. The fight was long and fierce. It lasted the entire span between 2 suns. But what could poor Indians do against pale faces armed with rifles? 2 hours later, the village lay in ashes, its ancestral bones scattered in all directions. My father had been killed in battle." "Oh!" exclaimed the Canadian in pain. The leader, after pronouncing these words, hid his face in his bison skin cloak, and his companions heard the sobs he desperately tried to stifle. "It's not over yet," replied the chief. The pale faces revealed the cave where the tribe's women had taken refuge, and all of them, or at least almost all, because only 10 or 12 managed to be escaped, taking their children with them, and were brutally murdered with all the refinement of the most horrible barbarity. To be his master, I agreed, making the warriors of my nation swear that on the pale faces which took possession of our village and killed our brothers, they would avenge all the evil they had done to us. "There," he replied after a moment, "are the news that the blue fox relayed to me. My father had died in his arms, bequeathing him my vengeance. My brothers, pursued like beasts by their fierce enemies, forced to hide in the depths of the most impenetrable forests, had chosen me. Since our separation, I had not wasted a single moment in gathering all the elements of my revenge. Today everything is arranged. Pale faces have dozed off in a false security. Their awakening will be terrible. Will my brother follow me? Yes, by God. I'll follow you, chief, and help you with all my power, Tranquil answered resolutely, for his cause is very just. But I impose one condition. Let my brother speak. The law of the desert says, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth is true, but you can't take your revenge without dishonoring your victory with useless cruelties. Do not follow their example. Be humane, chief, and the Great Spirit will smile upon your efforts and favor you. The black deer is not cruel, answered the chief. That is for pale faces. He only seeks justice. What you say, V, is very good, chief, and I'm glad to hear you speak like that. But have you taken your measures well? Are your forces sufficient to ensure your triumph? You know, V, that pale faces are numerous, and they never let an aggression go unpunished. Whatever happens, you must prepare yourself to see terrible reprisals. That's well thought out, chief. The Indian smiled in contempt and replied, The great knives of the West are cowardly dogs and rabbits. The Pawnee women will give them shirts. Black Deer will go with his tribe to settle in the vast plains of the Comanches, who will receive them as plains of the Comanches, who will receive them as brothers, and the pale faces will not know where to find them. But since V was expelled from his village, has V not kept spies near the Americans to keep him informed of all their actions? That was very important for the successful completion of his subsequent projects. The Black Deer smiled, but said nothing, from which the Canadian deduced that the red man, with the sagacity and patience that characterize his race, had taken all the necessary precautions to ensure the successful outcome of the raid he intended against the new settlers. To allow the Indians to commit those atrocious cruelties to which they often succumb in the first drunken euphoria of victory. Calmly, due to his semi-Indian education and the hereditary hatred he, as a true Canadian, held for the Anglo-Saxon race, he was fully prepared to assist the Pawnee chief in exacting a terrible vengeance on the Americans for the insults they had inflicted upon him, but with that rectitude which formed the foundation of his character, he did not warn. That is why the resolution he had adopted had a double object, first to secure, if possible, the triumph of his friends, and then to use all his influence over them to restrain them after the fight was over, and to prevent them from venting their rage on the vanquished, especially on women and children. Quanим, on the other hand, did not hesitate with so many scruples. For this he did not hide from the Black Deer, and as we have seen, he imposed as a specific condition of his cooperation that no unnecessary cruelty be committed. which was certainly not something to be dismissed by the Indians. After a few moments, the Canadian took the floor again. Those individuals were Americans, and this reason was more than sufficient to justify, in the eyes of the vengeful black man, the conduct he intended to observe when the right moment arrived. Enemy, born of the whites, and especially the Americans, seized the opportunity presented to him with haste to inflict all possible harm upon them, and to take vengeance for the ill treatment he had suffered, without taking the trouble to reflect that the people against whom he was about to fight were completely innocent of the insults he had received. "Where are these warriors?" he asked the chief. "I left them 3 sunrises away from where we are. If my brother no longer has anything holding him here, we will set off at once to join them." "The grant." "Sure. Here is the translation." "Ready, then let us depart," said the Canadian. "The day is not yet far advanced, but it serves no purpose to waste time chatting like old women." The 3 men stood up, buckled their belts, slung their rifles over their shoulders, and hurried along the path worn by the bison herd through the forest, soon disappearing beneath the undergrowth. At the end of a kind of fork formed by 2 rather considerable tributaries of the Missouri, there stretches a wide valley closed on one side by rugged mountains, and on the other by an extended range of high and rocky hills. Scent American steamboats ply in all directions, but which, at the time our story takes place, was still largely unknown, reflecting in its deep waters only the stout and bushy trees of the mysterious virgin forests that lined its edges. We will leave our 3 travellers for a time, and, using our narrator's privilege, transport the scene of our tale some hundreds of miles further, to a fertile and verdant valley in the upper Missouri, that majestic river of clear and pure waters, on, whose banks so many prosperous and flourishing cities and towns now stand, through which the Magna. This valley, covered almost entirely by dense forests teeming with game of all kinds, was a favoured meeting place for the Pawnee Indians, one of whom, the Snake tribe, had fully established itself in the bend to be closer to its favourite hunting ground. In fact, the forest provided them with more game than they could consume. The river abounded in fish of all kinds and of delicious flavour, and the meadows that surrounded them were covered all year round with tall, nourishing grass that offered excellent pasture for the horses. Perhaps several centuries ago, the Pawnee Serpentes had finally settled in that blessed valley, which, thanks to its sheltered position, enjoyed a mild climate free from those great atmospheric disturbances that so often disrupt the high latitudes of America. The Indian village was quite considerable. It counted some 350 households, which is huge for the red men, who generally do not like to gather in large numbers in one place out of fear of suffering from hunger, but the position of fear of suffering from hunger. Village was so well chosen that this time the Indians gave up their custom. The Indians lived there quietly and unnoticed, occupying themselves with hunting and fishing, sending out small expeditions of young men every year to follow the path of war under the orders of the most renowned chiefs of the nation. Suddenly, that peaceful existence was disturbed forever. Murder and fire had spread like a shroud of doom across the valley. The village was completely destroyed, and its inhabitants killed mercilessly. The Americans had finally learned of that forgotten Eden, and their presence in that new land for them, as well as their taking possession, had been marked, as always, with robbery, kidnapping, and murder. We will penetrate the valley about 3 months after the arrival of the Americans, so disastrous for the Redskins, and describe in a few words how the new colonists had settled on the territory from which they had so cruelly expelled the legitimate owners. We will not reproduce here the story told by the black deer to the Canadian. We will merely state that that story was exact and faithful in every detail, and that the chief, in narrating it, instead of emphasizing exaggerated details, had on the contrary softened it with a justice and impartiality rarely encountered. As soon as the Americans became absolute owners of the land, they began what they call a clear-cutting operation. About 30 years ago, the government of the United States had, and may still have today, the custom of rewarding the services of its former officers by granting them concessions of land on the borders of the Republic most threatened by Indians. This custom offered the double advantage of gradually extending the limits of American territory, driving the Redskins into the deserts, and not abandoning without resources, in their old age, brave soldiers who had nobly shed their blood for the Ethiopia or country during most of their lives. Captain Jaime Watt was the son of a distinguished officer in the War of Independence. Colonel Lionel Watt, Washington's aide-de-camp, had fought alongside this celebrated founder of American Republic in all battles against the English. Severely wounded during the siege of Boston, he was compelled, to his great regret, to return to private life, but faithful to his principles of loyalty. As soon as his son James reached the age of 20, he made him take his place under the flags, continuous series of dangers overcome. In the time when we bring him to the stage, James Watt was a man of about 45 years old, though he looked at least 10 years older due to the countless hardships of his harsh military life during his youth. He was a man of 5 feet and 8 inches in height, robust and vigorous, broad-shouldered, lean, nervous, and possessed of an iron constitution. His face, the lines of which were of extreme rigidity, bore that expression of energetic will mixed with indifference, a peculiar trait of the physiognomy of men whose existence has been nothing but a show. His short greying hair, toasted complexion, black and piercing eyes, well-defined mouth but slightly thin lips, gave his face an air of inflexible severity that was not devoid of grandeur. His wife, named Fanny, was a distant cousin. Captain Watt, married for 2 years to a beautiful young woman he adored, was the father of 2 children, a boy and a girl. She was dark-skinned, with enchanting blue eyes, and had a sweet and modest character. Jaime Watt was one of those men for whom the conception of a project is immediately followed by its execution. Despite being much younger than her husband, as she was not yet 22, Fanny held the purest and most sincere affection for him. When the veteran soldier saw that he was a father, when he began to experience the intimate joys of family, a complete revolution took place within him. A sudden repugnance for military life inspired him, and he no longer desired anything but the peaceful pleasures of home. That is why, as soon as he had the idea of retiring from service, he carried it out, resisting all reflections and objections from his friends. However, although the captain desired to return to private life, he in no way intended to abandon the uniform to dress in civilian clothes. The monotonous life of the cities in the Union offered nothing pleasant to a former soldier whose normal state, throughout the course of his existence, had been, so to speak, agitation and movement. Consequently, after having pondered it deeply, he fixed on a middle ground that, in his opinion, should save what civil life might have of too simple and peaceful for him. It was his custom to apply for a concession of territory on the Indian frontier, clear the land with his team and servants, and live there happily and busily, like a medieval lord, among his vassals. The captain had been busy for a long time with his company in defending the Union's borders against the continuous depredations of the Redskins and opposing their incursions. This thought pleased the captain all the more as he felt that in this way he was continuing to serve his country actively, since he was planting the first seeds of future prosperity and bringing forth the first glimmers of civilization in lands still given over to all the horrors of barbarism. Thus he had a superficial, if you will, but sufficient knowledge of Indian customs and the means that needed to be employed to avoid being harassed by those turbulent neighbours. Hunt conducted with a denizen of the forests, a hunt that lasted over 3 weeks, and gradually carried him farther than any civilized man had ever ventured into the desert. It had been more than 20 years since I had seen that valley again, and it reminded me as if he had left me the night before, seeing him, so to speak, in every smallest detail. In the course of the numerous expeditions that his service compelled him to undertake, the captain visited many fertile plains, many territories whose appearance had pleased him. But there was one, above all, whose memory persistently etched itself. In his mind, it was a delightful valley that he caught a glimpse of one day, as if in a dream, This obstinate memory of continually depicting that piece of land captivated the captain's mind so much that when he decided to leave his post and request a concession, it was there, not anywhere else, that he resolved to retire. Jaime Watt had numerous protectors in the presidential offices. Moreover, the services of his father and his own spoke very highly in his favour, and therefore he experienced no difficulty in obtaining the concession he requested. They presented him with several plans that had been previously drawn up and ordered copied long ago by the government, telling him to choose the territory that best suited him. But the captain had chosen the one he wanted a long time ago. He rejected the plans they presented to him, and took out from his pocket a large piece of tanned moose leather, unfolded it, and showed it to the commissioner in charge of concessions, saying that was all he wanted. The commissioner furrowed his brow. He was friends with the captain, and couldn't contain a look of horror at his request. That terrain was located in the middle of Indian Territory, more than 400 miles from the American border. It was madness, suicide, what the captain wanted to do. It would be impossible for him to hold his ground among the warring tribes that would surround him on all sides. It would not be a month before he and his entire family were brutally assassinated, and the servants, so lacking in judgment, dared to follow him. To all the objections his friend continually piled up to try and change his mind, the captain only responded with a nod, accompanied by that smile typical of men who have made an irreversible decision. The good commissioner had been mistaken. He did not know his friend's character as well as he thought. The commissioner had kept this argument for last, convinced that the captain would have nothing to oppose him, and would be forced at least to modify his plans. Finally, the commissioner, having lost all hope of persuading him, and his arguments now exhausted, concluded by telling him in a decisive manner that it was impossible to grant such a concession, as that territory belonged to the Indians, and, moreover, one of their tribes had a village there dating back to ancient times. His friend, unperturbed by the triumphant gesture with which the commissioner had concluded his speech, calmly produced a second piece of tanned moose hide from another pocket, and, without saying a word, offered it to his friend. The commissioner unfolded it hesitantly. The commissioner took it, casting him an interrogative glance. The captain nodded his head, signalling for him to examine it with his eyes. Given the veteran's manner of proceeding, he suspected that the document contained a definitive answer. Indeed, after merely glancing at it, he slapped it onto the table with a violent gesture of bad temper. A liquor called whisky, and 23 complete soldier uniforms from the militia. Each of the chiefs had placed his hieroglyph at the foot of the sales deed, and below that of face of monkey. That elk skin contained the sale of the valley and all the surrounding territory, made by Itsichaike, or Monkey Face, one of the principal sachems of the Pawnee Serpent's tribe, in his name, and that of the other chiefs of the nation, for 50 guns, 14 dozen skinning knives, 60 pounds of gunpowder, 60 pounds of bullets, 2 barrels of earl. We will say at once that this document was a forgery, for in this matter the captain had been completely deceived by Face of Monkey. The valley, whatever the consequences of this pillage, the captain had only required that the redskin serve as his guide, which the Indian agreed to without any difficulty. This chief, expelled from the tribe of the Pawnee Serpents for various reasons that we will reveal when the occasion arises, had forged the document, first with the intent to rob the captain, and later to avenge himself against his compatriots, because he knew very well that if what obtained government authorization he would not hesitate to seize. In the face of the sales deed laid before him, the commissioner had to confess defeat and grant, against his better judgment, the authorization so persistently requested by the captain. As soon as all the documents were properly registered, signed, and sealed with the Great Seal, the captain began making preparations for his journey without losing a single moment. Moreover, she cared very little. The captain, reassured by his wife, set to work with the feverish activity that was his hallmark. Little did the location of their residence matter, as long as she had her husband by her side. Mistress Watt loved her husband too much to offer the slightest objection to his plans. Having also been raised in a frontier outpost not far away, she was almost familiar with the Indians, and a habit of seeing them had taught her not to fear, them. The captain did not have any illusions at all. As for the rest, he did not take long to make his choice. America is the land of wonders. It is perhaps the only country in the world where you can find, within 24 hours, the men and things indispensable for carrying out the most eccentric and mad projects. Of the probable consequences of the course he had resolved to pursue, and therefore he wished to take every precaution against all eventualities, and secure the safety of those who were to accompany him to the concession, especially his wife. Children, inutile for him to remain in the ranks, and that he was sure his captain would not refuse him the favour of allowing him to follow. Bothwell's offer was joyfully accepted by the captain, who knew his sergeant well, a faithful dog-like creature, a man of unshakable valour, and one he could fully rely on. Among his old companions, that is, his former soldiers, there were many who desired to follow him intensely, and above all an old sergeant named Walter Bothwell, who had served under his command for nearly 15 years, and who, at the first news of his chief's retirement, went to seek him out, and told him that since he was leaving service, it was to the sergeant that the captain entrusted the task of organizing the hunter detachment he intended to take with him in order to defend himself should the Indians feel inclined to attack the new colony. Bothwell carried out the order he had received with that intelligent awareness he applied to all things, and very soon he found himself in the same company of 30 resolute and faithful men who were overjoyed to follow their former chief's fortune and join him. Even this same census was due to expire after a certain amount of time. The captain, for his part, had enlisted about 15 workers of all kinds, blacksmiths, carpenters, etc., who signed a 5-year contract with him, according to which, after this period, through a small payment, they would become owners of the land that the captain granted them and settle there with their families. With all preparations finally complete, the colonists, numbering 50 men and around 12 women, set off towards the territory of the concession. Monkey Face served as guide, as agreed upon. It was mid-May, and they had a long line of carts loaded with all sorts of supplies, and a large herd of cattle intended to feed the colony and breed. At every step ... By doing what is just for the Indian, we will say that he performed diligently the mission entrusted to him, and during a long journey of nearly 3 months, traversing deserts infested with beasts of all kinds and crossed in all directions by hordes of savage Indians, he managed to save those under his care from most of the dangers threatening Monkey Face. We have already seen how the captain seized the territory that had been granted to him. Animal skins and some pots made of crude clay. Now we will explain how he established himself there, and what precautions he took to avoid being disturbed by the Indians whom he had so brutally dispossessed, and who, according to their vengeful character. Since you already provided the text in Spanish, here is the direct translation to English. Knowing them as he did, they would probably not give up and might try their luck again at any moment to take bitter revenge for the insult they had received. The battle against the Indians was rough and fierce, but, thanks to Monkey Face, who had revealed to the captain the weakest points of the Attepeld village, and above all, due to the superiority of the American firearms, the Indians were fatally forced to flee and abandon to the victors everything they possessed, a sad booty that consisted only of. He understood the need to take shelter from a sudden attack as soon as possible. As soon as the captain secured the square, he began his work and started to found the new colony. The site that the village occupied was completely cleared of the ruins that obstructed it. Then the labourers levelled the soil and dug a circular trench 6 meters wide and 4 meters deep, which was connected to the tributary of the Missouri on one side, and to the river itself on the other, through a channel. Behind this trench, and at the top of the embankment formed by the excavated earth, they planted a row of stakes 4 meters tall, connected to one another with strong iron hooks, ensuring intervals almost invisible through which it was easy to pass the barrel of a rifle and fire from cover. In this fortification a quite wide gate was built to allow a loaded cart to pass through, and it connected to the outside world by a drawbridge spanning the moat, which was raised every day at sunset. Once having taken these preliminary precautions, a stretch of land measuring 4,000 square meters was soon surrounded by water and defended on all sides by a fence, except for the section facing the Missouri River, where it was considered that a section, the width and depth of the river, provided sufficient security guarantees. In the remaining open space inside the fence, the captain decided to build the colony's buildings and dependencies. The work was carried out with great enthusiasm. At first, as is customary in all clearings, the buildings were to be made merely of wood, that is, constructed with logs from trees left with their bark. Wood was not scarce, thanks to the forest located no more than 100 meters away from the far-fast colony, activity, which 2 months after the captain's arrival at that site, all the buildings were completed and the interior layout almost finished. In the centre of the colony, and on a rise formed for the purpose, they had built a kind of octagonal tower about 25 metres high, whose roof formed a terrace, and divided into 3 floors. Rooms. The upper quarters were designated for family members and their servants, that is, the captain, and finally, Sergeant Bothwell. Eswife, his 2 children, the 2 servants of these, young and vigorous girls from Kentucky, with pink cheeks and full figures, and whose names were Betsy and Emmy, the head cook, Mistress Margaret, a respectable matron who was already in her 9th decade, though she only confessed to being 35 years old, and still had ambitions for beauty. That tower was closed with a very solid door, lined with iron, and in the centre there was a small window to recognize those who called. Later, horse-yards and stables for the cattle were seen. About 10 metres from the tower, communicating with it through a subterranean passageway, were the hunter's room, the rooms for workers of all trades, and finally the rooms for the shepherds and farmers. Then, dispersed at various points, vast sheds, large workshops, and extensive warehouses for storing the colony's products. At intervals, several wells had been opened in order to distribute abundant water. But these different buildings had been constructed in such a way that they were isolated and quite far apart from each other, so that in the event of a fire, and this was what had been taken into account in their placement, the loss of one building would not inevitably lead to the loss of another, all over without needing to go to the river to find her. 3 months had passed since the Americans had settled there. In short, to sum up, we will say that the captain, as a seasoned soldier, experienced and accustomed to all the tricks of frontier warfare, had taken the most meticulous precautions to prevent an attack, and above all to avoid a surprise. That valley, once untouched and covered in forests, was now largely cleared. Extensive deforestation had pushed the edges of the jungle to within 2 kilometres of the colony. Everything presented an image of prosperity and well-being in that place where, just a short time before, the neglect of the redskins had allowed nature to produce with complete freedom the few indispensable pastures for their livestock. It was nearly 4 in the afternoon. If the whine of saws, on the river-banks, huge piles of boards stood a short distance from other stacks of firewood. Several vessels lay moored on the beach, and, from time to time, distant shots from hunters executing a drive in the forest could be heard, aiming to provide game for the colony. The captain, mounted on a magnificent black and bay horse, crossed a recently ploughed meadow at a walk. Within the colony, everything offered the most vivid and animated spectacle, while outside, livestock grazed under the watch of mounted and well-armed herders. Ancient trees fell beneath the repeated axe blows of the day labourers. Inside, always, workshops were bustling. Dense columns of smoke rose from the forges. The sound of hammer strikes mingled W. The captain restrained a gesture of bad mood upon seeing that man, who was Monkey-Face. As he approached the colony, a man who had been hidden behind a pile of vines and tree roots suddenly appeared next to him. We will mention here a few words about this character, who is called upon to play a rather important role in the present narrative. A smile of inner satisfaction brightened the severe face of the old soldier as he witnessed the miraculous transformation his willpower and frenzied activity had achieved in such a short time in that overlooked corner of land, which was likely to gain significant commercial importance in a not-too-distant future due to its advantageous location. No, Master Bowman, Enduct, and the calculated sweetness of his voice inspired an instinctive and irresistible repulsion in all those who happened to come into contact with him. In contrast to what usually happens, the habit of seeing him, instead of diminishing and banishing this unpleasant impression, only increased it more and more. Itzitake was a man of about 40 years, of tall and well-formed stature. He had a sly and thieving face, animated by 2 very small eyes, his crooked nose in the shape of a parrot's beak, and his large mouth with thin, compressed lips gave him an expression of cunning and malice that, despite the careful and obsequious mannerisms of his she had faithfully and diligently performed her duties as guide, leading the Americans without a hitch to their destination, But from that time on she stayed with them, and, so to speak, made herself at home in the colony where she went about as home in the colony where she went about. She pleased, with no one paying any attention to her actions. Sometimes he would disappear without saying a word, stay absent for several days, and then suddenly return, without it being possible to extract any information from him. Nor did anyone know what he had done or where he had been. However, there was a person to whom the dark countenance of the Indian had always caused a vague terror, and who could never master the repulsion it inspired, without being able to explain where that feeling originated. That person was Mrs. Watt. Maternal love makes one very perspicace. The young woman adored her children, and whenever the red man by chance cast an indifferent glance at the innocent creatures, the poor mother felt a shudder run through all her members, and hurried to shield to shield. From his sight, the two tender beings who were all she had in this world. Sometimes he had tried to make his husband share his fears, but, in response to all his observations, the captain would simply shrug his shoulders significantly, assuming that with time the impression would weaken and eventually disappear. However, as Mistress Watt kept coming back with the persistence and obstinacy of someone whose ideas are firmly fixed and not likely to change, the captain, impatient, and without any plausible reason to protect himself from his wife, whom he loved and respected, he promised a man he had no regard for or sympathy towards, that he would free her from, Loney, and thus ask him to leave immediately and forever. Him, and as it happened, several days had passed since the Indian had, while absent from the colony, he made up his mind to see him as soon as he returned, and demand an explanation for his mysterious behavior. Should the Indian not provide a categorical and satisfactory answer, he would firmly tell him that he never wanted to see him again in the Cove. Here is the translation of the text from Auto to English. There was the captain's frame of mind regarding Cara de Mono when chance put him in the captain's way, at a time when he least expected it. Upon seeing the Indian, the captain halted his horse. "Is my father visiting the valley?" asked the Pawnee. "Yes," replied the captain. "Oh." The Indian spoke with a sad and melancholic voice that made the captain think and feel a certain unease. "Is that what you want to express, Chief?" The Indian replied, casting a look around him. "Everything has changed so much. Now the cattle of the great knives of the West graze tranquilly on the land that was once theirs. The Pawnee serpents dispossessed." He asked. "It's true," said the Indian, shaking his head. "Monkey Face has no right. I would find that very inappropriate, especially coming from you, who sold me the land I occupy." "Come on, boss, to complain. He was the one who sold to the pale-faces of the West the land where their parents rest, and where he himself and his brothers have often hunted the elk and jaguar. I find you looking gloomy today. What's wrong? Were you lying on your left side when you woke up this morning? I congratulate you for that, Chief," he added. The captain, alluding to one of the most credited superstitions among the Indians, said, "No," replied the Indian, "the dream of Monkey Face has been free from bad omens. Nothing has come to disturb the tranquillity of his soul. It may be, but first I have to ask you a question. My father can speak. His son's ears are open. The father will give his son tobacco, so that he smokes the pipe of friendship upon his return. It has been a long time, boss, since we've been established here. Yes, it is the 4th moon. Why? In fact, since our arrival, you have often left us without notice. I suppose the air and space do not belong to pale-faces. The Pawnee warrior is master to go where he pleases. He was a famous chief in his tribe." "Then how can Monkey Face threaten that security?" asked the redskin. "Everything that may be very true, boss, and it doesn't bother me in the least. But what concerns me greatly is the safety of my family and the men who have accompanied me thus far. I'm going to tell it to V, the boss. Listen to me carefully, for what I am about to tell you is very serious. You are not as simple as you want to appear right now, boss." "Cara de Mono is nothing more than a poor Indian," replied the redskin with irony. "The Great Spirit has not given him the clear and subtle talent of the pale-faces. Nevertheless, he will try to understand. I am sure you will understand me perfectly if you want to take on that task. The boss will make sure to do so." The captain barely restrained an impatient movement and continued, "We are not here tea to attack and murder us if they can. Hence it is our duty to take the greatest care for our safety, which would be seriously compromised by the most slight imprudence. Do you understand that, Chief? Yes, my father has spoken well. His head is grey, his wisdom is great. In one of the great cities of the interior of the American Union, where the law protects citizens and guarantees their safety. On the contrary, we find ourselves in the territory of the Redskins, far from any protection, save our own forces. We can expect aid from no one, and are surrounded by vigilant enemies who lie in wait for the opportune moment. The red man had remained unmoved. Not a muscle on his face had twitched. Therefore, replied the captain, I must keep a close watch on the actions of all persons who have any connection with the colony, direct or indirect. And when their conduct seems suspicious to me, I must demand an explanation which they have right to refuse. The captain, who examined him intently, could not detect the faintest trace of emotion in his features. Now, sir, I feel compelled to confess to you with utmost sincerity that the life you have been leading lately appears to me not merely suspicious, but has drawn my attention, and I expect from you an answer that will dispel my doubts. The Indian waited for the question that was then put to him, and stood ready to answer. Cara de Mono has led my father and his children from the great stone villages of the great knives of the West here. Has my father had to address any reproach to the superior? None, I must admit, replied the captain frankly. You have performed your duty honourably. Is that by chance the justice of pale faces? No. Why now does a skin cover my father's heart, and suspicion of a man entered his soul against whom he himself confesses he has never been able to utter the slightest reproach? Let's get out of this discussion, boss, and above all, don't let it escalate if you like, because I couldn't follow all your roundabout ways. So I'll just make it clear to you that if you don't want to tell me the reason for your repeated absences, and give a positive proof of his innocence, we'll never set foot inside the colony again, and I will force him to forever leave the territory he occupied. He made a mistake. A lightning bolt of hatred sparked in the eyes of the redskin, but immediately quelling the flame of his gaze, he replied with his sweetest voice, Monkey Face is a poor Indian, rejected by his brothers for his friendship with the pale-faced men, and hoping to find among the great knives of the West, if not affection, at least gratitude for the services he rendered them. It's not about that now, the captain replied impatiently. Do you want to answer, yes or no? No. The Indian stood up straight, and, leaning in close to his interlocutor, he locked eyes with him in a blend of anger and defiance, before saying, What if I refuse to answer? If you do, wretch, I forbid you from ever approaching me again. And if you dare defy me, I'll punish you with the whip I use on my dogs. The captain had barely uttered these insulting words when he regretted them. He was alone and unarmed, facing the man he had just insulted, so he tried to make amends by saying, But Monkey Face is a chief, wise, and he will answer because he knows I respect him. You lie. Dog of pale faces, the Indian snarled, grinding his teeth in rage. You hate me nearly as much as I hate you. Oincloths. The captain, exasperated, raised the whip he held in his hand. But in the same instant, the Indian, leaping like a panther, leaped upon the horse's back, lifted the captain from his saddle, roughly throwing him to the ground, and taking hold of the shroud. Reins, he said. Pale faces are old cowards. Pawnee warriors despise them, and will send them some eld. After uttering these words with a tone of bitter sarcasm, which would be impossible to replicate, the Indian bent over the horse's neck, loosened the reins, let out a piercing laugh, and bolted, leaving behind a captain who was half dazed and bruised from his fall. Jaime Watt was not the kind of man who could endure such treatment without seeking revenge. He sprang to his feet as quickly as possible and called out for hunters and lumberjacks, scattered across the plain to come to his aid. Some saw part of what happened and hurried to assist their captain, but while they reached where he was, and he explained the event to them, giving them orders to pursue the fugitive fiercely, he had already disappeared into the jungle, which is where he had directed his rapid flight. However, the hunters, led by Sergeant Bothwell, rushed after the Indian, swearing to catch him alive or dead. The declaration of war. A secret instinct told him that for Cara de Mono, usually so prudent and circumspect, To act in such a way, he must be very strong and very sure of impunity. The 8. The captain watched them go until he saw them disappear one by one among the trees. Then he returned to the colony, slowly, reflecting on the scene that had just taken place between the redskin and he, with his heart squeezed by a dark presentiment. There is an inexplicable fact that we have often had the opportunity to verify during the course of our long peregrinations in America, that frequently, without being able to explain the feeling experienced, one senses, so to speak, the approach of A. Misfortune, one knows that danger is threatening, yet cannot fix when or how it will come. The day seems to darken. The sun's rays lose their brilliance. External objects take on a lugubrious appearance. There are peculiar shudders in the air. In short, everything appears to resent the impression of an undefined and vague uneasiness. Not having anything justified the captain's fears after his altercation with the Pawnee, not only he, but the entire population of the colony found themselves, on the same night of that day, under the influence of a secret terror. At 6 o'clock, as is customary, the bell had rung to call the woodcutters and stock breeders. Everyone had returned. The cattle had been locked away in their respective stables, and on the surface, at least, nothing seemed to be amiss that could disturb the peaceful life of the settlers. Sergeant, no trace of an Indian existed in the vicinity of the colony. Bothwell and his companions had pursued Caradomono for several hours, but they only found the horse that the Indian had taken so audaciously, and which he had probably abandoned to make it easier to conceal his track. However, the captain, more uneasy than he seemed, had posted the sentinels charged with watching over common security, and ordered the sergeant to patrol the entrenchments every 2 hours. After these various precautions had been taken, the family and servants gathered in the lower room of the tower for the evening, as was the custom from the first days of their residence. The captain, seated in a large armchair by the fire, as the nights began to grow cool, would read from some ancient military theory book, while Mistress Watt attended to her maids in pressing the household clothes. That night the captain, instead of reading, stood with his arms crossed over his chest and his eyes fixed on the fire, as if deeply in thought. It has been at least an hour since Betsy has been with them, and she cannot get them to sleep. Finally he raised his head and turned to his wife, saying, "Don't you hear the children crying? To be honest, I have no idea what they're up to today," she replied. "They won't stop. Go there, my daughter. Perhaps that is more sensible than leaving them in the care of a maid like this." Mistress Watt left without responding, and soon after her voice was heard on the upper floor, where the children's room was located. "We haven't even been able to see him, my captain," replied the sergeant. The captain then turned to the old sergeant, who was in a corner of the room, busy putting together a yoke, and said, "So, according to you, Bothwell, it has been impossible for us to catch that damned Indian who so roughly threw me to the ground. This so roughly threw me to the ground. Afternoon. Those Indians look like snakes. They slip away everywhere. Fortunately, he was found in Boston. The poor animal seemed to be very happy to see us. Yes, Boston is a noble creature, and it would have been a great sorrow for me to lose him. Didn't the Indian hurt him? You know that those demons often treat horses quite badly. Nothing, as far as I could see. Probably the Indian will have been forced to leave him when he knew that we were pursuing him. That's how it should be. Have you carefully examined the vicinity?" "With the greatest care, my captain, and I saw nothing suspicious. The redskins need to look at us closely before attacking. They've been shaken too firmly for them to forget. I do not share Bothwell's opinion. The Indians are very vengeful. I am convinced they will want to take revenge on us, and that one day, perhaps very soon, we will hear them shout their war cry in the valley. No, I desire it, if I must tell the truth, but I think that if they dare to do so, they will find themselves in the shoe of their own foot. I also believe it, but it would be a sad surprise that they give us, especially now that, thanks to our efforts and care, we are on the verge of receiving the reward for our labors and finally achieving some result. It's true, it would be sensible, because an attack from those bandits would cause us incalculable losses. Unfortunately, all we can do is remain alert without being able to prevent the plans that those red devils are undoubtedly forming against us. Has V posted the sentinels? Well, according to I entrusted it to you, Bothwell. Yes, my captain. and above all I've ordered them to be very vigilant. I don't think the Pawnees, as cunning as they may be, will manage to surprise us." "Nothing is certain, Bothwell," replied the captain, shaking his head in doubt. At the same moment, as if chance had sought to justify itself, the bell situated in the outer courtyard rang loudly, serving to alert the colony's inhabitants that someone was requesting entry. "What does that mean? Has all our people returned yet?" exclaimed the captain, glancing at a clock hanging on the wall before him. It was close to 8 o'clock in the evening. "Who can come so late?" "Yes, Captain, everyone is here." Jaime Watt stood up, grabbed his rifle, and motioned for the sergeant to follow him as he prepared to leave. "Where do you want to go, my friend?" a worried yet sweet voice asked. The captain turned around and saw his wife enter the room again, unnoticed by him. "Someone is asking to enter. Have you not heard the bell?" he said. "Will be performed. Let's go." At that moment the bell rang for a second time. "Yes, I have heard so. But is it you who must go to open the door at this hour?" "Mistress Watt," replied the captain with coldness, but energy. "I am the head of this colony, and precisely at this hour it is when I must go to open the door, for it may be dangerous, and it is my duty to set an example of courage and of the manner in which a duty show," added the captain, turning to the sergeant. The young woman did not answer, and fell onto a chair, very pale and shaking with anxiety. In the meantime the captain had left, followed by Bothwell and 4 hunters, all armed with rifles. The night was dark. Not a single star was to be seen in the sky, which was very black. It was impossible to distinguish objects at a distance of 2 steps. A cold breeze roared faintly. Bothwell had taken a lantern to light the way. Asked the captain, "How is it that the sentinel posted on the drawbridge has not given the watchword?" Perhaps he feared to sound the alarm, knowing that from the tower we would hear the bells peal. The captain murmured words of discontent, and they continued on their way. It was the sentinel speaking. Soon after they heard a muffled noise of voices, and pricked up their ears. "Patience," he said. "They are coming. I see a flashlight glimmering, and all you have to do is wait a few minutes." "Damn it!" "I only advise them, for their own sake, not to move, or else I'll shoot them." A mocking voice from outside replied, "You understand, Vivi, there's a unique kind of hospitality in there. What's going on, Bob?" At that moment the captain reached the entrenchments. "Doesn't matter. I'll wait, and you can raise the barrel of your rifle, because I'm not about to single-handedly charge." He asked the sentinel, "Who is V, and what does he want?" "To be honest, I don't know for certain, my captain," replied Bob. "There, at the edge of the ditch, there is an individual who has insisted on entering." "Shouted the captain," retorted the stranger. "And who is V?" "I am Captain Jaime Watt, and I warn you that entry into the colony is forbidden at this hour to unknown vagrants. Return feet at sunrise, and perhaps then I will consent to let him enter my property. Beware of what you're doing," replied the stranger. "Your obstinacy in leaving me on the edge of this pit could cost you dearly. I'm not threatening you. I'm just warning you." Care in turn, the captain replied impatiently, "For I am not in a mood to listen to threats. You have already committed a serious fault today. Don't go on to commit a more grave one tonight by refusing to receive me." This response surprised the captain and made him reflect. After a moment he said, "But if I agree to let you in, who guarantees that you won't betray me? The night is dark, and you could have a large group with you without my knowledge. I have only one companion with me, and I answer for him with my head." "Ah," said the captain, growing more indecisive. "And who answers for you?" exclaimed the captain. "Me. Who is this V, who speaks our language with such perfection that he could be taken for one of our countrymen?" "There's little difference. I'm Canadian, and my name is Tranquillo." "Tranquillo is V, then that famous hunter of the forests whom they call the Tiger Hunter?" "I do not know if I am celebrated, Captain. What I am convinced of is that I am the man you refer to. If it is indeed V, at ease, I will let him in. But who is the man who accompanies him, and from whom I receive my answer?" "Black Deer, first sachem of the Pawnee Serpents." "Oh, murmured the captain. "And what brings you here?" "You will know if you want to open the door for us." "Traitor!" exclaimed the captain. "But be aware that, At the slightest hint of treachery, you and your companion will be killed without mercy, and if you fail to keep your word, V will do very well." The captain, after ordering his men to be ready for any eventuality, had the drawbridge lowered. Calmly, and with the black deer, they entered. They both went in without weapons, or at least not carrying them in sight. "Follow me," he said to the two strangers. In the face of such a great test of trust, the captain was ashamed of his suspicions, and after having raised the drawbridge again, he dismissed his escort and only kept Bothwell by his side. They bowed without responding, and walked beside him. They reached the tower without uttering a word. The captain introduced them into the room where Mistress Watt was alone, possessed by the most vivid restlessness. Her husband signalled for her to leave. She cast him a supplicating look that the captain understood, so he didn't insist, and the young woman remained silent in her place. Calmly, he bore the same expression of serene and frank physiognomy that we are already familiar with. Nothing in his appearance suggested hostile intentions towards the colony. Black Deer, in contrast, stood gloomily and sternly. The captain offered his guests seats by the fire. "Please sit down, gentlemen," he said. "You must be in need of warmth. Do you come to see us as friends or enemies? Refuse to accept some refreshment." "It's easier to ask the question than to answer it," said the hunter with a good-natured tone. "Our intentions are still good. You yourself, Captain, will decide how we part ways. In any case, won't we, V?" "For now, I request a V who dispenses us," replied Tranquil, who seemed to be in charge of carrying the voice for himself and his companion. "I think it's better to resolve. Certainly, here is a translation without explanations or extra content. Of course, the matter that brings us here." "Yes," said the captain, internally disgusted by this refusal which promised nothing good. "Then speak V, whom I have heard, and it will not depend on me if everything is not sorted out between us. I desire it from the bottom of my heart, Captain, and all the more so as being here can only be with the aim of averting the consequences of a bad misunderstanding or a moment of impulse." The captain bowed in token of gratitude, and the Canadian turned back. Taking the floor, he says, "You, sir, are an ex-military man, a gentleman, and with you the shortest speeches are often the best. Oh, here, in 2 words, is the reason for our gathering. The Pawnee serpents accuse you of betraying their village, stealing it, and killing most of their kin and friends. Is it true?" "It is true that I have taken possession of the village, but I had a right to do so, as the Redskins refused to give it up to me. But I deny having done it through treachery. On the contrary, it was the Pawnees who conducted themselves traitorously." "Towards me," the Black Deer exclaimed, rising briskly, with a deceitful tongue in his pale face. "Silence! When you arrived, weren't you received as a friend by the tribal chiefs?" "Indeed, our initial relations were friendly," Tranquillo shouted, forcing him back to his place. "Let me unravel this ball, which seems quite tangled," he replied, addressing the captain. "But the matter is serious, and the truth must be known." "How?" "Then why did they become hostile?" "I've already told you, V. Because against their sworn faith and given word, they refused to give me the land." "Give up the land?" "Oh, certainly, since they had sold me the territory they occupied." "Oh, Captain, that requires an explanation." The hunter and the Black Deer exchanged a look of surprise. "It's very easy to give, and to prove the good faith with which I acted in this matter, I will show you the Sales Act." "Well, I don't understand it now," said Tranquil. "Wait a moment," replied the captain. "I'll go find that document and show it to you." And he left the room. "Oh," exclaimed Mistress Watt, joining her hands in a supplicating gesture, "please, sir, try to avoid a conflict." "Ah," replied the hunter sadly, "according to how things are turning out, I think it very unlikely." "Look," said the captain, as he entered the hall and showed them the document. It was enough for the 2 men to cast him a glance to know the deception. "This document is false," said Tranquil. "False! Impossible!" exclaimed the captain, filled with stupor. "They've deceived me in an abhorrent way. And now what do we do?" "That's exactly what unfortunately happened in this case," murmured the captain mechanically. The Black Deer rose and said in a majestic tone, "Here the pale-faces, for a sachem is about to speak." The opening of this speech presently surprised the chief's listeners, the young woman especially, upon hearing these words, felt her unease dissipate and joy well up within her heart. "E-skins?" The Canadian tried to intervene, but the chief silenced him with a gesture and continued. "My father has been deceived. He is a just warrior. His hair is grey. Wakanda has granted him wisdom. Even the Pawnee snakes are just. They wish to live in. Peace with my father, since he is innocent of the accusation, and another must answer for it. The Pawnee snakes," the sachem continued, "will return to my father all of the goods that were stolen from him. He, in turn, will agree to leave the Pawnee hunting grounds and retreat with all the pale-faces who came with him. The Pawnees will renounce the vengeance they sought for the murder of their brothers, and the war-axe will be buried among Rojas and the pale-faces of the West," I said. After these words there was a moment of silence. Those present were filled with stupor. Those conditions were unacceptable, and thus war seemed imminent. "What does my father say?" asked the chief after a while. "Woe to me!" "Captain," he replied with pain, "I cannot accept such terms. It's impossible. The most I can do is double the price I paid before." The chief shrugged his shoulders in disdain, and said with a smile of scorn, "The black deer was wrong. Pale faces truly have their tongues cut." It was impossible to make the sachem understand the true state of affairs. With that blind obstinacy characteristic of his race, he would not listen, and the more they tried to prove to him that he was wrong, the more convinced he became that he was wrong. Right. At a late hour in the night, the Canadian and black deer retired, accompanied by the captain, to the entrenchments. When they had left, Jaime Watt turned very thoughtful towards the tower. At the door's threshold he tripped over a rather bulky object and bent down to see what it was. "They'll soon get to know me. Live God! Oh!" he exclaimed as he stood up. "What on earth do they really want war for?" The object with which the captain had stumbled was a bundle of arrows tied with a serpent's skin. Both ends of this skin and the tips of the arrows were dyed in blood. The black deer, as it retreated, had left behind the declaration of war. All hope for peace vanished, and it was necessary to prepare for battle. Past the initial moment of stupor, the captain regained his composure, and though it was still night, he woke all the colonists and gathered them before the tower to hold a council and discuss ways to neutralize the threat looming over the colony. It's the Snake Pawnees. We will now clarify some points in this narrative that may seem obscure to the reader. The red men, despite their defects, have a strong attachment to the regions where they were born, an attachment bordering on fanaticism, which nothing can replace. But the reason for his expulsion is now time to disclose. The monkey-face had not lied when he told Captain Jaime Watt that he was one of the main chiefs of the Pawnee Serpents tribe. This was indeed true, though he had been very careful not to reveal why he had been expelled from the tribe. Cara Demona was not only driven by an unchecked ambition, but also, which is quite extraordinary for an Indian, he was completely devoid of religious beliefs and the weaknesses and superstitious credulity that his compatriots are all too prone to, Moreover, he was a man without faith, honour, or any sense of propriety, read his inclinations and tastes, and he had only adopted from white customs what was destined to complete his premature corruption. Therefore, when he returned to his tribe, his customs and language were in such total disagreement with what was done and said around him that he did not take long to arouse the contempt and hatred of his compatriots. Having been taken to the cities of American Union at a very young age, he had the opportunity to observe closely the eccentric civilization of the United States. Unable to understand the good and bad aspects of that civilization, and to maintain a just limit, as always happens in such circumstances, he had let himself be seduced by what most flat. His most bitter enemies were naturally the priests, i.e., the sorcerers, whom he had on several occasions tried to put in ridicule. Since the moment that Cara Demona fell out of favour with the omnipotent party of witches, his ambitious projects collapsed. All his intrigues failed, for a deaf opposition constantly undermined the plans he formed just as he thought they were on the verge of success. As all his measures were very well taken, he soon discovered that the one to blame for the continuous setbacks he suffered was none other than the chief witch of the tribe. For a rather long period of time, the chief not knowing whom to blame, prudently took a defensive stance, actively watching his enemy's moves, and patiently waiting, as was the foundation of his character, for chance to reveal the name of the man, on whom he should unleash his vengeance. This witch was an old man loved and respected by all for reasons of his wisdom and kindness. Monkey-Face, too weak to resist the execution of this sentence, withdrew with a heart filled with rage, and uttered the most terrible threats. We've already seen how he avenged himself by selling the land of his tribe to the Americans, thus bringing ruin to those who had punished him. The murder of the witch brought to its peak the horror that the wretched one inspired. In the act, the leaders expelled him from the territory of the nation, denying him fire and water, and threatening him with the severest punishments if he dared to appear before them. The monkey's face disguised its hatred for some time, but one day, in the midst of a heated council, it lost its temper, and, rushing upon the unfortunate old man, stabbed him repeatedly before all the tribe chiefs, while those present were unable to prevent the act. But as soon as he had achieved that vengeance which he had longed for so long, a singular transformation took place in the heart of that man. The sight of the region where he was born, and where his parents' ashes rested, awakened within him, with great intensity, the feeling of patriotism, a sentiment that he believed to be dead and merely dormant at the bottom of his heart. The shame for the hateful act he had committed by giving to his race's enemies the hunting grounds that he himself had roamed with full liberty for so long, the relentless pursuit of the Americans to alter the region's appearance and destroy their region's appearance, and destroy their ancient trees beneath whose shade he had found refuge. The honours bestowed by his nation, all these considerations combined, had made him reflect, and, desperate over the sacrilege that hatred would drive him to commit, he sought to approach his compatriots once more in order to help them regain what they had lost through his fault. That is to say, he resolved to betray his new friends for the sake of the old ones. That man unfortunately found himself on a fatal path, where every step he took was marked by a crime. It was easier for him than he thought to reconnect with his countrymen. They roamed the forests nearby the colony, dispersed and filled with despair. The monkey's face boldly presented itself to them. He was very careful not to reveal that he was the sole cause of their misfortunes, sent disappear and yield place to common vengeance, which was necessary to take from the pale faces, those relentless and eternal enemies of the red race. On the contrary, he represented his return as a merit, telling them that the news of the calamities that had suddenly befallen them on them rested the exclusive cause of his arrival, that if they had continued to be happy, he would never have seen. But that before such a terrible catastrophe as that which had overwhelmed them, every feeling more. In short, he made such a beautiful display of good feelings, he presented the step he was taking at that moment in such a favourable light, that he completely deceived the Indians, and persuaded them of the purity of his intentions and his good faith. Then, with the diabolic intelligence he possessed, he plotted a vast scheme against the Americans, in which he managed to involve other allied Indian tribes, and while appearing to remain friends with the colonists, he secretly organized and prepared for their complete destruction. The influence he had acquired over his tribe in so short a time was immense. Only 3 men retained an instinctive distrust of him, and watched all his actions with the greatest care. These 3 men were the Canadian hunter Tranquillo, Black Deer, and Blue Fox. Tranquillo could not account for the chief's behavior. It seemed extraordinary to him that the man would have become so friendly with the Americans. Several times he had asked for explanations about this, but Monkey-Face never answered him in a clear way, or simply avoided the question. Tranquil, whose suspicions grew stronger day by day, and who was determined to know for certain what he should adhere to regarding that man, whose dealings seemed increasingly suspicious, managed to have the Black Deer appointed by the nation's Grand Council to deliver the declaration of war to Captain Watt. To Monkey-Face, the choice of emissaries displeased him, for he knew them to be secretly his enemies, but he concealed his resentment all the more, since events had progressed too far to retreat, and everything was set for the expedition. Thus, Tranquil and Black Deer departed with the task of declaring war against the pale-faced ones. "I'm sure I'm wrong," the Canadian told his friend as they walked, "or we're going to learn something new about Kara de Mono." "Do you really think so?" "Absolutely. I'm convinced he's playing both ends against the middle, and misleading us all for his own gain. I don't have much faith in him, but I can't believe he'd be so brazen. Very soon we will know what to expect, but in any case, promise me one thing." "What is it?" "That only I am to speak. You know better than I the way to deal with pale-faced Westerners." "As you wish," replied Black Deer. "Act as you please." 5 minutes later they arrived at the colony. We have already mentioned, in the preceding chapter, the way they were received, and what transpired between them and Captain Watt. Ing warned them in advance, so that they are on their guard. That custom of declaring war on their enemies, established among the Indians, whom Europeans tend to consider as stupid savages, may seem extraordinary. But one must not be mistaken. The fur people Rojas have an eminently chivalrous character, and, unless it is a razzia, that is, the theft of horses or cattle, they never attack an enemy without have. A short distance from the colony, the two men found their horses, which they had left untied. For the most part, that chivalric spirit, exploited so skilfully by the Americans, who, to confess it to their eternal shame, are entirely devoid of it, has been what has secured the majority of victories for the whites against the redskins. They mounted and rode away quickly. "Come on," said Tranquillo. "What do you think of all this?" "My brother was right. Monkey Face has always betrayed us. It's obvious that this document comes from him." "What do you plan to do?" "I'm not sure yet. It might be dangerous to take his mask off at this moment." "I don't agree with you, boss. The presence of that traitor among us, no less than harm to our cause. Let's see him come face to face. It's a trend. But allow me, sir, one observation. I already heard, my brother. How is it that, after having known the falsity of the Sale Act, you have persisted in declaring war on that long knife of the West, since it has been proven that he was deceived by Monkey Face?" The chief smiled in a peculiar way. Cleverly, she said, "The pale face was deceived because it suited him." "I don't understand you, boss." "I'm going to explain. Does my brother know how to conduct a land sale?" "To be honest, no." "Oh. I confess that, as I've never had any land to sell or buy in my personal life, I haven't paid much attention to it at all." "Then I'll tell my brother about it." "Me? I am glad. What I most desire is to be educated, and then that may serve me on some occasion," said the Canadian, laughing. "Come on," said Tranquil. "That's very simple. A pale-faced man wishes to buy the hunting grounds of a tribe. He goes to seek the principal sachems of the nation, and after smoking in council the peace pipe, he makes his request. The conditions are discussed. In what council has the chief of Grey Cloud smoked his pipe? If both contracting parties agree, the main wizard of the nation draws a map of the territory. The pale-faced man delivers the goods. All the chiefs place their hieroglyph at the foot of the map. The trees are marked with an axe. The boundaries are established, and immediately the buyer takes possession. Where are the sachems who have dealt with him? Show me the trees that have been marked." "Grey." "Indeed, I think that would be difficult for him," the hunter replied. "It's likely." Head, the chief continued, knew that Monkey Face was deceiving him, but the territory suited him, and he relied on the strength of his weapons to hold on to it willy-nilly. Defeated by the evidence, and realizing too late his hasty action, he believed to solve all difficulties by offering us a few more packs of goods. When pale faces had a straight and honorable tongue— "Thank you," said the hunter, laughing. "I'm not speaking of my brother's nation, which I've never had to complain about. I'm referring only to the long knives of the West. So, can I count on my brother's cooperation? Does my brother still believe I was wrong to let the blood-stained arrows fall? Perhaps on this occasion, Chief, you were a bit hasty and let anger get the better of you, but you have so many reasons to hate Americans that I dare not criticize you." "Why should I deny it to you, Chief? His cause remains what it was, that is, just. It is my duty to help him, and I will, come what may. Ah, I thank my brother. His rifle will be of great use to us. We have arrived. It is time to make a decision regarding Monkey Face." "It has already been made," the chief replied succinctly. At that moment they emerged onto a vast expanse of open ground, with several bonfires burning in the center. Around the main fire, several chiefs were seated, silently smoking. 500 Indian warriors, painted and armed for battle, lay scattered across the grass at various points, while their horses, saddled and prepared, were being led around and nibbling on their feed. The 2 riders who arrived dismounted and quickly approached the fire, where Monkey Face was pacing restlessly. They joined the other chiefs and lit their pipes. Although everyone awaited their arrival impatiently, no one questioned them, as Indian etiquette forbids a chief from speaking until he has finished smoking his pipe. Upon hearing this news, the chiefs bowed their heads in a gesture of satisfaction. When Black Deer had finished, he shook the ashes from his pipe, attached it to his belt, and said, "The order of the sachems has been fulfilled. The bloody arrows have been delivered to the pale faces." Monkey Face approached and asked, "Has my brother Deer Black seen Greyhead?" "Yes," answered the chief dryly. "What does my brother think?" insisted Monkey Face. The Black Deer cast him a grim look and answered, "What matters the chief's thought now, since the Council of Sachems has decided the war?" "The nights are long," said Blue Fox then. "Will my brothers stay here smoking?" Calmly he took the word and said, "Great Knives are on alert, watching at the moment. Let my brothers return to horse riding and retreat, for the hour is not favorable." The chiefs made a gesture of assent. "I'll go out in the open," said Monkey Face. "Good," responded Black Deer with a fierce smile. "My brother is skilled, he sees many things, and will give us news." Carademono prepared to mount a horse carried by a warrior, but suddenly the Black Deer sprang up, hurled itself upon him, and roughly pressed a hand against his shoulder, forcing him to fall to his knees on the ground. The warriors, surprised by this sudden aggression, the reason for which they could not fathom, exchanged glances of astonishment, yet made not even the slightest movement to stand between the 2 chiefs. Monkey Face suddenly raised his head, and trying to free himself from the relentless pressure holding him to the ground, he said, "Does the spirit of evil torment my brother's mind?" The Black Deer smiled malevolently, and, unsheathing his skinning knife from his belt, spoke in a dark voice. "Monkey Face is a traitor. He has sold his brothers to the pale faces, and he will die." The Black Deer, renowned not only as a warrior, but also admired for his wisdom and loyalty within the tribe, had earned his reputation. No one questioned the accusation he just made, especially since they had known Monkey Face for a long time. To his face they were unfortunate. The knife had slipped, and it only cut a little flesh without causing a serious wound to the cunning and dexterous Indian. The Black Deer raised his knife. Its azure leaf, wounded by the reflections of the campfire's flame, produced a sinister lightning. But Monkey Face, making a supreme effort, managed to free himself, leaped like a beast, and disappeared among fur shrubs, issuing a shrill laugh. There was a moment of stunned silence, and then everyone rose in disarray to chase the fugitive. "Stop!" Tranquil exclaimed with a loud voice. "It's too late now. Hurry and attack the pale faces before that wretch has time to warn them, for he is surely already plotting new betrayals." The chiefs recognized the wisdom of this counsel, and the Indians prepared for battle, the battle. In the meantime, as we have said before, Captain Watt had gathered all the individuals of the colony in front of the tower. The number of combatants reached 62, including women. En defense. It may seem strange to European ladies that we include women among the combatants. Indeed, in the Old World, the time of Malphesus and Bradamantus has fortunately passed forever, and thanks to the increasing progress of civilization, the fair sex is no longer reduced to competing with men in valor. In Northern America, at the time when our history took place, and even today in the plains and hills, it is not otherwise. Often, when the war cry of the Indians suddenly reaches the ears of the settlers, women are compelled to leave their lairs. For the settlers, women are compelled to leave their gender-specific tasks, to take up a rifle with their delicate hands, and dedicate themselves resolutely to commo. In case necessary, we could cite many of those heroines with sweet looks and angelic eyes, who, in given circumstances, have faithfully fulfilled their duty as warriors, and fought like true devils against the Indian. It was to protect her children that all her shyness had vanished, replaced by a resolute and cold determination. Mistress Watt was no hero, not even by a long shot, but she was the daughter and wife of military men. She had been born and raised on the Indian frontier. Several times she had smelled gunpowder and seen blood flow, and besides, she was a mother. Thus, we repeat that among men and women the captain had 62 fighters around him. Her example had electrified the other women of the colony, and they all armed themselves, determined to fight alongside their husbands and fathers. Then she adopted her defensive arrangements. He tried to dissuade his wife from taking part in the fight, but that sweeter creature, whom up to that point I had seen so timid and obedient, flatly refused to abandon her purpose, and the captain was compelled to let her act as she willed. 25 men were distributed among the entrenchments under Bothwell's orders. The captain reserved command of a party of 24 hunters, to be dispatched to the most exposed points. The women, under Mistress Watt's orders, were left guarding the tower where the sick and children were placed. They then waited for the arrival of the Indians. It was nearly midnight when the Canadian hunter and the Pawnee chief left the colony. By 2:30 a.m. everything was prepared for defense. When they had reached 100 meters from the colony, the captain stopped. The table was hidden with great care, so that it might serve for the return, and the 3 men glided like ghosts through the darkness of the night. They threw a table across the moat, and the captain passed on, followed only by Bothwell and a hunter named Bob, a resolute and robust young man whom we have already had occasion to mention. The captain made his final round of the entrenchments to ensure everything was in order, and after ordering all fires extinguished, he secretly left the colony through a small door cut into the entrenchments, which only he and Sergeant Bothwell knew. "About Aud. What's it about?" asked Bothwell. "Gentlemen," he said in such a low voice that they had to lean towards him to hear him, "I have chosen you because the expedition we are about to attempt is dangerous, and I needed resolute men with me. The night is so dark that those damned pagans, if they wanted, could reach the very edge of the ditch without us being able to see them, so I have decided to set fire to the cut and stacked trees at regular intervals, and also to the collected roots in piles. At certain times one must know how to make sacrifices." "The idea is excellent," replied Bothwell. "Those bonfires that will burn for a long time will shed a brilliant light that will allow us to identify our enemies from far away and aim precise shots at them." "Yes," answered the captain, "but we must not underestimate how dangerous it is. It is undoubted that Indian explorers are already scattered across the plain, perhaps very near us, and when 2 or 3 campfires are lit, if we see them, they will also see us. Each of us will provide for our needs, and with the speed of our movements we will try to frustrate the tricks of those demons. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, that we will be working independently, and each one of us has to light 4 or 5 bonfires. Therefore, we must not depend on each other. To work!" The fuel and inflammable materials were distributed among the men, and they separated. 5 minutes later, a spark appeared, then another, and another after that. In 1/4 of an hour there were 10 bonfires lit. Weak at first, it seemed they hesitated for a moment. Then the flames grew, took shape, and very soon the whole plain was illuminated by the bloody reflection of those immense torches. The captain and his companions had been more fortunate than they had hoped on their expedition. They managed to set alight the piles of wood scattered across the valley without attracting the attention of the Indians. They hurried back at top speed to the entrenchments. It was time, because suddenly a terrifying war cry echoed behind them, and a large group of loose-running Indian warriors appeared at the edge of the forest, waving their weapons like a legion of demons. But they arrived too late to conquer the Americans, for these had crossed the ditch and were sheltered from their attacks. The battle was joined, but it no longer mattered much to him. A volley of rifle fire greeted the arrival of the Indians. Several fell from their horses, and the rest turned tail and retreated precipitately. Little to the captain. Thanks to his happy idea, it was impossible for there to be a surprise, as it looked like daytime. There was a moment of rest, which the Americans took advantage of to reload their weapons. However, the Pawnees had not abandoned their planned attack, and it was likely they were only retreating to consult. The colonists had a moment of unease upon seeing one after another of those immense bonfires lighting up the prairie. They believed it to be a trick by the Indians, but soon enough they were disabused with the captain's return. On the contrary, they congratulated themselves on that magnificent inspiration which allowed them to fire accurate shots. "Alert!" The captain, leaning on one shoulder against the fence, closely examined the deserted plain when he thought he saw an unusual movement in a rather extensive wheat field located about 2 rifle shots from the colony. He said, "The enemy is approaching." Each man put his finger on the trigger. Suddenly a great noise was heard, and the most distant pile of wood sank with a crash, throwing thousands of sparks. At that very moment another one sunk, then another, and another, until 4 piles had disappeared. "By God!" exclaimed the captain, "there's something devilish about this. It's impossible that that huge pile of wood is already burned." As soon as the logs hit the ground, they were scattered everywhere and put out quite easily. There was no longer any doubt as to the cause of those successive sinkings. The Indians, whose movements were neutralized by the light emitted from those monstrous lighthouses, had made up their minds simply to put them out, which they could do without. Complete safety, since those fires were beyond the range of shots. This tactic allowed the Indians to approach the stockades unnoticed. However, not all the piles of wood had been knocked down. Those that remained were all fairly close to the square, able to be defended by its fires. Despite it all, the Pawnees tried to put them out. The Americans burst out laughing and began whistling at the fugitives. "I think," Bothwell observed in jest, "that these good people find our soup too hot and feel they've come to taste it." But then the rifle fire started again, and bullets rained down on the besiegers, who, after holding their ground for a few minutes, were finally forced to flee, as there can be no talk of a retreat in the haste with which they disappeared. "Indeed," the captain replied, "it doesn't seem they are willing to return." The captain was mistaken, for at that very moment the Indians let loose their reins. Nothing could contain them, and despite the rifle fire, which they disregarded, they reached the edge of the trench. True, when they arrived there, they turned around and left as quickly as they had come, but not without leaving behind them numerous corpses mercilessly mowed down American bullets. But the project of the Pawnees had met with great success, and the whites, too late, with much displeasure, observed that they had hurried too much in celebrating their easy victory. Eager to assess the results of their enemy's charge, they were greeted in turn by a volley of gunfire and a shower of notched arrows that felled 15 men. There was a wave of terror among the whites when they suffered an attack by unseen enemies. Every Pawnee rider carried on his horse a warrior, who, upon reaching the ditch, had dismounted and, taking advantage of the confusion and smoke that prevented him from being seen, had hidden himself as best he could behind the fallen logs and irregularities of the terrain, so that when the smoke cleared, just as the Americans bent over the fence, 15 men fewer from one single blow was a terrible loss for the colonists. The battle took on serious proportions that threatened to turn into defeat, because the Indians had never shown such energy or ferocity in an attack before. There was no way to hesitate. At all costs it was necessary to dislodge those bold enemies from the position they had so dangerously ambushed themselves in. The captain decided to do so. Gathering around 20 resolute men, while the others watched over the barricades, he ordered the drawbridge lowered and boldly jumped out. Then the enemies drew their weapons and fought hand to hand. Suddenly an immense clarity illuminated that butchery scene, and screams of terror echoed through the colony. The fight became horrible. Whites and redskins, entwined like serpents, drunk with courage and blinded by hatred, sought to stab each other. The captain turned his head and let out a cry of despair at the horrifying scene before him. Here is what had happened. The tower and main buildings were ablaze. In the glow of the flames, the Indians leaped like demons, pursuing the colony's defenders, who gathered in several places, attempting a nearly impossible resistance. Americans could not possibly fear a surprise from the Missouri River. While Black Deer, Blue Fox, and the other principal chiefs of the Pawnees attempted an attack from the front of the colony, Tranquil, followed by Quoniam and some 50 chosen warriors, embarked in buffalo-skin canoes, glided silently down the river, and landed at the same colony without raising the slightest alarm, for the simple reason that the G, and assist their comrades in repelling the enemy. This unforgivable mistake cost the defenders of the colony However, we must do justice to the captain, and say that he had not left that point defenceless. He posted sentinels there, but unfortunately, in the disorder that followed the last charge of the Indians, the sentinels, believing they had nothing to fear from that quarter, had abandoned their post to go where they thought the danger was more pressing. He landed calmly without firing a shot. The Pawnees, as soon as they entered the colony, threw incendiary teas at the wooden buildings, and launching their war cry, they rushed upon the Americans, who were caught in the rear, placing them thus between two fires. Calmly, Queniam and some warriors who had not separated from them made their way to the tower. Mistress Watt, though attacked by surprise, prepared to defend valiantly the post entrusted to her care. The Canadian approached her with his hands raised to the sky as a sign of peace, and exclaimed, "Surrender, VV, in the name of heaven, or all is lost. The colony has fallen into our hands." "No," she replied resolutely, "I will not surrender to a villain who betrays his brothers to side with the Indians." "You are unjust to me," the hunter said sadly. "I come to save you. I do not want to be saved by you. Miserable woman! If you do not do it for yourself, at least do it for your children. Look, the tower is already on fire." The young woman raised her eyes, let out a cry of horror, and rushed in desolation into the building's interior. The other women, trusting the hunter's words, did not attempt resistance, and surrendered their weapons. Calmly he entrusted the care of those poor women to Queniam, adding some warriors, and quickly departed with the intention of halting the butchery that continued in all parts of the colony. As soon as Queniam entered the tower, he found Mistress Watt half strangled, and clutching her children in her arms with unprecedented strength. The captain, Bothwell, Bob, and about 20 Americans, the only colonists still alive, gathered in the center of the clearing, defending themselves with the desperation's energy against a cloud of Indians determined to be killed rather than fall into the hands of the fierce Pawnees. The kind black man lifted the young woman onto his robust shoulders. Then, gathering all the women and children, he led them to the banks of the Missouri River, so as to keep them out of reach from the fire and wait for the battle to end, without for the battle to end, exposing prisoners to the fury of the victors. At that time it was no longer a battle but a massacre, made even more terrifying by the refined barbarism of the Indians, who inflicted indescribable rage upon their unfortunate foes. However tranquil, through his pleas, and facing 1,000 dangers, managed to make them lay down their arms and finally stop the slaughter. The hunter quickly ran towards it, guided by a dark foreboding. Suddenly, cries, moans, and pleas were heard from the river-bank. Black Deer and his warriors followed him. When they arrived at the site where Queniam had gathered the women, a horrible sight presented itself. Mistress Watt and 3 other women lay motionless on the ground in the middle of a pool of blood. Queniam was lying before them, with 2 wounds, one to his head and another to his chest. It was impossible to get any information about what had happened from the other women, as they were nearly insane with fear. The captain's children had disappeared. The sale of the pasture land. Using our novelist privilege, we will now transport the scene of our tale to Texas, and pick up our story again, some 16 years after the events described in the previous chapter. The dawn began to dye the clouds with its nacre hues, the stars faded one after another into the gloomy depths of the sky, and on the last blue line of the horizon a reflection of a bright red color, harbinger of the sunrise, announced that it would be day in a matter of moments. The thousands of invisible birds, warm and tucked away in the undergrowth, suddenly awoke and sang their joyful morning concert, while the growls of beasts, as they left to drink and returned slowly to their unexplored lairs, grew ever more muffled and dark. All would imagine. At that moment a breeze arose. It was engulfed in the dense cloud of vapours that at sunrise are exhaled from the earth in those intertropical regions, making it flutter for an instant, tearing it apart and dispersing it into space, suddenly into space, revealing, like a theatre set, the most delicious landscape that the dreaming soul of a painter or poet could. In America, above all, it seems that Providence has taken pleasure in dispensing the most impressive effects of landscape, varying to infinity the contrasts and harmonies of that powerful nature that is only found there, collection of precious stones. Within the embrace of an immense plain, Completely surrounded by the densely tangled vegetation of a virgin forest, the capricious curves of a sandy path stood out, its yellow hue harmoniously contrasting with the deep green of the lush grasses, and the white silvery water of a narrow river that, bathed in the first rays of the sun, sparkled like A. Near the river, not far from the centre of the plain, stood a white house with columns forming a porch and a red-tiled roof. This house, tastefully covered in climbing plants that hung in broad swathes along its walls, was an inn or guest-house, built on the top of a slight eminence. She approached it by a gentle slope, and thanks to her position, she dominated the immense and grand landscape, as if seen by a condor circling close to the clouds. In front of the inn door, some 20 carts, picturesque in their grouping, had just mounted their horses, while some pack animals were quickly being loaded with 7 or 8 mules. "Come on," said the captain, as the officer bore the insignia of his rank on horseback, having already wasted too much time. On the road, several miles beyond the inn, they appeared as black dots almost imperceptible, several riders speeding away and about to enter the jungle we've spoken of, a jungle that rose gradually and was dominated by a band of high mountains, whose rocky and steep peaks blended nearly with the blue of the sky. Said the friar, "we'd barely had time for breakfast." The door of the inn swung open, and a young officer emerged, humming to himself. He was accompanied by a fat, portly friar with a voluminous belly and a very cheerful face. Behind them, a charming young woman, aged 18 to 19 years old, blonde and slender, with blue eyes and golden hair, pretty and graceful, appeared at the door threshold. "No, I'm going with you." "Why in heaven's name are you in such a rush, Captain?" "Holy man," replied the captain in an ironic tone. "If you wish to stay, you are quite free to do so," exclaimed the friar, making a gesture of horror. "Good heavens! I want to take advantage of your escort, V. Well then, hurry up, V, because in 5 minutes I will give the order to march." "Ah!" The officer, after casting a glance across the plain, signalled his assistant to bring his horse, and he mounted nimbly, with that distinctive grace of Mexican riders. He murmured, "I'm on board." The friar drowned in a sigh of sentiment, perhaps thinking of the hearty hospitality he was leaving behind to face the perils of a long journey, and with the help of the muleteers he managed to barely mount a mule, whose back buckled beneath that immense weight. "To horse!" cried the captain. The dragons obeyed at once, and for a few seconds a clattering of iron could be heard. The young woman of whom we have spoken had remained until then immobile and silent at the door threshold, as if possessed by an agitation. Secretly observing and directing around her restless glances, she fixed on 2 or 3 peasants who, reclining indolently against the walls of the inn, watched the caravan's movements with an indifferent yet curious gaze. It's true, but in the moment when the captain was about to give the order to march, the young woman approached resolutely, presenting a lighter, and said to him in a sweet and melodic voice, "Sir Captain, your cigar has gone out." The officer replied, and with a graceful bow towards her, he took the lighter, used it, and returned it, saying, "Thank you, beautiful girl," the officer said, staring at her intently. The young woman seized the moment, as the officer's face drew close to hers, to whisper quickly and softly these words, "Be careful, Captain." "How?" The young woman, without responding, placed her index finger on her pink lips, and, turning with vivacity, ran into the store. They would not dare. The captain straightened himself on the chair, furrowed his dark brow, and cast a threatening glance at the 2 or 3 individuals reclining against the wall, but then shook his head and muttered in disdain, "Bah!" They set off. So he drew his sword, and its blade launched a blinding flash of lightning as it caught the sun's rays, and taking the lead of the escort, he said, "Onward!" The mules followed the lead of the Nina, or guide mule, and the dragons, arranged around the herd, enclosed her in their centre. For a few moments the few peasants who had witnessed the troops' departure continued to watch their progress along the winding road. Then they entered the inn after another. The young woman was sitting alone on a stool, apparently engaged in an activity to make a dress. However, the barely perceptible tremor that shook her body, the blush on her forehead, and the timid glance she let slip beneath her long lashes when the peasants entered, made it easy to guess that the calm she pretended was far from her heart, and that, instead, a secret fear tormented her. The farmers were three, all men in the prime of life, with harsh and angular features, a steely gaze, and rough, brutal mannerings. They wore Mexican frontier attire, and were well armed. They sat on a bench, placed in front of a rough table, and one of them slammed a heavy fist down on the wood, and turned to the young woman, saying brusquely, "We want a drink." The young woman shivered, and immediately raised her head. "What do you gentlemen desire?" she asked. "Mezcal," they replied. She stood up, and hurried to serve them. The one who had spoken grabbed her by the dress, and stopped her at the moment she was about to leave, saying, "Wait a moment, Carmela." "Let go of my dress, Ruperto," said Carmela, with an awkward gesture. "You're going to tear it." "Nonsense," replied Ruperto, laughing insolently. "Do I judge you so poorly? No, but those manners are not suitable for me. Oh, you are not always so prickly, little one. What do you mean?" Carmela replied, blushing. "Enough. I understand myself. But that's not what this is about right now." "Well, then, what is it about?" the young woman asked in feigned surprise. "Haven't I already served you the mezcal you ordered?" Yes, but I have to tell you something." "Well, say it soon, and let me go." "She is very eager to escape." "Does V fear that her boyfriend will catch her talking to me?" Ruperto's companions burst out laughing, leaving the young woman quite embarrassed. Well, I don't have a boyfriend, Ruperto. You know that," she finally replied, her eyes filled with tears. "And it's wrong of you to insult an innocent girl." "I do not insult you, Carmela. What harm is there in a pretty girl having a boyfriend, even two?" "Let me go, V," the young woman exclaimed, making a sudden movement to free herself. "I will not let you go until you answer my question." "Well, sharp girl, please repeat to me what you whispered to that syrup-soaked captain." "I," responded Carmela, slightly confused. "What does V want to know?" I said. "Leave me alone, Ruperto. You're only happy when you torment me." "That's precisely the issue, child. I don't want you to have told him certain things, and that's why I need to know if you did." "It's possible, but I have nothing to answer." "Because you know that you've done wrong." "I don't understand." "Really?" The Mexican looked at her intently and said succinctly, "Don't change the subject, Carmela. The question I'm asking is very serious." "Then I'll explain it to you. In the moment that the officer was about to march, he said to V, 'Be wary. Would you dare to deny it?' The young girl paled, and trying to compose herself, she said, 'Since you have heard me, V, why do you ask?' The other two peasants had furrowed their brows upon hearing Rupert's accusation. The situation was growing grave. "Oh!" The young girl cast a look of terror around her, as if to implore absent protection. "Oh!" said one of them wisely, lifting his head. "Did he really say that?" "It seems so, since I heard it myself," brutally replied Ruperto. "He's not here," said Ruperto with a malevolent expression, "and therefore it's futile for you to look for him." "Who?" "He," replied Ruperto with irony. Carmela hesitated, caught between the shame of the assumption and the terror of her precarious position. "Listen, V, Carmela. You've been warned several times." "Well," said Bernardo, "V was already talking about our business more than was appropriate." "I will repeat now the words he said a moment ago," said V to the captain. "Be careful, sir." "Yes," replied the second speaker roughly, "because we might forget that you're just a child, and make her pay dearly for her informations." Ruperto exclaimed, slamming his fist on the table. "We are just enough to pass the verdict." "Bah!" said the third one, who had been content to drink silently up until that point. "The law must be equal for everyone. If Carmela has sold us out, she needs to be punished." "God! My!" Ruperto said, standing up, "or else something terrible will happen." Carmela cried, quickly freeing herself from the man's grasp that had held her until then. "Let me go! Let me go! Stop her!" The three men rushed towards the young woman. She, half dead with terror, made futile efforts to open the shutter and escape. "What's going on here?" But suddenly, just as the three men were laying their rough, calloused hands on Carmela's white and delicate shoulders, the door of the inn, which in vain they tried to open, flew open wide, and a man appeared on the threshold. He asked in a grim voice, and crossing his arms over his chest, he remained motionless where he stood, alternating glances with those around him. "Jaguar, save me thee," she cried, rushing toward him, filled with despair. The tone of that man was so menacing, his eyes launched such dark lightning, that the three men, terror-stricken, recoiled mechanically towards the wall in front of them, murmuring in horror, "Jaguar!" "Yes," said the Jaguar, his voice deep. "Yes, I will save you, Carmela, and woe betide anyone who lays a finger on your hair." Then, gently cooking her in his bony arms, he placed her with the greatest care in an arm-chair, where the young woman was half fainting. The man whom we have just so roughly brought onto the stage was still very young. His smooth face would have looked like a child's if its correct features, and a beauty almost feminine, had not been animated by two large black eyes, whose gaze had a dazzling brilliance and a magnetic force that few men thought they could withstand. His stature was tall, his body slender and elegant, his limbs well proportioned, his chest broad, his hair, as black as jet, escaped in profusion from his vicuña hat, garnished with a wide golden net, and fell over his shoulders in numerous curls. He wore the splendid and showy Mexican outfit. His velvet trousers in violet shade, opened above the knee and trimmed with a profusion of gold-engraved buttons, revealed his slender, nervous legs, elegantly encased in pearl-coloured silk stockings. His sleeve, a kind of cape resting on his shoulder, it was garnished with a wide gallon of gold. Sheet of white crepon pressed against his waist, and held a pair of pistols and a machete without a sheath, with a broad and bright blade hung from a steel ring. An American rifle, decorated with silver inlay, was slung over his shoulder by means of a gun sling. No one knew who that man was, or where he came from. Even his name was unknown, as they had been forced to give him a nickname, which he responded to without showing any hurt. In the appearance of that man, still so young, there was an allure so powerful, a dominant force so singular, that one could not look at him without loving or hating him. Such was the deep impression he unfailingly left on everyone with whom chance brought him into contact. Conversation. As for his character, the scenes that follow will reveal enough to understand. For now, we are spared from giving more detailed information. The initial surge of terror that had compelled the three men to retreat when the Jaguar appeared had gradually dissipated. Before the harmless appearance of the man they had long feared, they regained, if not courage, at least their audacity. Get rid of that prig. She has deserved not only what is happening to her, but also the punishment we are about to give her. The young man stood upright as if bitten by a serpent, and casting his interlocutor a gaze brimming with threats, he said, "Shut up!" Ruperto, the most cunning of the three, was the first to regain his cold blood, and reflecting that the individual who had caused them so much fear was alone, and therefore could not have the strength on his side, he advanced resolutely towards him, and said brutally, "By God's light, are you speaking to me that way?" "Ah!" "Well, then who should I speak to?" replied Ruperto insolently, even as a hint of unease crept into his voice over the manner in which his question had been received. Only the Jaguar spoke, and without another word it advanced slowly towards Rupert, holding him immobile with its captivating gaze, as Rupert watched its approach with growing terror. When the young man was just 2 steps away from the peasant, he stopped. This scene, so simple in appearance, was none the less bound to have a terrible significance for those present, as all the breasts were heaving, all the fronts pale. Suddenly Carmela leapt like a startled deer, and darted between the 2 men. The Jaguar, with his face ashen, his features contorted, his eyes bloodshot, and his brow furrowed, reached out his arm to grasp Ruperto, who, defeated by fear, made not even the slightest movement to free himself from that pressure, knowing it would be fatal. "Oh!" she exclaimed, clutching her hands together. "Have mercy on him! Do not kill him, for God's sake!" The Jaguar's face changed suddenly, and was replaced by an expression of inexplicable sweetness. "As you wish," he said. "He will not die, but he has insulted you, Carmela, and must be punished. On his knees, miserable," he added, addressing Ruperto and heavily resting his hand on the man's shoulder. "On his knees he begs forgiveness from this angel." Ruperto, rather than bending down, collapsed under the weight of that iron hand, and crawled to the feet of the young woman, murmuring shyly, Forgive me, forgive me." "Enough," said the jaguar then with a terrible accent. "Rise up, and thank God you have been spared my vengeance this time. Open field, Carmela, port tact." The young woman obeyed. "On horseback," continued the jaguar. "Go wait for me at Dry River, and under pain of death no one moves until I arrive." "Go!" The two young men were left alone in the tavern. The three men lowered their heads and left without responding. A moment later, the sound of their horses galloping echoed down the road as they rode away. The jaguar sat down at the table where the three men had been drinking moments before, rested his head in his hands, and appeared to be lost in deep reflection. Carmela looked at him with a mixture of interest and fear, too timid to speak. "Have you been there all this while?" he asked the girl. Finally, after a long time had passed, the young man raised his head and looked around as if waking from a deep sleep. "Yes," Carmela answered sweetly. "You did wrong," said the jaguar severely. "Your imprudence could have serious consequences. However, I dare not criticize you." The young woman seemed to hesitate for a moment. Nevertheless, she made up her mind, and confessed the words she had spoken to the dragon captain. "Thank you, Carmela. It is good that only you love me, and all others repel me. Don't I do well?" The jaguar smiled sadly, but he answered this question by asking another, a tactical maneuver common to those who wish to keep their thoughts hidden. "Now," he said, "tell me frankly what has happened between you and those wretches. You are a woman, and therefore ignorant of many things. Are you alone here? Completely alone? What an imprudence! How can Tranquil abandon V in that way? His duty currently keeps him in Mesquite. In a few days he must give a great battle. Well, but at least Quenium should have stayed by V's side. He couldn't, because Tranquil needed his help. It seems that the devil is mixed up in all this," said the jaguar in a bad mood. "It's insane to leave a young woman alone at a remote inn in the middle of nowhere for weeks on end. I wasn't alone. Lanzi was left with me." "Ah, what has become of him?" "One. Just before sunrise, I sent him to see if he could bring back any game. Very well thought of, by Jove. That's how you've left her, exposed to the rudeness and bad treatment of the first sailor, who feels like insulting her. I didn't think there would be any danger. Very. Do I suppose that you're now disillusioned?" "Oh," said Carmela, making a movement of terror, "I swear to you it will never happen again." "Well, but I think I hear Lanzi's footsteps." The young woman peered out the door and said, "Yes, he's coming." Indeed, at that very moment entered the man they had spoken of. His right hand held a shotgun. He was a man of about 40, with an intelligent and daring appearance. He carried on his shoulders a magnificent stag tied up, more or less in the same way Swiss hunters usually carry their hares. "Hello!" He made a gesture of disgust at seeing the jaguar, but none the less greeted him and placed his stag on the table. "Hello!" The young man smiled and said, "They'll return." "No, no," pleaded Lanzi. "The deer, once scared, never return to the regions they left, however great their interest in doing so." The jaguar said in a jovial tone, "It seems you've had a good hunt, Lanzi. The deer aren't scarce in the plain, are they?" "I once knew a time when there were more of them," Lanzi replied bluntly. "But now," he added, sadly shaking his head, "a poor man can barely kill a pair in an entire day. So then, my friend, you must resign yourself and take comfort." "Hey, that's all I do," murmured Lanzi, turning his back with an expression of discontent. And after this reply, he once again loaded the deer on his shoulders and entered another room. "Lanzi is not very friendly today," said the jaguar when he was alone with Carmela. "He dislikes finding you here." The jaguar furrowed his brow and asked, "Why is that?" Carmela blushed and lowered her gaze without replying. The jaguar examined her for a moment with a piercing look. "Why should it displease him?" "I understand now," he finally said. "My presence in this inn displeases someone, perhaps him. It doesn't seem like he owns the place." "That's true. Then it's Father V. who disagrees, isn't it?" The young woman nodded in agreement. The jaguar leaped to its feet with violence and rushed around the salesroom, head bowed and arms behind its back. "Answer me," insisted the jaguar. "No." After a few minutes of this walk, which Carmela observed with an anxious gaze, The jaguar suddenly stopped in front of her, lifted his head, and stared at her intently, asking, "And to you, Carmela, does my presence here displease you?" The young woman remained silent. "He said that," murmured Carmela hesitantly. "No," replied the jaguar with a bitter smile. "But V thinks about it, Carmela, only she doesn't have the courage to tell me directly. Why should I want you to leave?" The young woman raised her head sharply and answered with feverish animation, "You are unjust to me, unjust and cruel. He never hurt me. On the contrary, I always found him ready to defend me. Even today he didn't hesitate to protect me from the insults of the miserable who were mistreating me." "Ah! You admit it? Why shouldn't I confess it if it's true?" "I understand what you mean. I do not want to understand it. Don't you think I'm ungrateful?" "No, Carmela," replied Jaguar with bitterness, "but after all you are a woman. Here, when my father, or Quanium, or anyone else, accuses you, only I defend you. Is it my fault if, because of his character and the mysterious life he leads, you are placed outside common existence? Am I responsible for the silence that you insist on keeping about what concerns you personally? V knows my father, and knows how good, frank, and brave he is. Many times and through indirect means he has sought to drag V into an honest explanation, and has always rejected V's attempt. Therefore, blame no one but yourself for the isolation in which you find yourself and the solitude that surrounds you, and do not direct your reproaches to the only person who has dared to support and defend you against all." "It's true." "And you do not participate in it, do you?" asked the young man with vivacity. The jaguar responded with bitterness, "I am a madman, and I acknowledge my errors towards you, Carmela, for, as you say very well, among all that crowd, only you have been kind and compassionate to the reprobate, to the man pursued by general hatred, such stupid hatred as unjust. I would like to be able to immediately prove that you are right, and give lie to those who insult me cowardly in my absence, and tremble when I appear before them. No, I do not share his views, but I suffer from seeing your obstinacy, V, because, despite all they say, I judge him to be good." "Thank you, Carmela," asked Carmela, seeing that he paused. "Unfortunately, that is impossible for now. But I have hope that one day it will be lawful for me to reveal myself as I truly am, and remove the mask that weighs upon me. Then I must ask you a question and make a request." The jaguar hesitated a moment, then said in a choked voice. The young woman blushed slightly, but quickly recovering herself, she murmured in a low voice, "I will find you ready to answer both questions." "Really?" exclaimed the jaguar with joy. "I swear it to you." A flash of happiness lit up, like a ray of sun, the face of the young man. "Well, Carmela," he said with a deep accent, "when the proper time comes, I will remember your promise." Carmela lowered her head, giving a silent nod. A moment of silence fell. "I must leave," he said. The young woman went about her household chores with the grace and lightness of a bird, traits characteristic of women. The jaguar paced through the room, looking worried. After a few moments he approached the door and peered outside. "Ah!" Carmela exclaimed, fixing him with a scrutinizing gaze. "Yes. Have you sent Lanzi to prepare my horse?" she continued. "Perhaps if I told him myself, he'd do it grudgingly. It seems he's not devoted to me." "I'll go," the young woman replied, smiling. The jaguar watched her depart and let out a sigh. "What is this I feel?" he murmured, pressing his hand hard against his heart, as if he just endured a sudden pain. "Could it be what they call love? Can I possibly love?" He exclaimed after a moment, "Am I going mad? The jaguar! Can one love the reprobate? Take your cowboy boots, V, as Lanzi has asked me to deliver them." "Thank you," said the jaguar. A bitter smile contracted his lips. His brow furrowed, and he murmured in a hoarse voice, "Each man has his mission in this world, and I will fulfill mine." Carmela re-entered and said, "The horse will be ready in just a moment." And he began to tie them. To her legs, those 2 pieces of crafted leather that in Mexico soon take the place of gauntlets and serve to shield the rider from the horse's blows, while the jaguar, with one foot resting on the bench and his body leaning forward, was busy lacing up his boots. Carmela examined him intently with an expression of timid hesitation. The jaguar noticed this and asked, "What do you have?" "Nothing," the young woman stammered. "You're deceiving me, Carmilla." "Time is pressing. Tell me, what is it you want?" "Well," the young woman answered with growing hesitancy, "I need to ask a favor from you." "From me?" "Yes." "Speak soon, child. As you wish, I'll grant it beforehand. Did you swear it to me?" "I did." The young man stood up straight, as if a spring had pushed him. "Well, then, come what may, I wish that if you encounter the dragon captain who was here this morning, you would grant him your protection." "Ah!" he exclaimed. "Is it true what they've told me?" "I don't know what you're referring to, but I repeat my request. I don't know that man as I arrived here after he left." "Yes, you do," replied Carmilla firmly. "Why seek refuge if you wish to break the promise you made me? It's better to act with complete honesty." And he rushed precipitously out of the room, seized with the most violent anger. "Fine," answered the jaguar gloomily, with a biting tone of irony. "Relax, Carmilla. I'll defend your lover." "Oh, how well they call that demon jaguar!" exclaimed the young woman, collapsing onto a bench and breaking into tears. "He has a tiger's heart hidden within his chest." She hid her face in both hands and wept uncontrollably. At that very moment, Ferdinand, he heard the swift gallop of a horse fading into the distance. Carmela.8. Now, before we continue our narrative, it is necessary to provide our readers with certain important and indispensable details for the events that follow. The province we are referring to is Texas. Later happened, with the greatest indifference, she left to be colonized by Americans, who at that time seemed to have been tormented by that feeble invasion and expansion that today has become a kind of endemic madness for those worthy citizens. Among the provinces of the vast territory of New Spain, there is one, the easternmost of all, whose true value was constantly overlooked by the government of the viceroys, a neglect continued by the Mexican Republic, which, at the time of proclaiming independence, did not consider it worthy of forming a separate state, and without calculating what would spreading out far away those floods so common in other countries, and turning into putrid swamps. That magnificent region is one of the best situated in Mexico. From a territorial point of view, it is immense. No country has better irrigation. 9 considerable rivers carry their waters to the sea, increased by the countless currents that flow in it, all directions, and fertilize that land. These rivers, deeply channeled in slippery terrain, the climate of Texas is healthy and free from those horrible diseases that have given such sinister fame to certain regions of the New World. Texas's natural borders are the Sabine to the east, the Red River to the north, to the west a range of high mountains that encircle vast prairies and the Rio Grande, and finally, from the mouth of this river to the Sabine, the Gulf of Mexico. However, the honor of the first establishment that was attempted to be formed in that beautiful country belongs without dispute to France. We have already stated that the Spanish largely ignored the true value of Texas, even though they had known it for some time, as it is almost certain that in 1536 Cabeza de Vaca crossed it when he traveled from Florida to the northern provinces of Mexico. In fact, the ill-fated and famous Roberto de la Salle, tasked by the Marquis de Seignelay to discover the mouth of the Mississippi in 1684, made a mistake and entered the Colorado River, which he descended with great difficulty until reaching Lake San Bernardo, where he claimed the land and built a fort between Velasco and Matagorda. We will not go into greater detail here about that bold explorer who attempted to cross the unknown lands east of Mexico twice, and was cowardly killed in 1687 by evil men who were part of his troop. A more recent memory brings us back to Texas, for it was there that in 1817, under the name of Asylum Field, General Lalemant attempted to establish a colony of French refugees, the unfortunate remnants of the invincible armies of the First Empire. This colony, located about 10 leagues from Galveston, was completely destroyed by order of Viceroy Apodaca, in accordance with the despotic system observed at all times in the New World by the Spaniards of that era, which consisted of not allowing foreigners to settle under any pretext in any part of their territory, clean governments, and arouse the sympathy of intelligent men from all nations. We shall be forgiven for having given such careful details when one considers that this country, free for only 20 years, with an area of nearly 42 million hectares, inhabited by no more than 200,000 individuals, has, nevertheless, entered into an era of prosperity and progress that must inevitably attract the attention of Europe. The precious blonde and rosy angel that we have presented to the reader under the name of Carmela. In the period when the events we propose to relate took place, that is, in the second half of 1812, Texas still belonged to Mexico, but its glorious revolution had already begun, and it fought bravely to shake off the shameful yoke of central government and proclaim its independence. But before picking up the thread of our story again, we need to explain how Tranquillo, the Canadian hunter, and Quoniam, the black man who owed him his freedom, those two men whom we left in Upper Missouri, making life free from forest hunters, had settled, so to speak, in Texas, and how the hunter had a daughter, or at least he called her thus too. The sun was already near setting when the small caravan stopped in front of the inn. About 12 years before the day on which our story begins at La Venta del Potrero, Tranquillo had arrived at that very inn, accompanied by two companions, and a girl aged 5 or 6, with a keen face, blue eyes, pink lips, and golden hair, no other than Carmela. As for his companions, one was Quoniam, and the other a mestizo Indian named Lanzi. The windseller, who in that deserted country, located on the Indian border, was not used to seeing travellers, and especially not at such an advanced hour, had closed and locked the door to his house, and was preparing to rest, when the unexpected arrival of our characters forced him to change his plans for that night. However, with marked reluctance, and after repeated assurances from the travellers that she had nothing to fear from them, she finally agreed to open the door and let them into the house. For the most part, from the moment he decided to receive them, the innkeeper was what he should have been, that is, as attentive and helpful as the character of Mexican innkeepers allows, who, by the way, are the least hospitable race that exists. He was a well-fed little man, with fawning manners and a sly look, already of an age, but still sharp and alive. "Hey!" began under the sign of the most frank cordiality, while the girl, carefully wrapped in the soft hunter's cloak, slept with that tranquil and candorous indifference peculiar to such happy age, where the present is everything, and the future's not, yet exist. When the travellers had stabled their horses in the corral before a good supply of alfalfa, and they too had dined with the appetite proper to men who have just completed a long journey, a certain confidence was established between the innkeeper and innkeeper, and them, thanks to some glasses of Catalan brandy, generously offered by the Canadian, and conversation. "Comrade," said Tranquillo cheerfully to the innkeeper, handing him another glass, "it seems to me that you lead a very happy life here." Me, by Jove! You go to bed at the same time as the chickens, and I'm sure you'll sleep in. What else can I do in this cursed desert, where I've come to be lost for my sins? So, travellers are scarce? Yes? No? It depends on how V interprets it. Damn! It seems to me there are not two ways to understand it. Yes, there are two, and very different. By all means. I would be happy to know them. It's very simple. There are no shortage of wanderers of all colours and castes in the country, and if I wanted, they would fill my house every holy day. But the devil take it if they let me see the colour of their money. Ah, very well. But I suppose those gentlemen will not constitute your parish exclusively. Come on. No, there are also the brave Indians, the Comanches, the Apaches, the Pawnees, and who knows how many more, who from time to time come to roam around. It's a rough neighbourhood, and if you have no more than those parishioners, I begin to think as you do. Nevertheless, now and then you must receive pleasanter visitors. Yes, from time to time some lost travellers, like yourself, without a doubt, but the income is always far from covering the expenses. That's obvious. To your health. To yours. But then, allow me, sir, one observation, that he may consider indiscreet. You are quite right. Say, sir, say what you will. We are talking like good friends, and we need not be restrained. If you feel uncomfortable here, why on earth do you stay? Ah, there's the rub. Where would you have me go? By Jove! Ah! I don't know. Anywhere, but wherever you will be better off than here. Do you have anyone with you here? If it only depended on my will, said the innkeeper with a sigh. No, I am alone. Well then, who stops you? Darn it, what has to be? Money! Is there a ranch around here? Everything I possessed, and it wasn't much, I invested in building this house and settling into it, even that thanks to the ranch hands. Yes, about 4 leagues away is the Mesquite Ranch. Ah, said Tranquillo very thoughtfully. All right, go ahead. So you understand that if I leave, I'll be forced to abandon everything. Why doesn't V sell it? And who would buy it? Do you think it's easy to find someone around here with 400 or 500 francs in their pocket and willing to make a fool of themselves? By Jove! You never know. Maybe looking for it could lead to a finding. Come on, sir. Do you have any intention of mocking us? It isn't that so, he said, Tranquillo changing his tone suddenly, and I'll prove it to you. Let's see. Do you say you're selling your house for 400 euros? Did I say 400? Don't play games. You said it yourself. Very. Well, I admit it. And what else? What else? That I'll buy it from you if you want to sell it. You? Why not? By Jove! We'd have to see that first. It's clear, then. Do you want it, yes or no? The windbreaker locked eyes with the Canadian. It's a matter of taking it, or leaving it. Perhaps in 5 minutes my mind will change, so decide quickly. I accept, he said. Fair enough, but I won't give you 400 euros. Oh, exclaimed the windbreaker, surprised. I'll offer you 600 instead. The windfall remained stunned and promptly replied, It doesn't bother me, but there's one condition, Tranquil added. What is it? That you ride a horse tomorrow, immediately after the sale is finalized. Do you have a horse, sir? Yes, sir. Very well, then. Oh, you can be certain of that. Is it agreed? You'll mount it, ride off, and won't be back. Yes, sir. They will be. This concluded the conversation. Then, tomorrow at sunrise, the witnesses should be ready. The innkeeper imitated them. The travellers wrapped themselves in their blankets and pillows. They lay down on the hard floor of the room and fell asleep. He was accompanied by the hacienda's steward and 7 or 8 peons. According to their agreement, the stableman, just before dawn, mounted his horse and set about obtaining the necessary witnesses for the validity of the transaction. With this in mind, he went free rein to the Hacienda del Mesquite, and by the time the sun rose, he was already back. The butler, who was the only one who could read and write, drafted a deed of sale. Then he gathered all the witnesses and read it aloud. Calmly, he took out 37.5 ounces of gold from his belt and spread it on the table. Gentlemen, said the butler, addressing the witnesses, be you witnesses to the fact that Mr. Tranquillo, he paid the stipulated 600 pesos for the purchase of the Potrero sale. We are witnesses, they all replied. Then all the people present, with the butler leading the way, went to the corral located at the back of the house. Let these witnesses, gentlemen, said the butler, be witness that Senor Tranquillo, present here, takes legal possession of this property. God and liberty. God and liberty. When Tranquillo had upon reaching the corral, he snatched a handful of grass and threw it over his shoulder. Then, picking up a stone, he hurled it to the other side of the fence. In accordance with Mexican law, he had just taken possession of the property, exclaimed the onlookers. Long live the new guest! All formalities had been completed. The old innkeeper, true to the agreed arrangement, shook hands with the buyer, mounted his horse, and left, wishing him good luck. They re-entered the house, where Tranquillo served 2 glasses of wine to his witnesses, who were filled with joy by this unexpected generosity. Since that day he was never heard from again. Behold how the hunter arrived in Texas and established himself. He left Lanzi and Quanium at the inn with Carmela. As for him, thanks to the protection of the butler, who recommended him to his master Don Hilario de Varreal, he entered the Mesquite Ranch as a tiger hunter or tiger catcher. Over those reasons, all the questions they asked were fruitless. Tranquillo's companions, and even he himself, remained silent. As for the girl, she knew nothing. Although the district chosen by the hunter for his settlement was located on the Mexican border, and therefore almost deserted, from time to time certain suppositions arose among the cowboys and peons regarding the reasons that could have led such a bold and skilled hunter as the Canadian to retire there, but all attempts made by the curious to disgain. Then the curious, frustrated in their hope and weary of inquiries, gave up seeking an explanation for that enigma, trusting time, that great clarifier of mysteries, to finally reveal the truth so carefully concealed. But the weeks, months, and years passed without anything lifting even a corner of the veil that hid the hunter's secret. Carmela had become a delightful young woman. The sale had been made to a good parish. The hunter, not wanting to leave the young woman any longer in the dangerous position in which circumstances had placed her, actively sought to conjure the misfortunes he foresaw. That border, so tranquil until then due to its remoteness from cities and towns, felt the pulse of revolutionary ideas that had taken hold in the heart of the country. Travellers became more frequent, and the hunter, who had previously seemed indifferent to the future, relying on his secluded home for safety, began to feel restless, not for himself, but for Carmela, who was exposed, almost defenceless, to bold advances, not only from lovers drawn to her beauty like moths to a flame, but also from faithless and conscienceless men that the turmoil had birthed everywhere, roaming the paths like coyotes in search of prey to devour. For although it was impossible at that moment to know the ties that bound him to Carmela, who gave him the name of father, we can say that he genuinely cherished a paternal affection for her, and showed her absolute selflessness. Honem and Lancy imitated him in this. A smile from Carmela made them happy. The smallest gesture of bad humour from her saddened them. For those three men, Carmela was not a woman, nor a girl, but an idol that they kneeled before, and for whom they would have joyfully sacrificed their lives at her slightest hint. We must add that Carmela, despite knowing the full extent of her power, did not abuse it, and her greatest joy was being surrounded by those three hearts that were so faithful to her. Now that we have given these data, undoubtedly very incomplete, but the only ones we can provide, we will take up our narrative where we left off in our penultimate chapter, Portet, the silver conductor. We return now to the caravan we saw depart from the Potrero market at dawn, for which Carmela seemed to have a great interest. Formality. This officer was a young man of about 25 years, with fine and distinguished features, a bold countenance. He wore with supreme elegance the brilliant uniform of a captain of dragoons, from fear, not sympathy. D. Juan Melendez, de Góngora, though he belonged to one of the most noble and ancient families in Mexico, had wanted to owe his promotions in the army solely to himself, an uncommon ambition in a country where military honour is barely acknowledged, and where only higher ranks confer upon their holders a consideration that, from the people, is more A. However, Don Juan had persisted in his eccentric ideas, and each grade he achieved was not the reward for a well-delivered speech in favour of this or that ambitious general, but the prize for some real action. Don Juan belonged to that class of true Mexicans who truly love their country, and who, jealous of their honour, dream for him a rehabilitation, if not impossible, at least very difficult to achieve. The strength of virtue is so great, even over degenerate natures, that Captain Don Juan Melendez de Góngora was respected by all men who came into contact with him, and even by those who liked him the least. For the rest, the captain's virtue was neither austere nor exaggerated. He was a straightforward soldier, cheerful, helpful, brave as a lion, and always ready to assist, with his arm or his pocket-book, all those who sought his help, whether friends or enemies. There he was, as he was physically and morally regarded, the man who commanded the escort, and had granted his protection to the friar riding beside him. This worthy friar, of whom we have already had occasion to say a few words, deserves special mention. As for his physical appearance, he was a man in his 50s, almost as wide as he was tall, somewhat resembling a barrel that had been fitted with legs and a head, yet possessed with strength and agility. What singular chance could have taken him so far towards the border? Little common. His red nose, puffy lips, and flushed face gave him a youthful appearance that made two grey, sunken eyes, full of fire and determination, seem ironic and mocking. As for his moral character, he was no different from the generality of Mexican friars. That is to say, he was extremely ignorant, gluttonous, drunk, very fond of women, and superstitious to a high degree. In short, the best companion for tricks imaginable, taking his place well in all gatherings, and always telling some savoury joke. At that time, Texas, united with the province of Coahuila, still formed a single state known as Texas and Coahuila. This was what no one knew, and no one cared to know, since everyone was aware of the nomadic character of the Mexican friars, who spend their entire lives constantly running from one place to another without any purpose or interest most of the time, and only according to their whim. The caravan commanded by Captain D. Juan Melendez had left 8 days earlier from Nacogdoches to travel to Mexico. However, the captain, in accordance with received instructions, had deviated from the usual route, which was flooded with gangs of bandits of all sorts, and made a long detour to avoid certain dangerous passes through the Sierra de Sa, en Sabas, which he nevertheless had to cross, but on the high prairies, that is, where the lofty plateaus, gradually descending, no longer present those terrifying topographical features so dreaded by travellers. If not indispensable within the state to suppress revolutionary attempts and keep citizens on the path of duty, it was necessary that the 10 mules selected by the captain were loaded with a very precious cargo, so much so that the federal government, despite having few troops in the state, decided to have them escorted by 40 dragoons, led by an officer as A, renowned as D. Juan, whose presence in those circumstances would undoubtedly have been very necessary. In fact, those mules were carrying 3 million francs that would have been a significant gain for insurgents had they fallen into their hands. At that time, there were not 100 or even 60 mules, but only 10 that seemed to be insufficient for 40 resolute men to protect. The time had long passed when, under the rule of viceroys, the Spanish flag, flying at the head of a convoy of 50 or 60 mules laden with gold, was enough to protect effectively a money transport and guide it through Mexican territory safely. Such great fear did the mere name of Spain instill. The government had deemed it prudent to discreetly facilitate the long-awaited monetary transaction in Mexico. The day, time, and route of departure were kept tightly under wraps. A month. The bales were made so as to conceal as best as possible the nature of the merchandise they contained. The mules, sent one after another in broad daylight and entrusted solely to their drivers, had only reached 15 leagues from the city when they met up with the escort, which, under a plausible pretext, had been stationed in an old fortress for. It was a matter of life or death for them if it were stolen en route. Thus, everything had been foreseen and calculated with the greatest care and intelligence to ensure the safe delivery of that precious merchandise. The teamsters, who were the only ones aware of the value of their cargo, took great care not to reveal the secret, as what little they possessed served as collateral for the safety of their shipment, and the silver train moved in orderly fashion to the sound of the shears of the young girl. The drivers sang merrily as they goaded their mules at every turn. Come on, Father Antonio," he said to his portly companion. Now the banners of the long lances of the dragons floated gracefully, stirred by the morning breeze, and the captain listened indifferently to the friar's chatter, as he occasionally cast a scrutinizing glance at the desolate plain. "No, you should not feel having set out so early. The morning is magnificent, and everything promises us a good day." Yes, replied the friar, laughing. "Thanks to Our Lady of Solitude, Captain, we are in the best conditions imaginable for a voyage." "Wow, I'm glad to see you so happy. I was afraid that this morning's abrupt wake-up might have put you in a bad mood." "Bravo! Here is the translation of the text from Auto to English. There is a philosophy that I like." "By God, Captain," replied the friar with feigned humility, "we, unworthy members of the Church, must submit without complaint to all the trials that the Lord may send us, for life is so short that it's best not to see anything but the good side of things, in order not to waste precious moments of joy in vain sorrows. He is a good companion, Father, and I hope we will travel for a long time together." "That depends somewhat on you, Captain, sir." "Me? How so?" "Well, It will be according to the direction in which you propose to go." "Indeed," said Don Juan. "Then where are you going, father?" This old tactic of answering a question with another is excellent, and almost always yields good results. This time the friar was caught off guard, but, in keeping with the custom of his brethren, his response was what it had to be, namely, evasive. "Oh, for me," he said with feigned indifference, "all roads are almost the same. My habit ensures a good face and a warm welcome at every point where chance takes me. It's true, and for that very reason I should be surprised by the question you addressed to me just now." "Oh, it is not worth your thinking about it, Captain, sir. I would feel deeply offended if I had caused you any inconvenience, and I humbly request that you excuse me." The friar could not suppress a look of surprise. "Ah, really?" he exclaimed, casting a piercing glance at his interlocutor. "You have not in any way offended me, father. I have no reason to hide the path I intend to follow. That caravan of mules I am escorting does not interest me at all. Tomorrow or the day after, at most, I plan to separate from it." "Yes, indeed," the captain continued indifferently. "Those poor men have begged me to accompany them for several days, out of fear of the bands that infest the roads. It seems they are carrying goods of considerable value, and would not like to be robbed." "I believe you." "No, I didn't know." "Well, that's how it is. Therefore, I didn't want to deny them that insignificant favor which caused me very little trouble. But as soon as they consider themselves safe, I will abandon them and head into the prairies according to the instructions I have received, because, as you know, the brave Indians are beginning to stir. Here is the translation of the text from auto to en. Behold, a magnificent opportunity presents itself to you, brother Antonio. You must not squander it. A magnificent opportunity presents itself to me." The friar replied, surprised. "What is it, Captain, that you wish to share?" "The chance to preach to the infidels and teach them the dogmas of our holy faith," said Don Juan with unperturbed composure. Upon hearing such a singular proposition, the friar made a horrible grimace, and, with a burst of his fingers, exclaimed, "To hell with this opportunity! Let it be for other fools, for I have not the slightest vocation for martyrdom. As your father, and yet you do wrong." "It's so very possible, Captain, but the devil take me if I accompany you to see those unfaithful dogs. In 2 days' time I'll be separated from you." "Soon?" "Certainly. Very likely. Since you are heading to the plains, and will leave the herd you have been guarding at the San Jacinto Ranch, which is the last point of Mexican possessions on the desert frontier. Well, I'll continue walking with the herders. As we will have already passed all the dangerous places by then, there's nothing to fear, and my journey will proceed as usual. More pleasant than one could imagine." "Ah," said the captain, giving him a piercing look. "How many are there?" "2, Captain." The captain cast a scrutinizing glance around him, settled himself in the chair, and, addressing the soldier, said, "It's all right." But he could not continue this conversation, which seemed to interest him greatly, because a rider from the vanguard came up at a gallop, stood beside him, and, leaning close, whispered some words in his ear. "Keep an eye on them, V, but don't let them know they're prisoners. We'll interrogate them at the first resting point. Go meet up with your comrades." The soldier bowed respectfully without responding, and left at the same pace he had arrived. Captain Melendez had long since accustomed his subordinates to not question his orders, and to obey them without hesitation. We note this fact because it is very rare in Mexico, where military discipline is almost non-existent, and subordination is virtually unknown. Don Juan ordered the escort to close ranks and quicken their pace. The friar had witnessed with secret unease the conversation between the officer and the soldier, from which he could not catch a single word. When the captain, after carefully observing the execution of his orders, returned to his position next to Friar Antonio, he tried to make sense of what had just happened, and the expression of gravity that had suddenly darkened the officer's face. Oh, he exclaimed with a loud laugh. "What a grump V is, Captain! Have you seen 3 owls fly past your right? Pagans say it's a bad omen." "Possible," replied the captain dryly. The tone in which these words were uttered was neither gentle nor friendly, and the friar realized that conversation at that moment would be impossible. He took the hint, bit his lips, and continued walking silently beside his companion. The halt. An hour later, they reached the site where they were to camp. Neither the officer nor the friar had spoken a word, only that, as they drew near the place assigned for halting, each seemed more restless. Just as the caravan arrived at the designated resting spot, the sun had entirely disappeared below the horizon. That location, situated at the top of a fairly steep hill, had been chosen with that shrewdness which distinguishes the muleteers of Texas or Mexico. Any surprise was impossible, and the ancient trees that lined the ridge of the hill could offer safe shelter from bullets in case of an attack. The mules were unloaded, but against the established practice in such cases, the bales, instead of serving as a parapet or fortification for the camp, were piled up and placed out of reach of strayers who, chance or greed, might draw to that part when the shadows grew denser. 7 or 8 large bonfires were lit in a circle to keep away the wild animals. The mules received their cornmeal on blankets spread on the ground. Then, as soon as the sentinels had taken up positions around the camp, the soldiers and muleteers set about preparing a frugal supper that was necessary after the day's fatigue. The captain finished his dinner very quickly. Captain Melendez and the friar, slightly apart and placed beside a fire, lit especially for them, began to smoke their straws, while the officer's assistant hurriedly prepared dinner for his master. The meal, we must confess, was as simple as that of the other caravan members, but hunger gave it the privilege of being not only appetizing but almost succulent, despite consisting merely of some slices of bacon and 4 or 5 cookies. He stood up, and, as it had become completely dark, he went to check on the sentinels, to ensure everything was in order. These prisoners had been held up to that point in a secluded place. When he returned to his spot by the fire, Brother Antonio, with his feet towards the flames, and carefully wrapped in his soft cloak, was sleeping, or at least that's what he seemed to be. Diwan examined him for an instant with an indescribable expression of hatred and scorn, shook his head 2 or 3 times in a thoughtful manner, and calling his assistant, who stood a few steps away waiting for his orders, he commanded that the 2 steps away waiting for his orders, he commanded, prisoners be brought before him. Although they were treated with the greatest consideration, it was easy for them to observe that they were kept and watched with the utmost care. Yet, whether it was because they did not care, or for any other reason, they gave no sign or for any other reason, they gave no sign, understanding that they were detained as captives, since they had been allowed to keep their weapons. Without making any observations, they followed the chief's assistant, and very soon found themselves before him, and seeing their muscular forms and their energetic features, despite both being advanced in age, it was to be expected that when the time came for them to regain their freedom, they would be very capable of conquering it by force. The night was dark, but the flames of the fire cast a quite vivid light which illuminated the faces of the 2 men. Upon seeing them, Don Juan could not restrain a gesture of surprise. Then one of the prisoners quickly put a finger to his lips in a gesture asking for silence, and with a glance pointed at the friar lying near them. That's right. A few hours ago, the VVZs were found standing by the river bank. The captain understood the silent warning, to which he replied with a slight nod, feigning the greatest indifference, lit a cigarette, and said, "Who are the VVs?" "They're hunters," one of the prisoners answered without hesitation. "What were you doing there, sir?" "What is it?" "Well, what right do you question me? Look around you," answered the captain with irony. The prisoner cast a suspicious glance around him. Then, focusing again on his interlocutor, he said, "Before I continue to answer your questions, I'd like to ask you one." "Yes, I understand. With the right of force, isn't that so?" "Unfortunately, I do not recognize that right." "Comrade, your language is very proud." "I am a free hunter. I recognize no master and no law but my own will." "Hello, hello! It is the language of a man accustomed to not bending to any arbitrary power. You, V, have abused your power, not your strength, for your soldiers would have killed me before forcing me to follow them if they could. It was not my intention, but rather the ease with which I trusted them. Therefore, I protest before you, and demand that I be set free immediately." "Yes," said the prisoner bitterly, "Mexicans remember their Spanish ancestors, and, if necessary, they know how to resort to torture. Your haughty words impose on me in no way, and if I were to want to make you speak to me, I could force you to do so through certain irresistible arguments at my disposal." "Well, then, try it yourself, Captain. Who is stopping you?" Be quiet. What do you mean? I hope that my poor grey hairs will not falter before your youthful moustache. Let's drop it, exclaimed the captain in a bad humour. If I let you go, would I be freeing a friend or an enemy? Neither one nor the other. My answer seems very clear to me. Nevertheless, I don't understand it. I'll explain it to you in 2 words. Cable V, placed in diametrically opposite positions, chance has pleased itself today by bringing us together. Indeed. However, it is evident that when my soldiers found them, they were waiting for someone on this road. If we now part, we shall bear no grudge as a result of our meeting, since neither of us will have had cause to complain of the other, and it is unlikely that we shall ever meet again. Why do you think so? By Jove! The prisoner laughed, and, emphasizing his words, replied, Who knows? As you have told me, they are your hunters, and I see no hunt they could find by the side of the road. Perhaps we were stalking a hunt more precious than you imagine, and from which you would like to have your share. The friar made a slight movement and opened his eyes as if he woke up at that moment. Not yet, he replied. I am interrogating the 2 men that my vanguard seized a few hours ago. Street, he said, addressing the captain and struggling to suppress a yawn. Don't you sleep, Mr. John? Really? No. Ah, said the friar, casting a disdainful glance at the strangers. It seems those poor devils aren't very dangerous. Perhaps they are spies. Yes. But what can V suspect of those 2 men? Hey! Father Antonio assumed an air of paternal concern and replied, Spies. Do you fear an ambush? In the circumstances we find ourselves in, I think that assumption wouldn't be too far-fetched. Bah! It's true. In a country like this, with an escort like the one V has under his command, it would be extraordinary. Moreover, as I have heard said, those 2 men were caught without putting up any resistance, even though it would have been so easy for them to escape. Therefore it is evident that they harboured no evil intentions. If I were in your place, I would let them go where they pleased. Is that your opinion? Yes, certainly. It seems you're very interested in those 2 strangers. Not at all. I'm just telling you what I think is fair, and no more. Now do as you please, but I wash my hands of the matter. Perhaps you're right. However, I will not release these 2 individuals until they have told me the name of the person they were waiting for. Were they waiting for someone? At least that's what they say. It's true, Captain, replied the prisoner who had been speaking, but though we knew you were coming, it wasn't you we were expecting. Then who was it? I don't know. V? At great length. Do you want to know? Yes, indeed, replied the prisoner in a taunting tone. Well then, answer V, Father Antonio, said the captive, for only you can disclose the name that the captain demands of us. Me! Exclaimed the friar, leaping up and turning pale as a ghost. Ah, said the captain, turning to him, this is getting interesting. It was a singular spectacle that those 4 men presented, standing face to face around the fire, whose flames illuminated their faces with fantastic reflections. The captain indolently smoked his paper cigarette, looking with a mocking expression at the friar, whose face bore the struggle between fear and audacity, each detail easily discernible. Come on, don't act so surprised, Brother Antonio, said the prisoner finally, since you well know that it was you we were expecting. The 2 hunters, with their hands crossed over the end of the barrel of their long rifles, smiled derisively, and seemed to be enjoying internally the pregnancy and confusion of the man whom they had just placed on stage in such a harsh and brutal manner. Ah, never, replied the friar with a strangled voice, for my soul, that wretch is mad. I am not mad, father, retorted the prisoner brusquely, and you had better spare me those epithets with which you seem to take pleasure in offending my ears. Come now, resign yourself, said the hunter brutally, who had hitherto remained silent. Hey! I have no desire to dance at the end of a rope for your satisfaction. Which will undoubtedly happen, the captain observed calmly, if you do not decide, gentlemen, to give me a clear and categorical explanation of your conduct. Come on, do the right thing, the prisoner replied to Brother Antonio. You see for yourself. It's getting tricky for us. Oh! exclaimed the blind friar, seething with rage. I've fallen into a terrible trap. Enough, said the captain in a loud voice. This farce has gone on for too long, Father Antonio. It was a dangerous game. that V had been playing for a long time. One cannot serve both God and the devil at once without ultimately having everything uncovered. It is not you who have fallen into a horrible trap. On the contrary, it was me that you wanted to put in this situation. I have known you for a long time, and have the most detailed information about your plans. I have only wanted to challenge V with these good people in order to confuse him and tear off the hypocritical mask he hides behind." Upon hearing this harsh apostrophe, the friar stood motionless for a moment, bent under the weight of the accusations directed at him. Finally, he lifted his head and turned towards the captain, saying with an arrogant tone, "What are the charges against me?" Don Juan smiled contemptuously and replied, "They." What does V respond to that? "Nothing," said the monk dryly. He accused V of trying to bring down the silver conduct entrusted to my care into an ambush prepared by V, where at this very moment his worthy accomplices await us to rob and kill us. Right, because your denials would not be accepted. Just that, now that you are confessed and convicted, I won't let you escape without leaving an eternal memory of our encounter. Beware what you're going to do, Captain, because I belong to the church, and this habit makes me inviolable." A mocking smile arched the captain's lips, and he said, in a sarcastic tone, "Don't worry, they'll take your habit away from you." Most of the soldiers and muleteers, awakened by the voices of the friar and the officer, gradually approached and closely followed the course of the discussion. "Tie that man to a tree, and give him 200 lashes." The captain pointed at the friar with his finger, and, addressing the soldiers, said, "Take off your habit." "Wretched ones!" The soldiers stopped in fear at this anathema. "I could punish you for your audacity, but I forgive you," the friar screamed, beside himself. "At whoever of you dares to touch me, I curse you. For having laid hands on a minister of the altar, he will be condemned forever." The monk crossed his arms, and, defying the official with a triumphant air, said, "Unfortunate fool! God will take care of my vengeance. Goodbye. He will be the one to punish you when the time comes. Go! Shorten your way, you." Own prisoner, the very cause of the insult that had been hurled at him. The dragons, confused and frightened, slowly moved aside and hesitated before him. The captain, forced to acknowledge his impotence, clenched his fists and glared angrily around. Wait! The monk had almost emerged from between the rows of soldiers, when suddenly he felt himself restrained by an arm. He turned around with the evident intention of sternly reprimanding the audacious individual who dared to touch him, but his expression changed abruptly upon recognizing the one holding him, looking at him mockingly, for it was the unkeen. "V, a moment, father," said the hunter. "So, if you permit it, I will do this small favor for you." "Oh, I understand that those men, who are Catholics, fear your curse, and dare not lay a hand on you for fear of eternal flames. But it is very different. I am a heretic, as you know, and therefore I venture nothing in disrobing you." He then added, "That's right," said the monk, grinding his teeth. "I'll kill you, John. I'll kill you, wretched one." "Pish, pish," retorted John, forcing him to remove the habit he wore. "Threatened people live a long time." The bold action of the hunter had suddenly broken the charm that held the soldiers. "Now, my friends, you can carry out your captain's orders with complete safety. That man is now to you no more than any other, like a serpent. D his powerful chest." As soon as the feared habit stopped covering the friar's shoulders, ignoring the pleas and threats, the convict was bound with firmness to a tree, and received diligently the 200 lashes decreed by the captain, while hunters witnessed feed by the captain, execution, mocking the blows and laughing heartily at the sight of the wretched man contorting in agony. When the execution was finished, and he was released, he fell and remained on the ground like an inert mass. Upon reaching the 128th whip, the monk fell silent. His nervous system, completely disrupted, left him insensitive. Yet he had not fainted. His teeth were clenched. A white foam escaped from his lips. He stared fixedly before him, without seeing, giving no other proof of his existence than the deep sighs that occasionally agitate. They put his habit back on him and left him there, without caring about what might happen to him. The two hunters had walked away after speaking in low voices with the captain for a few moments. The rest of the night passed without incident. A few minutes before sunrise, the soldiers and muleteers got up to load the mules and prepare everything for the journey. Then the order was given to set off. "Where's the priest?" exclaimed the captain suddenly. "We can't leave him like this. We'll put him on a mule, and we'll drop him at the first ranch we find." The silver carriage set off and continued its journey. The soldiers hurried to obey and search for Brother Antonio, but all their efforts were in vain. He had disappeared without leaving any trace of his escape. 16. Political Summary. Don Juan furrowed his brow upon hearing this news, but after a moment's reflection he shook his head indifferently from side to side and said, "I am glad, for he would have hindered us on our journey." 8. Before proceeding, we will briefly state the political situation in Texas at the time the events we have referred to take place. From that time on, until the Second Mexican Revolution, Texas remained humiliated under the intolerable yoke of the military regime and defenseless against the relentless attacks of the Comanche Indians. Since the days of Spanish domination, the people of Texas have claimed their freedom with weapons in hand. But after several victories and defeats, they were finally defeated at the Battle of Medina on August 15, 1813, a nefast date by Colonel 1830 by Colonel Arredondo, chief of the Extremadura regiment, to which the militia of the state of Coahuila had been at. On several occasions, the United States had formulated ambitions regarding that country, maintaining that the natural borders between Mexico and the Confederation were the Rio Grande. But in 1819, forced to openly acknowledge that their claims were unfounded, they sought an indirect means to seize that rich territory and incorporate it into their borders. It was then that they unleashed that cunning policy, meticulously and patiently pursued, which would ultimately lead them to triumph. Only 8 years had passed since the arrival of the first Americans in Texas, and they already made up nearly all of its population. The Mexicans, constantly occupied in fighting each other in their endless civil wars, did not grasp the significance of American immigration that they themselves had encouraged at its outset. In 1821, the first American emigrants made their appearance, timidly and almost secretly, in the arms of the country, dispossessing the land, colonizing quietly, and becoming powerful within a few years, having made such significant progress by 1824 that they formed a compact mass of nearly 50,000 individuals. The Washington cabinet no longer hid his plans, and spoke clearly of purchasing Mexico's Texas territory, where the Spanish element had nearly disappeared, giving way to the entrepreneurial and mercantile spirit of the Anglo-Saxons. The Mexican government, finally awakening from its long slumber, realized the danger threatening it from the double invasion of the residents of Missouri and Texas in the state of Santa Fe. He wanted to contain American migration, but it was too late. The law promulgated by the Mexican Congress was impotent, and colonization did not stop, despite the Mexican posts scattered along the border, charged with stopping immigrants and forcing them to retreat. However, everything seemed calm at first. Nothing anticipated the time when the struggle would begin, as a perfidy on the part of the governor of the eastern provinces ignited it suddenly when least expected. General Bustamante, President of the Republic, realizing that he would soon have to fight against Americans, silently prepared for battle, and, under various pretexts, he directed several troops to the Rio Royo and Sabina, which did not take long to form a contingent of 1,200 men. Here is the event. The commander of Anahuac, without any plausible reason, ordered the arrest and imprisonment of several American settlers. The insurgents agreed to grant him that delay, and the officer used it to have the garrison of Nacogdoches come to his aid in haste. The commander, too weak to resist openly, pretended to concede their request, but he mentioned that he needed 2 days to complete certain formalities and protect his responsibility. The inhabitants of Texas had endured until then, without complaint, the countless insults that Mexican officers subjected them to, but upon witnessing this latest abuse of power, they rose as one and presented themselves armed in front of the armed commander, demanding with threats and cries of anger that their fellow citizens be immediately released. This garrison arrived just as the insurgents, trusting the governor's word, were withdrawing to their homes. In this interim, a proclamation in favour of Santa Anna removed General Bustamante from power amidst shouts of "Long live the Federation." Furious at having been treated so perversely, they turned back and made such an energetic demonstration that the Mexican official considered himself very fortunate to avoid a fight and return the prisoners. The colonists rebelled and joined the insurgents of Anahuac, who were still armed, and marched resolutely towards Fort Velasco, which they placed under siege. What Texas most feared was the system of centralism, from which it would never have obtained recognition as a separate state, and therefore the population of Texas showed unanimous support for federalism. The cry remained, "Long live the Federation!" But this time it masked a cry of "Long live independence," which those from Texas, much too weak, dared not yet utter. The strong Velasco was defended by a small Mexican garrison under the command of the brave officer Ugartequea. At that extraordinary sight, where the besiegers did not respond to the fortress's cannon fire with shots, but with rifle fire, those from Texas and the Mexicans displayed feats of valor and showed unprecedented determination. The colonists, skilled marksmen, ambushed behind massive trenches, fired like they were aiming at targets, and cut off the Mexican gunners' hands with bullets every time they tried to load their pieces. Things got so bad that Commander Ugartequea, watching his bravest soldiers fall mutilated, sacrificed himself and took matters into his own hands. Those from Texas, who could have given death to the brave commander 100 times, surprised by such heroic valor, stopped firing, and Ugartequea finally surrendered, renouncing a defense that was already impossible. Allied against them, he dispatched Colonel Mejia with 400 men to restore Mexican authority in Texas, which had already become very weak. After many hesitations and diplomatic maneuvers without possible result between people whose main weapon on both sides was treachery, the war finally broke out with fury. A permanent commission of public security was organized in San Felipe and Fe. People were called to take part in the struggle. However, the Civil War had not yet officially erupted when, at last, the man who was to decide the fate of Texas, and to whom the glory of making it free was reserved, appeared. "We mean Samuel Houston." This triumph filled the colonists with joy, but Santa Anna was not deceived by the object of the Texas insurrection. He understood that federalism concealed a very pronounced revolutionary movement, and far from relying on the appearances of allegiance of the colonists, as soon as his power had been consolidated enough to allow him to act energetic. From that moment, the timid and circumscribed insurrection of Texas became a revolution, this lending itself to one of these three forms of death. On the day on which our story begins, the exasperation against Mexicans and enthusiasm for the noble cause of independence had reached their peak. However, in appearance, the Mexican government remained the legitimate owner of the country, and the colonists were naturally called insurgents, and treated as such when they fell into the hands of their enemies, which amounts to saying that without any form of trial they were hanged, drowned, or shot, according to the place where they were captured. A few weeks earlier, a formal meeting had taken place between the garrison of Bijar and a detachment of Texas volunteers led by Austin, one of the most renowned leaders of the insurgents. This encounter marked the first significant event in western Texas following the capture of Fort Velasco, and fueled the revolutionary movement, spreading with the speed of a trail of gunpowder. Despite their ignorance of military tactics and numerical inferiority, the colonists fought with great valor and skillfully handled their single cannon, forcing the Mexican troops to retreat precipitously back to Bijar after suffering significant losses. Then, everywhere the cities raised troops to join the Liberator Army, resistance was organized on a large scale, and some daring leaders of bands began to traverse the territory in all directions, waging war on their own account and serving their own account, and cause, as they saw fit, which they believed they were defending. Captain D. Juan Melendez, surrounded on all sides by enemies who were the more formidable as it was impossible for him to know their number or guess their movements, having a mission of extreme delicacy, feeling at every step the presentiment of betrayal that threatened him without cease, not knowing where, how, or when it would fall upon him. Therefore he did not hesitate in the face of the need to impose an exemplary punishment on Father Antonio. D. To employ extreme precautions and unyielding severity if he wished to bring safely to port the precious cargo entrusted to him. Don Juan had set himself the task of clarifying his doubts at the first opportunity that presented itself. More skilful than he, and almost catching him in the act. For a long time, serious suspicions had weighed against the friar. His ambiguous behaviour had caused uneasiness and given rise to nothing favourable suspicions regarding his honesty. We have already said how he achieved this by making a countermine, that is, spying on the spy through others, eases he had been deprived of up until then. His thoughts went no further. This good man was simply a thief in a deserted place, but had nothing to do with politics. We will leave him for now to follow the two hunters he owed the harsh punishment he received, and who left the camp as soon as the execution was over. However, we must do justice to the worthy friar by saying that politics played no part in his actions. No, his thoughts did not rise to such heights. Knowing that the captain was tasked with escorting a silver service, he only sought to ensnare it in it, a trap to gain a share of its spoils, and make his fortune in one fell swoop, so as to secure the peerless. After having removed the constraints with which they were handled, the hunters put on the brakes, mounted, and with their spurs they set off at full gallop. These two men had walked away with hurried steps, and after silently descending the hill, they entered a dense forest, where, with complete calmness, they were feeding two magnificent horses from the plains, wild mustangs, with bright eyes and fine, strong hooves. They were saddled and ready to be ridden. Thus they ran for a long time, stretched over the necks of their horses, following no marked path, but always in a straight line, paying no heed to the obstacles in their way, which they traversed with amazing skill. And at last, an hour before sunrise, they came to a stop. They had reached the entrance to a gorge, flanked on both sides by high hills, the first slopes of the mountains, whose rocky peaks seemed to dominate perpendicularly the countryside. The hunters dismounted before venturing into the gorge, and, after tending to their horses and concealing them in some thickets, they began to explore the surroundings with the keen insight and caution Indian warriors seeking a trail on warpath. His searches were for a long time fruitless, which was easy to know from the expressions of disgust that they sometimes whispered. Finally, after more than 2 hours, thanks to the first rays of sunlight that had suddenly dispelled the darkness, saw certain almost imperceptible tracks that made them tremble with joy. Since his departure from the Mexican camp, not a single word had passed between the two hunters, who seemed to act under the influence of a deep concern that rendered every conversation useless. Free from the worry that had plagued them, they went to where their horses were, lay indolently on the ground, and rummaging through their saddle-bags, they extracted everything necessary for a modest lunch, which they devoured with the terrifying appetite characteristic of men who had spent all night riding at a gallop across mountains and valleys, prey on imprudent ones who let themselves be caught off guard. Do you think we did well, eh? For the rest, it is notable how silent men accustomed to desert life can be. They go entire days without uttering a word. They speak only when necessity compels them to, and most of the time they use mime, which has the undeniable advantage of not revealing their presence to invisible enemies who are always lurking and ready to pounce like birds of prey. When the first hunger of the hunters had been somewhat allayed, he whom the friar had called John lit his short pipe, placed it in a corner of his mouth, and passing the tobacco pouch to his companion, he spoke in a low voice, as if he had feared being heard. "How are you doing, Sam?" "Effectively. That's how I think, John," Sam replied, by nodding affirmatively. "He's sharp as a devil, my friend." "Bah," said the other in contempt. "There's not much merit in deceiving those brutish Mexicans. They're quite savage. Nevertheless, the captain has fallen into the net with particular grace." "Hey!" "It was not the captain that I feared, for I have long since won his favour, but that damned friar. So, it seems, Sam, if we do not arrive in time, it is very likely he would have swindled us out of the deal. Isn't that right, John? By God!" I laughed with all my soul as I saw him twist under the whip's lash. Revenge? Indeed, it was a beautiful sight, but do you not fear, sir, that he might arrive before us? Those monks are as rancorous as devils. "Pah!" What can we fear from such a worm? He'll never dare look us in the face. It doesn't matter. It's best to be on guard. Pah! Our work is treacherous, you know that, V. And it could happen that one day the damned animal will play us a bad trick. Let V be of this. What we have done has been proper to a just war. It is true. B.V. assured that the friar, in an analogous situation, would not have failed to do the same to us. So go to hell. And all the more so, since the prize we coveted could not have come more opportunely for us. Will, I would never have forgiven myself if I let it slip away. We stay ambushed here? It's the safest option. Besides, don't we have a rendezvous at this very spot? We'll always have time to meet with our comrades when we see the herd emerge from the plains. That's right. I completely forgot. And look, V, while we're talking about wolves, here comes our man. The hunters sprang to their feet with alacrity. They seized their weapons and hid behind a rock in order to be ready for any event. They launched themselves out of their hideout and advanced towards him with the right arm extended and an open hand in a sign of peace. I heard the rapid gallop of a horse drawing nearer by moments. Very soon a rider emerged from the gorge. He urged his steed forward and stopped calmly and haughtily at a distance of 2 steps from the hunters. The horseman, who was an Indian warrior, responded to these peaceful demonstrations by floating his bison-skin cloak. He then dismounted, and without further ceremony went to shake the hands extended to him by the hunters. It's true, Chief. There's nothing to say. You have a notable accuracy. Welcome, Chief, said John. We were eagerly awaiting you. Look at my brothers at the sun, replied the Indian. The blue fox is punctual. Time waits for no one. Warriors are not women. The blue fox would like to hold counsel with his pale brothers. That's fair, Chief, John replied to V's observation. We'll deliberate. I look forward to finally understanding ourselves. The Indian greeted his interlocutor with grave respect, sat down on the floor, lit his pipe, and began smoking contemplatively. The hunters took positions next to him, remaining silent, just as he did, for the duration of their tobacco-filled pipes. Finally, the boss shook the ash from his finger and prepared to speak. At that very moment there was a detonation, and a bullet whistled through the air, nearly cutting off a branch just above the boss's head. Calm. The 3 men sprang to their feet, grabbed their weapons, and stood ready to bravely repel the sudden attack of their enemies. Those 2 men were Tranquil, the Canadian, and his friend Quanium, the black man. About 50 steps from them, in thick underbrush, there was a 2-month-old colt tied to the foot of a gigantic catalpa tree. Between the hacienda of Mesquite and the Venta del Potrero, soon to be halfway between those 2 points, that is, about 40 miles from each, on the night of the day when our story begins, there were 2 men sitting by the edge of an unknown stream, conversing, while they ate some toasted meat and cooked apples. The poor animal, after making vain efforts to break free from the bonds that held it, eventually realized the futility of its attempts and lay sadly on the ground. The 2 men whom we left as youths at the end of our prologue had by then reached the second half of their lives. Although age had made little impression on their iron bodies, however, some streaks of grey began to silver the hunter's hair, and some early wrinkles marked several points on his weather-beaten face. However, aside from these slight signs that mark the maturity of age, nothing denoted any decay in the Canadian. On the contrary, his eyes remained bright, his body was straight, and his limbs as muscular as before. As for the black man, nothing seemed to have changed. He was not even slightly flushed, but he was considerably bulkier and no longer slender, though he had lost none of his unique agility. The spot where the 2 hunters were camped was undoubtedly one of the most picturesque on the plain. Ned pearls that glistened on the bushes. The river flowed calmly between its rocky banks, stretching far away like a wide strip of silver, and reflecting on its serene surface the trembling rays of the moon, which had reached nearly 2/3 of its course. Such was the silence that reigned in that desert that one could hear the fall of a dry leaf, or the quiver of a branch shaken by the passage of a reptile. The night wind had cleared the sky, whose dome of deep blue was now studded with countless stars, in whose centre appeared the Southern Cross. The moon shed its silvery rays, giving objects a fantastical appearance. The night had that delicatesse, transparency peculiar to twilight glows. At each gust of breeze, The trees shook their damp leaves and rye. The two hunters spoke in low voices. But strange in men so accustomed to forest life, asps, say of cloth full of holes, was shivering from tooth to tooth. Their night camp, instead of being established on the summit of a height, according to the invariable rules of the prairie, was situated on the contrary at the edge of a cliff that descended in a slope smoothly to the river, and in whose mud, numerous footprints were imprinted, more than suspicious, for most of them belonged to large carnivorous bicolters. Despite the fairly penetrating cold of the night and the abundant and frozen dew, the hunters had not lit a fire. Nevertheless, it was evident that they would have liked very much to warm themselves at the blazing flame of a campfire. The black man. Above all, who was dressed very lightly in a pair of trousers that left his legs bare, and with a pie. What about today? He hasn't seen V, the girl, Quanion. Calmly, being better protected by the Mexican peasant garb, he seemed to take no notice of the cold, with his rifle between his legs, periodically searching the darkness with his unwavering gaze, or attentively listening to some noise that only he could perceive. He spoke to the black man without deigning to pause for his contortions or shivers. He said, "No, it's been 2 days since I've seen her," replied the black man. The Canadian sighed and answered, "I should have gone there. That girl is very isolated in the inn, especially now that war has driven all sorts of bad people and border stragglers to that area. Pah! Carmela is not stupid, and won't be rushed into defending herself if insulted." "Yes," murmured the hunter, "but after all, Lancy is only a man. Moreover, Lancy does not leave her side for a single instant, and V already knows he is faithful." "By all means," exclaimed the Canadian, squeezing his rifle with both hands. "If any of those scoundrels dare touch her—" "Don't torment yourself that way," he said calmly. "You know very well that if anyone dares insult her, she won't lack for defenders. You are brutal with the ideas that get into your head without reason." "What a thing! By Jove! I love that girl very much, Quanion. I love her too. Bah! It's very far from here. Look, V, if you want, as soon as we kill the jaguar, we'll go to Potrero. Is that suitable for you? Just a 3-hour walk at most." "Damned animal. Say why." Calmly. "Do you know that it's very cold, and that I'm literally freezing? What is it doing now? It's probably prowling around instead of coming straight here. To be killed, right?" he said calmly with a smile. "Who knows? Maybe he suspects what we're planning for him. It's very possible. Those devilish animals are so cunning. Look, V, the horse is already shivering. He must have caught a whiff of something." The Canadian turned his head slightly and said, "No, not yet." "Well, we have enough for the night," muttered the black man with an ill-humoured gesture. "You always have to be the same, Quanion. Impatient and stubborn. Even if we are facing into the wind, it's obvious to me that he has smelled us. No matter how much I tell you, you always insist on not understanding. How many times have I repeated that the jaguar is one of the most cunning animals that exist? And you are cautiously circling around us, fearing to come too close to our position. As you say, you are going from one side to another without any apparent purpose. Ah, do you really think this joke will last much longer? No, because by now you must be feeling thirsty. It's just a matter of time. I see that now. We've been here on guard for nearly 4 hours. He fights with 3 feelings: hunger, thirst, and fear. Be assured that the latter will be the weakest. It is merely a matter of time. Patience. The hardest part is over, and I'm sure we won't be long in receiving news from him. God hear you, because I am freezing to death. Do you believe so? I would almost dare to bet on it. Is the jaguar at least big? Yes, its tracks are wide, but unless I am greatly mistaken, it is mated. It's impossible for a single jaguar to cause so much damage in less than 8 days. That's what Don Hilario has assured me. 10 heads of livestock have disappeared. "Oh," he exclaimed, rubbing my hands together cheerfully. "Since it is obvious that he has cubs, then let us go on a good hunt." "That is exactly what I have assumed," I replied. "It is essential that they have young ones when they approach the farms so closely." At that moment a deep rumbling growl, somewhat resembling the hurtful meow of a cat, broke the profound silence of the desert. "There is his first alarm cry," said Quanion. It's still far away. Oh, not. It won't be long before it draws near. Yet he isn't targeting us at the moment. Be quiet. There I was, telling you he was close by. Then who? Listen, V. At that very moment, a cry similar to the first, but coming from the opposite side, rang out nearby. The Canadian replied peacefully, "I didn't doubt it. If you don't know the customs of tigers, who will?" said Quiniam. "You understand that you are lost." "I hope not." The poor colt had risen, and his whole body was shaking. Half dead with fear, with his head hidden between his front legs, he stood firm on all four, emitting a sort of whimper. Poor innocent animal. "The jaguar will drown him." "Yes, if we don't kill him first." "I confess to you, V," said the black man, "that I would be very happy if that unfortunate colt could escape." "He will escape," said the hunter. "I have chosen him for Carmela." "Nonsense. Then why did you bring him here?" "Get accustomed to the tiger." "Hush!" Almost at the same time, two even more powerful roars rang out. "That's a good idea, so I don't have to watch that side either. No, just think of the jaguar coming from your right, and let me handle the other one." "Agreed." "He's thirsty," Tranquillo observed. "His anger is rising, and he's starting to approach." "Good. Should we get ready now?" "Wait, V. Our enemies are still hesitating. They haven't reached the point of rage where all caution is forgotten." The black man, who had stood up, sat down again, philosophically. Thus passed a few minutes. From time to time, a gust of night wind, laden with wavering whispers, swept over the hunters' heads like a whirlwind, and faded away in the distance like a sigh. Suddenly, the Canadian shuddered and leaned sharply towards the ground. "Oh!" he exclaimed, straightening with a gesture of terrible anxiety. "What is happening in the forest?" The tiger's roars erupted like thunder. The two men were serene and immobile, their eyes fixed on the space, their ears attuned to the desert's noises, their finger on the rifle's trigger, ready to confront the first sign of the invisible enemy, though they instinctively sensed his approach and impending attack. "Alert!" a horrifying scream responded, and the frenzied gallop of a horse drawing nearer at breakneck speed could be heard. "Alert!" Tranquil cried out. "Someone is in danger of death. The tiger is pursuing them." The two hunters boldly set off towards the place where the roars were resonating. The gruff growls of the jaguars continued uninterrupted. The entire forest seemed to quiver. Inexplicable noises emerged from unseen lairs, sometimes resembling mocking laughter, and other times cries of despair. The gallop of the horse that the hunters heard first seemed to have become multiple, and resounded in opposite points. "Oh!" Suddenly, a cry of anguish more piercing, more desperate than the first, was heard nearby. The hunters, longing and out of their minds, continued running in a straight line, jumping over ravines and ditches with a terrifying speed. The terror they felt for the unknown ones whom they wanted to rescue gave them wings. "It's her, Carmela!" Tranquillo exclaimed, possessed by a kind of vertigo, and leaping like a wild beast, he hurled himself forward, followed by Quiniam, who had not left his side for even an inch during that mad dash. Suddenly deathly silence reigned over the desert. Every sound, every murmur had ceased as by magic. Only the anxious breathing of the hunters still running could be heard. "Cheer up, child! Cheer up!" A roar of fury was unleashed by the tigers. A crack of branches shook nearby shrubs, and a massive mass, jumping from the top of a tree, passed over the Canadian and disappeared. At the same instant, a lightning bolt rent the darkness, followed by a shot, to which responded almost immediately a cry of agony and a scream of terror. A masculine and stressed voice exclaimed at close range, "You are saved!" The hunters, through a supreme exertion of energy, accelerated even further the already incredible speed of their chase, and finally emerged onto the scene of the struggle. Then a singular and terrible spectacle presented itself to his terrified gaze. On a fairly small clearing, a fainting woman lay on the ground next to a wounded horse that was thrashing in its final convulsions of agony. That woman was motionless, like she was dead, and, eagerly awaiting their assault, two young tigers, curled up like cats, fixed their burning eyes on her and were ready to attack. A few steps away, a wounded tiger rolled on the ground, roaring with fury, trying to throw itself at a man who, with one knee on the ground, had his left arm wrapped in the numerous folds of a zarape, leaning forward and holding a machete in his right H. What we have taken so long to the hunters described it in one glance. With the speed of lightning and a gesture of sublime simplicity, the bold adventurers took their positions. Behind that man a horse, with its neck stretched, mouth foaming and ears flapped back. It trembled, filled with terror, holding itself steady on all fours. Another tiger, perched on the strongest branch of a tree, fixed an intense gaze on Fee. Dismounted rider, lashing its powerful tail through the air and issuing harsh yowls, while Queniam rushed towards the two puppies, seizing them by the neck and slamming their heads against a rock. Tranquil brought his rifle to his face, and with one shot felled the female tiger just as she leaped from the tree onto the rider. Then, turning with extreme agility, he killed the second tiger with a blow of his gun butt, and laid it at his feet. "Ah," the hunter said with a sense of pride, setting his rifle down on the ground and wiping his sweat-soaked forehead. "She's alive!" Queniam exclaimed, understanding all the anguish contained in his friend's exclamation. Only fear had caused her to faint. "But she is saved. My God!" The hunter slowly removed his cap, and raising his eyes to the sky, he murmured with an indescribable accent of gratitude, "Oh, thank you." Meanwhile, the rider, miraculously saved by Tranquillo, approached him, and extending his hand, said, "On my honor, I'll seek revenge." "Perhaps. I've done no more than anyone else in my place would have." "I am the one who owes you, V," the hunter replied frankly. "Without your sublime selflessness, we would have arrived too late." "What is your name, brother?" "Heart of Loyalty." "And yours?" "Relax. From today, we will be friends until death." "I accept, brother." "Now let us think of that poor young woman." While Corazon, Leal, and Tranquillo replaced Queniam by the young woman's side, the black man hurried to gather dry wood and light a fire. The two men once again shook hands and approached Carmela, to whom Queniam was offering all the possible aid, but without succeeding in rousing her from the deep fainting into which she was plunged. However, after a few minutes, Carmela slowly opened her eyes, and soon found herself in good enough spirits to explain the reasons for her presence in that forest, instead of soundly sleeping at the ranch. This account, which took several hours due to the young woman's weakness and the intense emotions she had gone through, we shall relate to the reader in a few words in the following chapter. 1c. The Trampers of Arkansas. A18. Lanzi. Carmela stared at the wild jaguar's erratic movement across the fields for a long time. "She hates him," she whispered to herself, deeply moved. "She hates him. Does he want to save him?" When at last she saw him disappear into the distance amidst a forest, she sadly lowered her head and returned to the inn with slow, thoughtful steps. She collapsed onto a seat, and for some moments was lost in deep reflection. "I'll save him." Finally, he raised his head. A feverish blush colored his face. His eyes, so sweet, seemed to be emitting lightning. He exclaimed with sovereign determination. After this declaration, he stood up and crossed the room with a hurried step, partially opening the stable door and shouting, "Lanzi! What do you want, miss?" replied the mestizo, who at that moment was busy feeding alfalfa. "Come, V. I'll be there in a moment." To two horses of great value, belonging to the young woman, whose special custody was entrusted to him. In fact, after 5 minutes at most, he appeared at the door of the room. "What can I do for you, miss?" "Oh," he said, with that quiet obsequiousness habitual in servants pampered by their masters. "I am very busy at the moment." "It is very possible, my good Lanzi," replied Carmela sweetly, "but what I have to tell you admits of no delay." "Oh," said the mestizo with a tone of surprise. "What then?" "Nothing." "A favor from me?" "Yes." "In particular, my friend, everything is in order with the sale, as per custom. I just have to ask you for a favor." "Speak up, miss. You know I belong to you body and soul. It's getting late, and it's unlikely that any traveler will stop at the inn at this hour. There is no reason to assume that." "It is true, miss." "Well, then, I want you to close the sale." The mestizo raised his head, mentally calculated the sun's movement, and finally said, I don't think any travellers will arrive today. It's close to 4 o'clock, however. There could still be a chance they come. Close the sale? Why? I am leaving. To tell it to V? Is it really very important? Yes, indeed. Then speak, child. I am all ears. Uneasy. The young woman cast a deep, questioning look at the mestizo, who stood before her, resting her elbows coquettishly on a table, and said in an indifferent tone, I am uneasy, Lancy. What? Why? Because of my father's prolonged absence. Well, it's only been 4 days since he was here. He's never left me alone for so long. But the mestizo scratched his head, a bit confused. In short, said the young woman, interrupting him resolutely, I'm worried about my father, and I want to see him. But it's too late. Oh, go, V. We'll close the deal and harness the horses, and we'll head to La Hacienda del Mesquite. It's not far, and in 4 or 5 hours we should be back. The more reason to leave right away. However, no observations. Just do as I command. The mestizo inclined his head without responding. He knew that when his mistress spoke like that, obedience was necessary. Don't make me uncomfortable, child, replied the mestizo, shrugging his shoulders significantly. Hey, don't you know I'd go through fire for you? The young woman took a step forward, placed her white and delicate hand on the mestizo's shoulder, and brought her fresh and beautiful face close to his, adding with a sweet smile that made the poor wretch tremble with joy, Don't be embarrassed by... Oh, this whim. My good Lancy, I suffer greatly. All the more so, I'll do whatever you suggest. Servant, it wasn't to Tranquillo's side that he wanted to go, but God had decided that the plan swirling his mischievous red head would not meet with success. At the moment Carmela, completely dressed and ready to mount her horse, re-entered the room, Lancy appeared at the door leading to the stable with a face twisted by terror. Then he proceeded with the greatest haste to secure the doors and windows of the shop, and immediately returned to the stable to saddle the horses, while Carmela, possessed by a nervous impatience, he removed the clothes he had been wearing, and donned another, more comfortable outfit for the journey he was planning, because he had deceived the old. Carmela hurried towards him, thinking he was injured, and asked with interest, "What's wrong?" "We're lost," Lancy replied with a muffled voice, casting a look of terror around him. "How lost?" exclaimed the young woman, turning pale as a corpse. "What do you mean, my friend?" Carmela followed him. The mestizo touched her lips with a finger to silence her. He gestured for her to follow, and glided into the corral with cautious steps. The corral was surrounded by a fence made of wooden planks about 2 meters high. Lancy approached a spot where there was a rather wide gap through which the field could be seen, and pointing it out to his mistress, he said, "Look, V." The young woman obeyed and pressed her face against the boards. It was beginning to grow dark, and the shadows, growing denser by the moment, rapidly took over the field. Yet the darkness wasn't yet enough to prevent Carmela from making out a large group of horsemen several 100 meters away, racing towards the store in all directions. A single glance was enough for the young woman to recognize that these riders were brave Indians. Their Apaches. Those warriors, numbering 50, wore their full combat gear, and, leaning over the necks of their horses, as untamed as they were, they brandished their long lances overhead as a challenge. Exclaimed Carmela, stepping back in terror. How had they arrived here without any knowledge or report of their invasion? Defend ourselves. The mestizo sadly shook his head and said, "In a few minutes they'll be here. What do we do?" exclaimed the young woman resolutely. "They don't seem to have any firearms. Hidden behind the walls of our house, we can easily hold them off until sunrise." "And then?" asked the mestizo in a tone of doubt. "Then, with excitement," Carmela replied. "God will help us? Amen," said the mestizo, less convinced than ever of the possibility of such a miracle. "Hurry down to the living-room, V, and bring all the firearms in the house. Perhaps those pagans will retreat if they are met with force. Moreover, who knows if they will attack us? Hey! Those demons are very cunning, and they know very well the people in the house. Don't count on V to leave without having seized the sale." "Well," exclaimed Carmela resolutely, "let it be as God wills. We will die fighting bravely, instead of letting ourselves be caught cowardly, and becoming slaves to those wretched, heartless, and merciless miscreants. "Current," replied the mixed-race man, electrified by his master's enthusiastic words. "Battle. You know, V, miss, that I'm not afraid of a fight. Keep those dogs in check, because if they don't watch their step, perhaps I'll play them a nasty trick they'll never forget." The conversation ended there for the moment, as our characters needed to prepare their defences, which they did with remarkable speed and intelligence, indicating this wasn't the first time they'd found themselves in such a critical situation. And husbands. Carmela was right. It was a detachment of brave Indians that arrived at a gallop. Soon they were by the house and completely surrounded it. Do not be surprised, reader, at the virulent enthusiasm displayed by Carmela on that occasion, for on the borders, where they are constantly exposed to raids by Indians and vagabonds of all kinds, women fight alongside men, and, forgetting the weakness of their sex, when the occasion arises, they know how to show themselves as brave as their brothers. Generally Indians, on their expeditions, proceed with great caution, never showing themselves in the open, or advancing, unless they are extremely circumspect. On this occasion it was easy to see that they were confident of victory, and fully aware that the fort was undefended. When they had reached about 20 meters from the house, they stopped, set foot on solid ground, and it seemed like they were consulting each other for a moment. Lanzi had taken advantage of those moments of respite to pile all the weapons in the house onto the living-room table, that is, around 10 rifles. Although the doors and windows were tightly locked, thanks to the numerous open grates spaced along the walls, it was easy to observe enemy movements. "Come on," he said after a moment. "Everything's taken care of." Carmela, armed with a carabine, had positioned herself bravely in front of the door, while the mestizo, with a worried expression, paced back and forth, entering and exiting, and seemed to be finishing up an important and mysterious task. "Let me act. Return V to placing that carabine on the table, miss. It is not by force, but only by cunning that we can overcome those demons. What is your plan, V?" "But what about you? Don't worry about me. Just spur your horse on. I don't want to leave you behind. You will see, V, I've cut 2 boards from the fence of the corral. Ride on horseback, and as soon as I hear you open the inn door, get away at full gallop." "Nonsense. Let me act according to my whim, I say. Let's not waste time. I am old, my life is already a thread, but yours is precious, it must be saved. No, unless you tell me, V, I won't say anything. You'll find Tranquillo at the Deer Ford. Not a word more." "Ah, well then." "Really?" said Carmela. "I swear I won't move from beside V, whatever happens." "You're crazy. Have I not told you that I want to play a trick on the Indians?" "Yes, that's all there is to it." "Does V tell me the truth?" "Indeed." "Well, you'll see, V. Only, as I fear some imprudence on your part, I want you to go first. In 5 minutes I will meet you, V. Will you promise me that? But what are you planning to do? Don't think I'm going to waste time staying here. There they are, the Indians. Go out and don't forget to run as fast as you can as soon as I open the door, and head for the Deer Ford. Go! But I count on Go." "It's agreed," said Lanzi, abruptly interrupting her and shoving her towards the corral. "Well, then, I shall die." The young woman obeyed with very bad grace. But at that moment some hurried knocks resounded at the door of the shack, and the mestizo took advantage of this demonstration by the Indians to shut the gate of the corral. "I have sworn to protect Tranquillo, come what may," he murmured, "and I can save her only by dying for her. But he lives God, I must have a magnificent funeral." "Who is there?" asked the mestizo in a calm voice. "Peaceful people," they answered from outside. They knocked on the door again, but this time with such force that it was easy to foresee that the boards would not withstand for long. "Oh my," said Lanzi, "for peaceful people they sure are. Vivite. Open, a unique way of announcing themselves. V, open V." The voice from outside repeated. "With pleasure, but who guarantees that you don't want to harm me? Open V, or we'll break down the door." And the knocks continued. Oh, said the mestizo, "you're not messing around? All right, I'm coming." The knocks stopped. The mestizo unlocked and opened the door. Lanzi had stepped aside to let them pass. The Indians rushed into the house, shouting and howling with joy. He smiled at the sound of a horse galloping away quickly. The Indians paid no heed to that incident. "We want a drink," they exclaimed. "What do you want me to give you?" asked the mestizo, trying to gain time. "Firewater!" cried the Indians. The orgy began. Lanzi quickly served them. Lanzi's carelessness, which counted on this surge of natives, allowed Carmela to leave unnoticed and unmolested. As soon as the door opened, the redskins rushed into the room in a stampede, knowing they had nothing to fear from the inhabitants of the ranch. So far, they have managed to escape that disastrous tendency towards drunkenness which decimates and brutifies their compatriots. Among all the Indians, the Apaches have an uncontrollable passion for strong liquors. Only the Comanches made an unwavering sobriety among them. Suddenly, the mestizo felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned around. A Native American stood before him, with his arms crossed over his chest. Lanzi watched with disdain as the redskins gathered around tables, drank their fills, and emptied the boots placed before them. The Indians' eyes began to gleam. Their faces lit up. They spoke wildly at once, no longer knowing what they said, thinking only of getting drunk. "What do you want?" he asked. "The Blue Fox is a chief," replied the native, "and he must speak with a pale face." "No, isn't the Blue Fox satisfied with the way I've received him and his companions?" "That is so. The warriors drink, but the chief wants something else." "Ah," said the mixed-race man, "I am very sorry, for I have given all that I had." "No," dryly replied the Indian. "How can that be? Where is the young woman with golden hair?" "I don't understand you, Chief Bee," said the mixed-race man, who, on the contrary, understood perfectly well. The Indian smiled. "Look at the pale face of Zorro Azul, and you will see that he is a chief, not a child, to be entertained with lies. What has become of the young woman with golden hair who lives here with my brother? The woman you speak of, if it is the young lady to whom this house belongs, as you refer. Yes. Then she is not here." The boss gave him a piercing look and said, "A pale face lies. Find her, V. She was here an hour ago." "It's very possible." "Where is she?" "Find her, V. A pale face is a dog whose hair I must tear out." "Good luck to you, V," replied the mestizo in a mocking tone. "Dog!" Unfortunately, Lanzi, as he spoke these words, had cast a triumphant glance towards the pen. The chief caught this look at once, rushed to the pen, flung open the door, and let out a cry of fury upon seeing the breach in the fence. He had just understood the truth, he exclaimed, and grabbing his skinning knife from his belt, he threw it with rage at his enemy. But the half-breed, who was watching him, dodged the blow, and the knife embedded itself in the wall just inches from his head. Lanzi straightened up, leaped over the counter, and charged towards the Blue Fox. The Indians rose tumultuously, and grasping their weapons, they sprang forward like beasts in pursuit of the mestizo. He, upon reaching the threshold of the corral door, turned around, discharged his pistols into the middle of the crowd, then swiftly mounted his horse, and spurring it with his spurs, he forced it through the gap in the fence. At the same instant, a terrible crash was heard behind him. The ground trembled, and a confused mass of stones, beams, and debris of all kinds fell around the rider and his horse. The Potrero barn had just collapsed, burying under its ruins the Apache warriors who had invaded it. This is the bad luck that Lanzi had intended to play on the Indians. Now it will be understood why I had insisted that Carmela leave so soon. Unfortunately, the night was too dark for him to be sure that he was not mistaken, so to say. The hunt. Through a singular stroke of luck, neither the mestizo nor his horse were hurt. The mustang, with steaming nostrils, flew across the prairie as if he had wings, harried constantly by his rider, who urged him on with both gesture and voice, for he thought he could hear the gallop of another horse behind him, as if pursuing him. The reader is likely to judge that Lanzi's method of dealing with the Apaches was somewhat violent, and that he should only have resorted to it as a last resort. The justification for the mestizo is as simple and easy to expose. The brave Indians, when they cross the Mexican border, surrender without mercy to all sorts of chaos, employing the greatest cruelty against the unfortunate whites, who fall into their hands. and to whom they profess an hatred that nothing can quench. Their bloodthirsty nature would have prevailed, and then they would have indulged in cruelties utterly unjustifiable, simply for the pleasure of inflicting pain on an enemy of their race. Lanzi's position, alone, with no hope of rescue from anyone in such a remote place, at the mercy of some 50 demons without faith or law, was extremely critical, even more so considering that the Apaches, as soon as they had been roused by strong liquors, whose abuse leads to a kind of furious madness, would already have recognized no restraints. Moreover, the mestizo had an imperious reason to show no consideration. At all costs it was necessary to secure, however it might be, Carmel's salvation, for he had made tranquil a solemn oath to defend her, even at the risk of his own existence. In this particular case, he knew that his life or death depended solely on the capriciousness of the Indians, and therefore had nothing to fear. Lanzi was a cold, pragmatic, and methodical man, who never acted without first carefully reflecting on the probable outcomes of success or failure. Once he made up his mind, he carried out his resolution with the cold-bloodedness we've mentioned. Thanks to his steady nerve, he had enough time to mount his horse and flee. On that occasion, the mestizo dared nothing, knowing that he was already sentenced by the Indians. If his project succeeded, he might escape. If not, he would die. But as a brave frontier dweller, taking a significant number of his relentless enemies, taking a significant eye to their graves with him. However, it was not all over yet. The mustang's gallop still echoed behind him. He heard a stirring unease behind him, proving that his plan had not gone as well as he'd hoped, and that one of his enemies had escaped, and was now in pursuit. The mestizo increased the speed of his run, forcing his horse to make countless circles and turns in order to lose his pursuer, who was stubbornly following him. But all was in vain, for he could still hear behind him the determined gallop of his unknown follower. The right and left, like a legion of sinister and threatening ghosts, all converge to increase the terrors of the unfortunate one who is possessed by an indescribable vertigo, submerged in a nightmare all the more horrible because he knows the danger, but does not know how to conjure it. No matter how brave a man may be, no matter how great the energy with which he is endowed, nothing dulls his valor so much as finding himself threatened in the midst of darkness by an invisible enemy, and for this very reason untouchable. The very reason untouchable. Fee! Darkness of night, the silence that reigns in the desert, the trees that, in a careless race, file past too. Lanzi, with furrowed brows, trembling lips, and a forehead bathed in cold sweat, ran for several hours across the field, leaning over his horse's neck, not following any fixed direction, always pursued by the sound of the galloping horse in hot pursuit. What a peculiar thing. Since that gallop was first heard, it did not seem to have drawn very near. One might suppose that the unknown rider, satisfied with following the track of him whom he pursued, took no care to catch up with him. Meanwhile, the first excitement of the mestizo had gradually subsided. The cold night air had somewhat clarified his thoughts, and he regained his serenity along with the clarity needed to assess his position rightly. When this thought struck him like a bolt of lightning, a fiery blush colored his face, a flash leaped from his eyes, and he abruptly stopped his horse, determined to put an end at any cost to his pursuer. Lanzi was ashamed of that childish terror, unworthy of a man like him, who for so long and out of concern for his personal safety had caused him to forget the sacred duty he had imposed on himself to protect and defend at the risk of his life Fei, daughter of his friend, or at least to whom he considered as such. The horse, suddenly halted in its gallop, bent its trembling legs, emitting a cry of pain, and stood still. At the same instant, the sound of the invisible horse's gallop ceased. "Hey! Hey!" muttered the mestizo. "This is starting to get complicated." And drawing a pistol from his belt, he cocked it. Immediately he heard, like a funeral echo, the dry noise of a pistol being fired, which his adversary also carried. However, this noise, instead of increasing the suspicions of the mestizo, seemed to calm him down. "What does this mean?" he thought to himself, shaking his head with marked concern. "Have I made a mistake? Is it not with an Apache, according to that, with whom I have to face off? Hey! After this reflection, during which Lanzi had tried in vain to distinguish his unknown enemy, he cried out loudly. "An unusual answer," replied Lanzi. "Who is V?" And V responded a masculine voice, emerging from the darkness, with an accent at least as resolute as the half-castes. "No more nor less singular than your question, V." These words had been spoken in the most pure Castilian. "With great pleasure," replied the other. "Shut up!" exclaimed a voice that the mestizo immediately recognized as Lanzi. The mestizo, now sure that he was to deal with a white man, banished all fear, and, dismounting his pistol, he put it back on his belt, saying in a good-humoured tone, "Just as I am, sir, you must have needed to take a rest after such a long run. Do you? Want to rest together?" "Yes, indeed," he exclaimed joyfully. "By all means. Madame Carmela, I did not expect to find you here." Our three characters gathered. The explanations were brief. Fear does not calculate or reason. The only difference was that the mestizo was judged to be pursued by the Apaches, while Carmela thought she had them right in front of her. When the young woman, giving in to Lanzi's persistence, left the tavern, she rushed blind down the first path that presented itself before her. Carmela on one side, Lanzi on the other, swept away by a futile terror. They had fled without seeking to understand the sentiment that impelled them, excited only by the interest of their own conservation, that supreme weapon given by God to man torch the nation, avoid danger in extreme cases. Fortunately for her, God had willed that at the moment the sail flew off with a terrible crash, Carmelita, half dead with fear, and thrown from her horse, was found by a white hunter. He, filled with compassion upon hearing the tale of the misfortunes that threatened her, generously offered to escort her to Tranquillo's ranch, where she desired to place herself under his immediate protection. Therefore they took every care to maintain a considerable distance. So the young woman and her guide set off at once in the direction of the hacienda, but, dominated by 1,000 suspicions, the gallop of the mestizo's horse made them believe that an enemy party was ahead of them. Carmela, after having examined with her eyes the hunter, whose open look and friendly face revealed loyalty, accepted his offer with gratitude, trembling at the thought that darkness might drop her in the midst of Indian bands that undoubtedly infested the paths to which her ignorance of the surrounding areas would inevitably deliver her, to regain control and escape any suspicious movements from their supposed enemies. This explanation dispelled all worries among the three characters. Carmela and Lanzi felt very happy to have encountered each other in such a providential way. As soon as the hunter returned, Lanzi was telling the young woman, "Why should you tire yourself out any further tonight, miss?" While the mestizo recounted to his mistress how he had dealt with the Apaches, the hunter, as a prudent man, took hold of the reins and led the horses to dense bushes, where he hid them with great care. Then he returned to his new friends, who had sat, as now, down on the ground to rest for a while. "Our new friend and I will build you a shelter in no time, under which you'll be perfectly safe. You'll sleep until sunrise, and then we'll head to the hacienda. For now, you have nothing to fear, as you are protected by 2 men who would not hesitate to sacrifice their lives for you if necessary." "I thank you, my good Lanzi," replied the young woman. "Your love and loyalty are known to me, and I would not hesitate to trust myself to them if at this moment I were tormented by fear of the Apaches." "Then what other more important consideration could compel you, miss?" said the mestizo with surprise. "V is firmly convinced that the consideration of the dangers I might face at the hands of those pagans does not in any way influence my determination to set out as soon as possible." "My trifling." "Dear friend, that is a matter between my father and me." The mestizo shook his head in response. "It's enough for V to know that it is of absolute precision that I will see him and speak with him this very night." "Silence. If you wish it, miss, I consent, but confess that it's a peculiar whim." "It could be, but then why don't you tell me right away? Because it's impossible." "No, my good Lanzi," the young woman replied sadly. "It is not a whim. When you know the reasons that compel me to act this way, I am convinced you will agree with me." "What do you mean?" Carmela and Lanzi exclaimed in horror. The hunter interrupted brusquely. "Every discussion is pointless at this moment. We must leave as soon as possible. The Apaches have found our trail and are coming swiftly. Within 20 minutes they will be here. There is no mistaking them this time. There was a moment of silence. Carmela and Lancy listened intently. "Neither do I," whispered the young woman. "I hear nothing," said the mestizo after a moment. The hunter smiled sweetly and said, "Indeed, you must not hear anything yet, for your ears are not as accustomed as mine to perceiving the faintest whispers of the desert. Believe my words, trust in an experience that has never failed me. Our enemies are drawing near." "What do we do?" murmured Carmela. "Flee!" exclaimed the mestizo. "Listen, V.V.," replied the unperturbed hunter. "The Apaches are numerous. They are very cunning, but it is only through cunning that we can defeat them. As long as I stay here, V, we'll escape with the young lady. If we try to resist them, we will be lost. If we all run away together, sooner or later they will catch us. Just take care to pad the horses' hooves to muffle the sound of their steps." "But you?" "So be it," exclaimed the young woman with vivacity. "I've already said I'll stay here." "Yes, but then you'll fall into their hands, and you'll be inevitably killed." "Well, sir," said Lancy, "I thank you for your offer." The hunter responded with an inexplicable expression of melancholy, "but at least my death will have served for something, since it will have saved Vivere. Unfortunately, I cannot and do not want to accept it. Things are not supposed to go like this. I am the one who started this affair, and I intend to finish it in my own way. I will never consent to it," she exclaimed energetically. "Silence. Marx, with the young lady, deliver her into the hands of her father, and if you do not see me return, and he asks what has happened, simply say that I have kept my promise by giving my life for Doña Carmela." The mestizo cut her off harshly. "Go, go. We cannot afford to lose a single moment." And despite the young woman's resistance, he lifted her in his robust arms and carried her swiftly towards the bushes. Carmela realized that nothing could alter the resolution of the mestizo, and she resigned herself. The hunter accepted Lanzy's sacrifice with the same simplicity as he had offered his own, for the conduct of the mestizo seemed very natural to him. Thus he raised no slight objection, and busied himself with activity in preparing the horses. "And V, my friend?" "Now go, V," said the half-breed, as soon as the hunter and the young woman were mounted. "Go, and may God will it?" still asked Carmela. "Aye," answered the half-breed, shaking his head in an indifferent expression. "I have yet fallen into the hands of those red devils. Go on, let's march." And then, to cut off all conversation, he lashed the horses with a heavy whip. The noble animals bolted at a gallop, and disappeared from their sight in an instant. The poor man sighed as soon as he was alone. He murmured sadly, "I fear this time that it's all over for me. But it doesn't matter. What the devil? I will fight until the end, and if the Indians catch me, their little game will cost them." The Apaches approached with a noise similar to the roll of a prolonged thunder. After adopting this energetic determination, which seemed to restore all his value, the good mestizo mounted his horse and stood ready to act. One could already make out the vague silhouettes of his black figures outlined in the shadows. Lanzy bit down on the bridle, grabbed a pistol in each hand, and when he deemed the moment right, he spiked his spurs into his horse's sides and bolted headlong towards the redskins, slicing them diagonally. Then occurred what the half-breed had foreseen. When he had drawn near to them, he let his weapons loose in the midst of the group, uttered a defiant cry, and fled on with increasing speed. His shots were true. 2 Apaches fell with their chests pierced from front to back. That's it. As we have said, this was what Lanzy desired. The Indians, furious at seeing the daring attack which they were far from expecting from a single man, let out a cry of courage and rushed after him. He exclaimed, upon witnessing the success of his stratagem, "They are gathered now, and there is no need to fear they will scatter across the plain. The others are saved. Bah! As for me, who knows? Is that all?" Carmela and the hunter had only escaped the Apaches to find themselves in the middle of jaguars, but as we have seen, they managed to escape thanks to Tranquillo's help. Exits confidentius, he asked. Tranquilly, he listened intently to the young woman's narrative, with his head bowed and brow furrowed. When Carmela fell silent, he looked at her for a moment with an interrogative expression. "It is all," Carmela replied timidly. "We've heard too." "And have they had no more news about Lanzy, my poor Lancy?" "None." "Yes," Tranquil agreed, "But he's alone. What has become of him?" murmured the tiger-hunter sadly. "He is a resolute man, and I think he knows desert life," replied Heart Loyal. Shots, the furious gallop of several horses, the Apache war cry, and then everything fell silent. "Oh, that's true," said the hunter, and facing perhaps 50 men, the Canadian exclaimed, "I'd give 10 years of my life for news of him." "By Jove, mate," cried a cheerful voice, "I've got them fresh for you, and ask for nothing in return." The branches were pushed apart, and a man appeared. It was Lanzi. Those present could not help but be startled at hearing that voice, and turned eagerly towards the side from which it had come. The mestizo seemed as calm and rested as if nothing had happened to him. Only his usually cold face, even with a bad expression, bore an inexplicable look of mocking joy. His eyes sparkled, and a sarcastic smile played on his lips. "By God, my friend," Tranquillo said, shaking his hand, "you are 1,000 times welcome among us. We were very anxious about your fate." "I thank you, comrade," he replied. "But fortunately for me, the danger was not as imminent as one might have thought, and I managed to free myself quite easily from those Apache demons. Much better. It doesn't really matter how you managed to escape. You're safe and sound, and that's what matters most. Now that we're gathered, they can come if they wish, as they'll find someone to talk to. They won't do that. Besides, they have other things to attend to at the moment. Do you really think so? I'm certain of it. Hey! They have seen a camp of Mexican soldiers escorting a silver pipe, and, as is natural, they try to seize it, so much so that this entirely fortuitous circumstance owes part of my salvation to them. So much the worse for the Mexicans, said the Canadian indifferently. Each for himself, and God for all. Let them sort out their own affairs. We don't care about them. That's exactly what I think. We still have 3 hours of night left. Let's use them to rest, so we're ready to set off for the ranch as soon as the sun rises. Good advice, and worth following, said Lanzi, who immediately lay down with his feet by the fire, wrapped himself in his shawl, and closed his eyes. Heart of Loyalty, who undoubtedly held the same opinion, followed his example. He then turned calmly towards Carmela. As for Queniam, after meticulously skinning the tigers and their cubs, he had laid down in front of the fire, and for 2 hours he had been sleeping with a deep slumber, and that indifferent, insensate apathy, apathy that characterizes the black race. Come on, child. The young girl was sitting just steps away from him. She gazed into the fire with a pensive expression, and tears sparkled in her eyes. Said the Canadian gently, "Why are you there? You must be exhausted. Why don't you try to rest for a while?" "Why bother?" murmured Carmela sadly. He replied with vivacity to the tiger, whose young woman's accent made him tremble. "Why should I? So that you regain your strength. Let me watch over you, father. No matter how tired I am, I couldn't sleep. Sleep would elude my eyelids." "Girl," murmured Tranquillo, "there's something here." The Canadian examined her for a moment with the utmost care, and then, shaking his head visibly concerned, he said, "What does that mean?" "Nothing, father mine," answered Carmela, trying to smile. "Girl! I'm just a poor hunter, very ignorant of worldly affairs, and without malice. But I love you, my daughter, and my heart tells me you're suffering." "Me!" exclaimed Carmela, making a negative gesture. "Father!" But suddenly he burst into tears, and leaning back against the faithful hunter's chest, he hid his head there, and whispered with a choked voice, "Ah! Father, I am very unfortunate. What's happened, my God?" No, answered Tranquillo, shaking his head back and forth. "You're not crazy, my daughter. You're just hiding something from me." Calmly, upon hearing this exclamation torn from the force of pain, he straightened, as if a serpent had bitten him. His eyes sparkled. He fixed on the young woman a gaze imbued with paternal love, and gently forcing her to look him in the face, he exclaimed with anxiety. "Unfortunate, you, Carmela?" The young girl, after a great effort, managed to calm down. Her features regained their usual gentleness. She wiped away her tears, and smiling at the hunter, who looked at her with anxiety, she said in a submissive voice, Forgive me, my father. Forgive me, my father." "I am crazy." My father, said Carmela, blushing and lowering her eyes, deeply confused. It's true. Be honest with me, child. Am I not, after all, your best friend? Never. Have I ever refused to indulge your most minor whims? Oh, then why, if you love me so much, do you act like this? Don't you confess frankly what torments you? It's, murmured Carmela hesitantly. Come on, then, said the hunter in a suggestive tone. I dare not. According to that, is it very difficult to say? Yes, nonsense. Keep talking, little one. Then speak. Where are you going to find a confessor as indulgent as me? Nowhere, I know. I'm afraid you'll get angry, sir. You'll only make me angrier if you insist on staying silent. But, listen, Carmela, you yourself, when we referred to it just now, confessed that you had wanted to come and find me wherever I might be, even in this very night. Is that true, yes or no? Yes, father mine. Yes, father mine. You are right, my father, she said with a firm voice. Well, then, here I am. Listen. Moreover, if what you have to tell me is as important as I am allowed to assume, you would do well to hurry. The young woman shuddered, cast a glance up at the sky, whose shadows were beginning to be tinged with white streaks, and all hesitation vanished from her face. You terrify me. I have to speak to you about a matter of the utmost importance, and perhaps I have already delayed it too much, for it is a question of life or death. Listen, Bee. Speak, my daughter. Speak without fear, and know that I hold you dear. I do, father mine, and all shall be revealed to Vihan. Very well. Lancy told Var that the discovery of a silver vein, pitched close to where we were, had helped him escape the pursuit of the Indians. Carmela paused for a moment, then, letting her small hand rest in her father's rough and wide grasp, as her long silky eyelashes cast a shy veil over her eyes, she began to speak in a soft voice that quickly steadied and became firm and clear. Ah, said Tranquillo, my father, that silver-tongued speaker spent the night at the inn. The captain who commands the escort is one of the most distinguished officers in the Mexican army. On several occasions you have heard him spoken of, with praise, and I still believe you know him personally. His name is Don Juan Melendez de Góngora. The young woman stopped, her heart pounding. Continue, the Canadian replied sweetly. Carmela glanced at him furtively, noticed his smile, and decided to speak up. Coincidence has already brought Captain Melendez to the store several times. He is a gentleman, kind, polite, refined, attentive, and we have never had any complaints about him, as you will tell Mr. Lancy. I am convinced of it, my daughter. Captain Melendez is just as you describe him. Isn't that right? Said the young woman vivaciously. Yes, he's a true gentleman. Unfortunately, there are very few officers like him in the Mexican army. This morning, the silver conductor left with the captain and his soldiers escorting it. A couple of seedy-looking individuals remained at the inn. Ah! They watched the soldiers march with a mocking smile. Then they sat down at table, took up their drinks, and began to speak to me in an impolite manner, trying to say things that an honourable girl should never hear, even going so far as to threaten me, he exclaimed, calmly interrupting her and furrowing his brow. And do you know those tuners? No, father mine. They are like so many border wanderers in that region, but though I have seen them several times, I don't know their names. Well, well, that's my concern. It matters little. Don't worry about it, for I will discover them. Oh, father, you would do wrong to torment yourself over it, I swear. Just. A friend, father, Carmela blushed slightly. Fortunately for me, at that intermediate point, a rider whose presence was enough to impose silence on such men, and force them to be again what they should always have been with me, that is, attentive and respectful. And without a doubt, said the Canadian, that rider who arrived so opportunely for you would be a friend of yours. Ah, very well. Yes, but he's very close to V. At least that's what I assume. And do you know his name, my daughter? Of course. What is it? Not at all. If you don't mind telling me, I'd like to know. His name is Jaguar. Oh, the hunter responded, furrowing his brow. What could a jaguar be doing in the market? Nothing. I know, father. Strange. He said a few words in a low voice to the men of whom I've spoken to thee. They immediately rose from the table, mounted their horses, and rode off at a gallop without so much as glancing back, murmured the Canadian. There was a rather long moment of silence. He was quietly reflecting deeply. It was evident that he sought a solution to a problem that undoubtedly seemed very difficult to him. "So far, I see nothing extraordinary in what you've told me." Finally, he raised his head and asked the young woman, "Don't you have anything more to tell me?" "Wait, V," said Carmela. "Ah, then you haven't finished?" "Not yet." "Well, go on." "I am convinced of it. Unintentionally, I swear to V, my father." Although the jaguar spoke in a very low voice to those men, nevertheless, through some words I overheard. "And what did you deduce from those few words?" "That is, I thought I understood. It's the same. Go on." "And I thought I understood they were talking about the silver conduct. Consequently, from Captain Melendez, right?" "Yes, I'm still sure they pronounced his name." "That's it. I don't say that, father mine." "And then you assumed that Jaguar intended to attack the conduct and kill the captain, didn't you?" She replied, stuttering and very confused. "No, but you fear it." "My God! Do you believe it, father?" exclaimed the young woman, joining her hands in terror. "It's very probable," replied the Canadian calmly. Carmela replied with a certain gesture of bad humour, "Isn't it natural that I'm interested in a brave officer who—" "It's very natural, my child. I don't censure you. On the contrary, I'll even say more, and that is, according to me, your suppositions come very close to the truth, as long as you're not angry. But calm down, my daughter," he added with a kind tone. "Although you may have taken too long to speak to me, perhaps I can remove the danger that threatens the man for whom you care so much." "Oh, please do that, father mine, I beg you." "At least I will make the efforts, daughter. That's all I can promise you for now." "But what about you? What are you going to do?" "Me?" "Yes, while my companions and I try to save the captain." "I'll follow V, father mine, if V permits me." "Go ahead, because I think that's the most prudent thing to do, too." "With what affection you profess your love for the captain, since you so ardently desire to save him." "Me, father mine." The young woman answered with complete honesty, "No, nothing of the sort. I merely think it would be terrible to let a brave officer be killed when he can be saved. What torments me is to see two men in open opposition, who, if they knew each other, I am convinced would soon sympathize, and that's why I don't want blood shed between them." "Then you do abhor the jaguar without a doubt." "No, father. Despite his exalted character, I believe he has a noble heart, and even you respect him, which is the strongest argument for me." "Ah, there was no reason to doubt the sincerity of his words." These words were pronounced by the young girl with such candid frankness that the Canadian remained speechless for a moment. The slight glimmer of truth he thought he had detected suddenly escaped him, and he was unable to explain how it had disappeared. He understood nothing of Carmela's behavior, or the motives that drove her to act as she did. Foe. After giving the young woman a keen look for a moment, he shook his head 2 or 3 times, as if completely disoriented, and without saying another word, he prepared to wake up his companions. Sion, and without second thought. Tranquil was one of the most experienced hunters in the forests of North America. He knew all the secrets of the desert, but he completely ignored that great mystery called the heart of women, a mystery all the more difficult to penetrate as women themselves often ignore it, acting primarily on the impulse of the moment, under the domination of Peas. The Canadian, in a few words, briefed his companions about his plan, and as he expected, they raised no objections, and were ready to follow him. 10 minutes later, they mounted their horses and left the camp, following Lanzi, who served as their guide. As they disappeared beneath the vine-covered arbor, the owl rang out its morning cry, signaling the dawn. "My God!" exclaimed Carmela, with a voice filled with anxiety. "Will we make it in time?" "Plenty warm." The jaguar. He ran at full gallop across the prairie, splattering blood from his spurs onto his horse's flanks, which bucked in response to the pain, uttering muffled curses, and casting ferocious glances around him as if seeking a victim. When the jaguar left the potrero sail, he was seized with extreme agitation. The young woman's words rang in his ears with an ironic and mocking accent. The last look she had given him haunted him like a guilt. The young man bitterly regretted having unbanned his shoulders. Cut off their conversation with Carmela so brusquely, he was dissatisfied with the way he had responded. Ended to her pleas, in short, he was in the best possible mood to commit one of the acts of cruelty that his violent character had so often led him to do, and which had marked his reputation with a shameful stamp, actions for which he repented to the fee, at most when it was already too late. There was a moment when he had intentions of returning to sales, throwing himself at the feet of the young woman, and repairing, in one word, the lack that made him commit the silent passion that agitated him, disregarding any kind of jealousy, and putting himself completely at Carmela's disposition for whatever she might order. But, as often happens with most good resolutions, this one lasted no longer than a flash of lightning. The jaguar reflected, and with reflection came doubt and jealousy, and immediately afterward a new fury even more senseless and mad than the first. The young man galloped on like this for a long time, not following any particular direction. Yet from time to time, and at long intervals, he would stop, rise in his stirrups, scan the plain with an eagle's gaze, and then set off again at a loose gaze, and then set off again at a loose. Rain tonked. Around 3 in the afternoon he pulled ahead of the silver column. But, since he had seen it from afar, it was easy for him to avoid contact, slightly turning right, and making his way through a dense forest that rendered him invisible for a length. Of time long enough to not fear discovery by the scouts posted at the forefront. However, an hour or so before sunset, the young man, who had just stopped for perhaps the 100th time to scan the surroundings, let out a restrained cry of joy. At last he was about to meet those he had been in such a hurry to reach. A few hundred steps from the spot where the jaguar stood at that moment, a troop of 30 to 35 horsemen was still following the trail with military bearing, despite its pompous name, rode across the meadow. This group, entirely composed of whites, as their attire easily revealed, seemed to have a certain military air in their march. Moreover, all those horsemen were well provisioned with weapons of all kinds. The young man placed his 2 open hands over his mouth, forming a kind of trumpet, and twice let out a shrill, piercing, prolonged cry. At the outset of this narrative we mentioned several riders who were about to disappear into the distance as the dragons emerged from the Potrero's gate. They were precisely those the jaguar had just seen. Although the departure was still far away at that moment, upon hearing the signal, the riders stopped, as if their horses' hoofs had suddenly become glued to the ground. The jaguar leaned forward in his saddle, made his horse leap over the bushes, and within minutes he caught up with those who had paused to wait for him. The young man was greeted with cheers, and all those present gathered around him, demonstrating great interest. "Thank you, my friends," said the young man. "Thank you for the marks of sympathy you give me, but I beg you to grant me a moment of attention, for time presses." Silence was restored as if by magic, but the sparkling glances fixed on the youth clearly showed that curiosity, though silent, burned no less fiercely. "You weren't wrong, John," continued the jaguar, addressing one of the individuals closest to him. "The silver-clad party is behind us. We've only led them for 3 or 4 hours. As you warned me, they are being escorted, and proof of how seriously they take their safety is that Captain Melendez himself is in charge of the escort." Upon hearing this news, the listeners made a gesture of disgust. "Patience," replied the jaguar with a mocking smile. "Where force fails, cunning remains. Captain Melendez is indeed a brave man, and experienced, I agree. But what about us? Aren't we also brave? Is not the cause we defend beautiful enough? Yes, to inspire us to continue our mission at all costs? Yes. Hurrah! Hurrah!" exclaimed everyone present, waving their weapons enthusiastically. "John V. has already established relations with the captain. You know him, don't you? Stay here with another of our friends, and let them be taken prisoner. I trust V.V. to dispel any doubts the captain may have. Don't worry, V. I'll handle it. Very well. But I advise you to be careful with him, because he is a tough opponent." "Ah, really? Yes. Do you know who accompanies him, V.?" "No, of course not. Frey. Antonio. God alive. What do you say, V.?" "By all means. You're right to warn me. I see that. Oh. Will that damned friar perhaps do us some harm?" "I much fear so. It's quite possible that he thought up the idea of appropriating the silver. That man, as you know, is connected with all sorts of bad characters, of any colour, who roam the desert, and he is even considered one of their leaders." "God! I'll prevent it. If he dares try it, I will reduce him to impotence. That's fine. Trust V. In me. I know him very well, and it has been too long for him to want to come out in open opposition against me. It's agreed. Now, as soon as V has obtained the last data we need to act, do not lose a single instant in returning to meet with us, because we will be counting down the minutes until your return. Is the meeting point still the Giant's Gorge? Yes, one more thing. V, soon. Say, what about Blue Fox? Damn, you make me remember him, but I had forgotten him. Shall I deal with him? Should I wait for him? Yes, indeed. You know, V, that you can trust very little in the word of the Apaches. It's true, replied the young man with a thoughtful gesture. Nevertheless, our position at this moment is extremely difficult. You are right. We are left to our own devices, so to speak. Our friends waver. They still hesitate to decide in our favor, while our enemies, on the contrary, raise their heads, regain courage, and prepare to attack us with vigor. Although my heart repels such an alliance, it is evident to me that if the Apaches agree to help us frankly and resolutely, their aid will be of great use to us. After all, my friend, I leave you free rein. Events will inspire you as to the best course of action. In the situation we find ourselves in, exiled from society, hunted like beasts, perhaps it would be imprudent to reject the alliance proposed by the Redskins. Now let's part ways, and good luck. I fully trust in your intelligence and loyalty, V. You won't regret this, V. Goodbye. Until we meet again, see you tomorrow. This John was nothing but John Davis, the slave trader, whom the reader will surely remember having seen appear in the early chapters of this story. The Jaguar gave a final wave of goodbye to his friend, or accomplice, as the reader may choose to call him, took charge of the group, and set off at a gallop. John and his companion were captured by Captain Melendez's scouts without committing the fault of offering even the slightest resistance. We have already mentioned in an earlier chapter the way they had behaved in Mexican territory. We will not revisit these events, and will instead follow the Jaguar. How we find him in Texas as part of a band of outlaws, and from pursuer he himself became pursued, which would be quite a lengthy explanation at this moment, but we reserve for the reader the corresponding satisfaction regarding this when an appropriate time arises. The young man seemed to be, and was indeed, the leader of the horsemen he was riding with. A very simple one. Now, what occupations did they hold? These individuals all belonged to the Anglo-Saxon race. That is, they were Americans. At the time, they were insurgents. Various bands of insurgents formed spontaneously in different parts of the Texas territory, fighting bravely against the Mexicans wherever they found them. Most of them having arrived in Texas during the period when the Mexican government had authorized American immigration, they settled in the country, colonized it, and entertained it. In short, they ended up considering it as a new homeland. When the Mexican government inaugurated the system of oppressions from which they could no longer depart, those good people abandoned the plough and the pickaxe to take up the rifle. They mounted their horses and rose in open rebellion against an oppressor who sought to ruin them and dispossess them, dependence which, in the minds of the most enlightened people in the country, was still considered a utopia due to such disunity. Unfortunately for them, those expeditions were isolated. No ties bound them to other groups to form a compact and formidable contingent. They answered to independent chiefs, each wanting to command without consenting to submit their will to a higher and unique authority, an exclusive means, nonetheless, to achieve positive results and gain that ended. Successive events will prove that the colonists, in electing him as their leader, had not made a mistake in him. The riders whom we had put in the field had placed themselves under the orders of the Jaguar, who, despite his youth, had a reputation for being brave, prudent, and skilled, one that was firmly established throughout the region, so that his very name did not inspire fear in enemies he might encounter by chance. He spoke little, but every phrase of his left an impression. The Jaguar was indeed the leader such men needed. He was young and beautiful, and possessed that fascination which makes kings. He understood what his companions expected of him, and he had performed miracles, for, as always happens, with souls born to accomplish things. As marble for joy as well as for pain, the enthusiasm of their companions on certain occasions could not cause a spark or a smile to pass through their features. Great souls that rise and constantly keep pace with events, their position, as it widened, had made their intelligence more vast, so to speak. Their sight had become infallible, their will of iron. They identified so well with their new position that they no longer allowed themselves to be dominated or intimidated by any human feeling. Their face W. The jaguar was not a common ambitious man. He suffered from the discord that reigned among the insurgents. He yearned for a fusion that had become indispensable, and worked with all his might to bring it about. In a word, the young man had faith. I believed, for despite the countless mistakes made since the beginning of the Texas insurrection by the colonists, I had witnessed such vitality in that freedom's work, so poorly directed up to then, that I came to understand that in every human affair there is something more powerful than force, courage, and even genius, and it is the idea whose teed. Time has come, whose hour has sounded on God's clock. Then, forgetting all concern, he waited and trusted in a secure future. To neutralize as much as possible the isolation left by his departure, the jaguar initiated a tactic that had always proven successful up to that point. What was needed was to gain time and prolong the war, even if it meant fighting an unequal battle. Kept by respectable forces, this was the plan that the jaguar had devised. To achieve this, it was necessary to envelop his weakness in mystery, appear everywhere, not stop at any one place, ensnare the enemy in a net of invisible adversaries, force him to constantly keep his bayonet crossed in the void, with eyes uselessly fixed on every point of the horizon, harassed without cease, though never actually or formally attacked. He inaugurated against the Mexicans, whom I thus enervated in that fever of anxiety, and the unknown, which is the most fearsome disease for those who have it by force. That's why the jaguar and the 50 or 60 riders under his command were more feared by the Mexican government than all the other combined forces of the insurgents. Thus, an unheard-of prestige surrounded the formidable chief of those men who were impossible to catch. A superstitious fear preceded him, and his mere approach introduced disorder among the troops sent against them. The jaguar took advantage of his advantages skillfully to attempt the most daring expeditions and the most reckless hit-and-run attacks. He succeeded in defeating him. This audacious act would instantly bring much glory to the insurrection and attract numerous supporters. He who was meditating at that moment was one of the most daring he had ever conceived. He sought nothing less than to seize the silver standard and capture Captain Melendez, an officer whom he justifiably considered one of his most formidable adversaries, and with whom, for that very reason, he burned to measure his strength, understanding that if the jaguar, having left John Davis behind, moved swiftly towards a dense forest that loomed in the distance with a dark hue. He intended to camp there that night, as he couldn't reach the Giant's Gorge until much later the next day. In addition, he wanted to stay close to the two men he had singled out as explorers, in order to learn more quickly of the outcome of their operations. A little before sunset, the insurgents arrived in the forest and immediately disappeared beneath the foliage. In the desert, a camp is quickly organized. When the jaguar had, upon reaching the summit of a small hill that dominated the landscape, he ordered a stop and took to the ground, giving the command to camp. With axe blows, they cleared a sufficient space, lit fires at regular intervals to keep wild beasts away, tended to the horses, and set up their campsite. The sentinels to watch over the common security. Then each one lays down before the fire, wraps himself in his blankets, and that is that. When everyone had given themselves to rest, the young man made a round to ensure that all was in order, and then he sat down again by the fire and fell into grave meditations. Those rough natures, accustomed to facing the vicissitudes of the seasons, sleep as deeply under the celestial vault as the inhabitants of cities within their luxurious abodes. What thoughts wrinkled his brow and furrowed his forehead? The entire night passed without a single movement, yet he did not sleep. His eyes remained open and fixed on the embers of the fire that had just burned out slowly. No one could have said. Perhaps he was travelling through the region of chimeras, perhaps daydreaming, flattering himself with one of those beautiful illusions of youth, so intoxicating and deceptive. Suddenly he shuddered and stood upright as if sprung by a coil. The young man leaned forward and listened. At that moment the sun appeared on the horizon and began to slowly dispel the darkness. "Who goes there?" He heard at close range the sharp clicking sound of a rifle's springs as it was cocked, and a sentinel hidden among the bushes shouted in a short, staccato voice. "Friend," responded another voice from farther away. The jaguar trembled, and speaking to himself he murmured, "Quiet here. Why will he be seeking me?" He immediately set off in the direction where he expected to find the tiger hunter. The blue fox. We will now return to the blue fox and his two companions, whom we left in a previous chapter at the moment when, hearing a bullet whistle by their ears, they instinctively took shelter behind some rocks and tree trunks. As soon as they had taken this indispensable precaution against their invisible aggressors, the three men carefully examined their weapons to be ready for combat, and then waited with their finger on the trigger, scanning all around them with our searching look. They remained like that for a rather long period of time, without anything disturbing the silence of the meadow once again, without even the slightest hint making them suspect that the attack directed at them would recur. Driven by the most vivid inquietude, not knowing what to attribute that aggression, nor what enemies they should fear, the three men were uncertain which course to take, and how they might exit with honour from the precarious position in which chance had suddenly placed them so singularly when the blue fox finally decided to go unveiled. However, as the chief feared, and with good reason, falling into some carefully laid trap designed to take him and his companions without firing a shot, he judged it prudent, before leaving, to adopt the most meticulous precautions. The Indians have a well-deserved reputation for their cunning. Whom they are, in truth, plagiaries, obliged by reason of the life they lead from their birth to continually make use of the physical faculties with which Providence has endowed them. Their hearing, their sense of smell, and above all their sight, have been so perfectly developed, and acquired such a great degree of acuteness, that they can fight advantageously with wild beasts of exactly those who have seen them work, so great is their skill beyond the limits of the possible. But as they have at their disposal, more so than animals, the intelligence that allows them to combine actions and foresee probable consequences, they have acquired a feline science, if we may use this expression, which enables them to perform surprising things of which one can only form an idea. When it comes to tracking, it is when that Indian wit and their knowledge of the laws of nature take on extraordinary proportions. No matter how careful their enemy, no matter what precautions they take, he adopted camouflage to hide his tracks and make them invisible. But they always end up discovering them. For them, the desert has not kept any secrets. For them, that virgin and majestic nature is a book whose pages everyone knows, and in which they read continuously without ever making mistakes or even hesitating. The blue fox, although still very young, had already acquired a well-deserved reputation, named a man of cunning and wit. Therefore, on this occasion, surrounded, as was most likely the case, by invisible enemies, whose fixed eyes ceaselessly watched the spot that served him as a hiding-place, he prepared with greater caution than ever to frustrate their machinations and counter their plans, here and there with hair, and fastened around his hips by a raw deerskin strap. When he was thus almost naked, he rolled several times in the sand to make his body take on an earthy hue. Then he hung his tomahawk from his belt. After agreeing with his two companions on the signal for the likely case in which he would need their aid, he dispensed of his bison-skin cloak, whose wide folds could have impeded his movements. He removed all the adornments covering his head, neck, and chest, keeping only his matasse, a sort of two-piece garment reaching down to the ankles, sewn. And with his skinning knife, an instrument he never parts from, he took up his rifle in his right hand, and, after making a final signalling gesture of farewell to his companions, who watched intently these various preparations, he lay down on these various preparations, he lay down on the ground and began to crawl like a serpent through the high grass. Although it had been a long time since the sun rose, and its radiant light poured across the meadow in torrents, the departure of the blue fox was carried out with such care that it was already far away on the plain when his companions still judged him very close. Not an atom of grass had stirred under his feet, nor had a stone rolled beneath them. Thus he managed to position himself in a place entirely devoid of trees, where the grass, lightly trampled in several spots, led him to believe he was approaching the area where those who set the fire were hidden. From time to time the redskin would stop, explore the surroundings with a keen gaze, and then, when he was sure that all was quiet, that nothing had betrayed his presence, he would begin once more to creep on hands and knees towards the thicket of on hands and knees to her estrade. The forest, which he reached very soon, the Indian stopped to carefully examine the tracks he had just discovered. The blue Zorro could not comprehend that peculiar trail, which in no way resembled those he was accustomed to following. Those tracks seemed to belong to a single individual. They were heavy, wide, made without any care, and appeared to be those of a white man, ignorant of prairie customs, rather than a hunter or an Indian. The bushes lay crushed, as if the person who had crossed them had done so with all his might and speed, without taking the trouble to clear the branches. The ground was trampled, and in some places stained with blood. Was it a fiction employed by his enemies to dupe him more easily, leaving him to see a rough trail, meant to obscure the truth? The Indian did not know on what opinion to fix himself, and his perplexity was extreme. Or, on the contrary, was it the trail of a white man lost in the desert, whose customs he did not know? It was evident to him that the shot which greeted him at the moment he was about to begin his speech had come from that place. But how could the man, whoever he might be, who had chosen that ambush, have left so obvious traces of his passage? Of course, he must have supposed that his aggression would not go unpunished, and that those whom he had sought to take as targets would immediately give chase. The great flaw of people accustomed to acting with cunning and stratagems is to assume that all men are like them. Finally, after long reflection and futile efforts to find a solution in his mind, the redskin, having exhausted all suppositions, decided on the first one that occurred to him, that the trail was fictitious, designed merely to hide the truth and disorient those who followed it. The blue fox very soon observed that his supposition was erroneous, that he had attributed too much to his enemy, and they only employ cunning to fight against them. That is why they are often deceived, and the frankness of the means employed by their adversaries completely disorients them, and frequently makes them lose a battle which on any other occasion would have won. More cunning and shrewdness than he really possessed, and that where he thought to see an extremely complicated ruse with the object of deceiving him, there was, in reality, nothing but what he had seen at once, that is to say, merely the passage of a man. The Indian, after much hesitating and wavering, he finally decided to press on and follow what he considered a false trail, convinced that he would soon discover the true one. This handling lasted quite a while. However, as he was certain he had to deal with extremely cunning people, he increased his prudence and caution, advancing step by step, carefully exploring the bushes and thickets, and only venturing into them when he felt sure of avoiding any surprises. It had been almost 2 hours since he had separated from his companions, when, suddenly, he found himself on the edge of a rather vast clearing, separated from it only by a curtain of dried leaves. The Indian stopped, rose slowly, and pushed the branches to right and left, so that his sight could examine the open space without being discovered, and he looked. The esplanade we spoke of was quite large. A wide stream crossed it from end to end, and in the mud of its banks were deeply imprinted the tracks of wild beasts, of which this one of the unknown watering places. In American forests, many of these open spaces, or small squares, are produced either by the falling of trees that have died of old age, and are literally broken down by the action of time, or by trees struck by lightning and felled as a result of those terrible hurricanes that so often completely disrupt the soil of the New World. A magnificent oak, whose splendid canopy cast shade over the entire esplanade, stood majestically in the centre of it. At the foot of that gigantic guest of the forests stood 2 men. Thanks to the position of the redskin, he could easily make out the features of this last character who was standing in front of him. The first, dressed in a friar's habit, lay on the ground with his eyes closed and his face pale as death. The second, kneeling beside him, seemed to be tenderly caring for him. He was a man of tall stature, but extremely thin. His face, which without doubt had been exposed to the elements for much too long, as it seemed, the probability which had taken on the hue of brick, was wrinkled with deep creases. A white beard like snow fell across his chest, mingled with the long curls of his also white hair, which lay in disarray over his shoulders. It was impossible to calculate the age of that man. He wore the attire of American supporters mixed with Mexican garb, as a vicuña hat, adorned with a gold net, covered his head. A zarape served him as a cape, and his violet-coloured velvet pants were tightly held by long antler gaiters that reached up to his knee. Although his dark and pronounced features, his dark eyes, in which a gloomy fire and a lost expression were reflected, revealed that he had reached an advanced old age. No sign of decrepitude showed on his entire person. His height seemed to have lost persons, not even an inch. In his belt he carried a pair of long-barreled pistols and a machete with a straight and wide blade, stuck without a sheath into a ring of iron placed on his left side. The right that still held his body, his naked members, provided with muscles hard as cords, seemed to be endowed with extraordinary strength and agility. In short, he had all the appearance of a formidable fighter whose sight was so sure, and whose sight was so sure, and whose arms so strong as if he were only 40 years old. 2 rifles, one of which was undoubtedly his, were propped against the trunk of the tree, and a magnificent mustang, within a few steps, was nibbling at the shoots of the trees. By an instinctive movement of caution, he ramrodded his rifle, and after taking this precaution, he began to observe again what the 2 characters were doing. What we had taken so long to describe, the Indian saw at a single glance, but apparently that scene, far from what he expected, did not calm him in any way, for his brow furrowed, and he barely restrained an exclamation of surprise and disgust upon seeing those 2 individuals. He saw the movement of his lips that fluttered, as if he had murmured a prayer in a low voice. Meanwhile, the man dressed as a friar made a slight movement as if to rise, and half opened his eyes, but still rather weak, perhaps too weak to bear the glow of the sun's rays. Though they only filtered through the dense branches, he closed them again immediately. However, the person who was rendering him aid noticed that he had come to himself, sheath in which he was hidden. At last, the man lying on the grass made another more pronounced movement, and opened his eyes. A few minutes passed, during which there was no sound heard but the continuous murmur of the stream's water, and the no less mysterious one of all kinds of insects hidden among the grass. Judging, then, that for the moment at least his care was no longer needed by him whom he was aiding, the stranger rose, took up his rifle, placed both hands crossed over the muzzle, and waited impassively, having aimed to the esplanade a look circular, whose gloomy and vengeful expression made the Indian chief tremble with fear at the bottom of the bore. After casting a bewildered glance around him, his gaze settled with a peculiar kind of fixation on the tall old man, who remained motionless beside him, examining him with a mixture of ironic compassion and dark melancholy. "Thanks, why?" the stranger responded harshly. "Thanks," the friar finally murmured weakly. "Because you saved my life, brother," the wounded man replied. "Do I not have horns on my head and goat's feet?" These words were spoken with such an accent of sarcasm that the friar stood speechless for a moment. "I am not your brother, friar," the stranger exclaimed sarcastically. "I am a heretic, a gringo, as you like to call us. Look at me closely, you haven't examined me carefully. Who is V?" he asked finally, with a secret fear. "What does it matter to V?" said the other with a laugh that boded nothing good, perhaps the devil. The wounded man made a sudden movement to get up, and he blessed himself repeatedly, muttering, "God forbid I have fallen into the hands of the devil's spirit. Come on, crazy. Is V telling the truth?" "Calm down, V," replied the stranger, shrugging his shoulders in contempt. "I am not a demon, just a man like you, perhaps a little less hypocritical. And that's all the difference. Is V really one of my kind willing to be of service to me? Who can answer for the future?" replied the stranger with an enigmatic smile. "At least until now, I believe you have had no cause to complain of me." "No. Oh. And I remember nothing." "I do not think so, though since I fainted, my ideas have become completely tangled. Let's see, do you feel better? It doesn't matter to me. That's not my concern. And I don't ask V anything." I have enough on my plate with my own affairs without worrying about others. Continue my way? Are you feeling relieved enough to continue on your way? How? The terrified friar asked. Do you intend to leave me alone here, perhaps? Why not? I have already wasted too much time by your side, and now I must attend to my affairs. Why not? Ah! Exclaimed the friar, with a look of concern. Would you have enough fortitude to leave me here, nearly dead, without a thought for what might happen to me after your departure? I replied, I don't know, V. I have no reason to aid them. Can there be anything simpler or more logical? By chance crossing this plain, I saw you lying there, breathless and pale as a corpse. I gave you the care that in the desert is refused to no one. Now you are back to yourself, you no longer need me, and I am leaving. Goodbye, and may the devil, who a moment ago took you for me, grant his protection. After pronouncing these words, with a tone of sarcasm and bitter irony, the stranger slung his rifle over his shoulder and took a few steps towards his horse. Stop! What will become of me alone in this desert? For God's sake! Exclaimed the friar, rising with more agility than could have been expected from his state of weakness, but driven by fear all the same. It matters little to me, the stranger replied, calmly unfurling the tip of his cloak that the friar had grabbed. If you protect me, I will reward you handsomely. The unknown smiled with contempt and said, What do you have to fear? Doesn't the desert's maxim say, Each for himself? Listen, V. Exclaimed the friar, speaking quickly. My name is Father Antonio, and I am wealthy. You are young, robust, and well-armed. Aren't you therefore in a position to protect yourself? No, because I am pursued by relentless enemies. This morning chance put me in the presence of those two men. Last night they subjected me to an horrible and infamous torture. With great difficulty I managed to escape from their hands, and precipitous race over demon-haunted paths. At sight of them, a kind of furious madness seized me, and I thought of vengeance. I aimed at them and fired, and immediately began to flee, not knowing where I was heading, mad with anger and fear. When I arrived here, I fell stunned, overwhelmed, both by the sufferings I'd endured during the past night, and by the exhaustion caused by along. I have no hope but in V. In the name of whatever V most loves in this world, I beg her to save me. Those men, without a doubt, are pursuing me. If they find me, which they will, for they are forest hunters who know the desert perfectly, they will kill me without mercy. Save me, V, and my gratitude shall know no bounds. The stranger had listened to this long and pathetic speech without moving a single muscle of his face. Who I am, you'd save yourself the trouble of wasting my time. The friar fixed the peculiar man with a look of terror, not knowing what to say or what means to use to soften his heart. When the friar stopped, likely because he had run out of arguments and breath, the other man propped his rifle against the ground and replied curtly, Everything you're saying might be perfectly true, but it means as much to me as a leaf carried. Away by the wind. Get out of your predicament however you see fit. Your pleas are in vain. If you knew. But who is V? He asked, rather to say something than to get an answer. Who am I? Easy, said the stranger with an ironic smile. Do you want to know? For I have little to say, but what I do will chill your blood. I am the one they call. The white skinner? Well, the unsparing one. My God! The friar took a few faltering steps back, clutching his hands tightly. He exclaimed in terror, I'm lost! At that moment the screech-owl's cry was heard from a short distance away. The hunter shuddered. They're listening to us. The white scorer, he exclaimed, and rushed quickly towards the side where he had just heard the signal, while the friar, half dead with terror, fell to his knees and prayed fervently to the sky. If, instead of narrating a true story, we were to invent a novel, we would surely be very careful not to introduce characters like the one in this moment. We must now interrupt our narration for a moment to give the reader certain details about the singular man we introduced in our previous chapter, details that are undoubtedly incomplete, but nonetheless indispensable for understanding the subsequent events. It concerns us. Unfortunately, we are compelled to follow the line already laid out before us, and to describe our characters as they are, as they have been, and still are in most part. It was said that a man who looked like a white man had been traversing the desert for some time, pursuing the redskins, against whom he seemed to have declared an implacable war. A few years before the time when the first part of this narrative begins, a rumour suddenly began to circulate, which soon became deafening, and gained great notoriety in the vast deserts of Texas, striking fear into the brave Indians and adventurers of all kinds, who traverse those immense solitudes in every direction. They spoke of acts of terrible cruelty and unprecedented daring committed by this man, who was always alone. Wherever he encountered Indians, whoever wanted their number, he trapped them. Those who fell into his hands, he skinned their skulls, tore out their hearts from their chests, and to show that they had succumbed under his blows, he made a large incision in the shape of a cross on their stomachs, securely to a tree, where he condemned them to starve to death. Sometimes, traversing the desert in all its extent, that relentless enemy of the red race would slip into the villages, setting them ablaze during the night when everyone was fast asleep, and then carry out a terrifying massacre by killing whoever he found. Women, children, old people, no one was spared. It was not only the Indians that this grim straightener of entanglements pursued with relentless hatred. The mestizos and quarterones, the smugglers, the pirates, in short, all those daring border raiders, accustomed to living at society's expense, had to settle a narrow score with him. Although he did not peel their skulls, he was content to tie the ambush prepared against him. To be taken by the beasts during the early years, adventurers and redskins, driven by the sense of a common danger, allied several times to bring an end to that fierce enemy, seize him, and subject him to the talion's penalty, but that man seemed to do pass forward. Though said of a child, but high, be protected by a charm that enabled him to escape from every net spread for him, and foresee every. It was impossible to catch up with him. His movements were so quick and unpredictable that he often appeared at a considerable distance from where he was expected, and had been seen in the vicinity just moments before. As for the Indians and adventurers, he was invulnerable, and his chest rejected bullets and arrows. That man, thanks to the continuous fortune that protected all his ventures, became very quickly an object of universal fear on the prairie, sin piedad, without mercy. His enemies, convinced that anything they attempted against him would be futile, renounced a fight they deemed directed against a superior power. Strange legends circulated about him. Each feared him as a maleficent being. The Indians called him as a maleficent being. The Indians called him Stoman, meaning a white skinner, and adventurers dubbed him. That is why just saying his name in a low voice would freeze even the bravest with fear. As one can see, these two names had been aptly applied to that man for whom murder and butchery seemed to be the supreme delight. Such pleasure did he derive from feeling his victims' pulsating hearts under his blood-stained hands, under his blood-stained hearts, under his blood-stained hand, hearts out of their chests. Where did he come from? But who was that man? What terrible catastrophe had hurled him into the wretched life he led? No one could answer these questions. He was a terrifying enigma that no one could unravel. Was it perchance one of those monstrous organizations that, under the guise of a man, harbours a tiger's heart? Or was it rather a soul ulcerated by some terrible misfortune, and whose faculties were all bent towards a single object, that of vengeance? These two hypotheses were as likely as each other, and perhaps both were true. Those accesses, as he himself called them, very scarce, almost at once his nature prevailed, and then he became all the more terrible as he had come so near to softening. However, as every medal has its reverse side, and man is never completely good or evil, that individual sometimes has certain outbursts, not of compassion, but perhaps of exhaustion, moments when the blood rose to his throat, choked him, and made him a little less cruel, a little less implacable, almost human in one word. But those moments were his pleas and lamentations. Here is what was known about that individual at the moment we placed him on stage in such a singular way. The help he had rendered to the friar was so contrary to all his habits that he must then have been in one of his best moods to have agreed, not only to expend such diligent care on one of his peers, but also to spend so much time listening to. D. the same, both old and strong, always with the same long white beard and a face full of wrinkles. To conclude the data we should provide about such a character, we will add that nobody knew if he had a regular residence, that no affection or supporter was known to him, that he had always been seen alone, and that in the 10 years he had been wandering through the desert in all directions, his physique had remained unchanged. He had always looked. As we mentioned, the white skinless had rushed into the bushes to discover who had made the signal that alarmed him. His inquiries were meticulous, but they yielded no further results than to make him realize he was not mistaken, and indeed a hidden mistaken, and indeed a spy in the thicket had seen everything that happened on the plaza and heard everything said there. The blue fox, after summoning his companions, had retreated with caution and liveliness, convinced that despite all his valor, if he fell into the hands of the white skinner, he was a lost man. The skin-peeler grew very contemplative beside the friar, whose prayer still lingered and took on such proportions that it threatened to become interminable. The skinnier looked at the friar for a moment, a smirk playing on his pale lips. Then, giving him a hearty slap between the shoulders, he roughly ordered, "Get up! Come on, get up, devil friar!" The friar fell to his hands, remaining still, believing that the other intended to kill him. He resigned himself to his fate, and waited for the final blow, which, in his mind, was sure to come soon. He refused the flayer. "Haven't you minced your sentences enough?" Fray Antonio slowly lifted his head. He began to catch a glimmer of hope. "Pardon, I have concluded," I replied. "Now I am at your service. What do you wish of me?" "Very—" And immediately he stood up as if propelled by a spring, for he guessed from the gloomy look in his interlocutor's eyes that a defeat, however small, would not be accepted. "Well, sir, it seems to me that you are so skilled with a weapon that to say a sentence, load your rifle, for the time has come to fight like a man if you do not want to be killed like a dog." The friar cast a look of terror around him and said hesitantly, "Lord, with what must I fight? With whatever it takes, unless you wish to keep your skin intact, in which case you can stay still. But perhaps there is another means." "What, flight, for instance?" said the friar, in a suggestive tone. "Try that method," said the other in a mocking tone. Encouraged by this half-concession, the friar continued with slightly more audacity, "You have a beautiful horse. Isn't it true?" "Magnificent!" exclaimed Friar Antonio, rapturous. "Yes, and it wouldn't bother you if I let you ride it to escape sooner, would it?" "Oh, don't think so, V," said the friar with a negative gesture. "Enough," retorted the skinman rudely, interrupting him. "Think about yourself that your enemies are coming." He leaped onto the saddle, made his horse turn, and hid behind the massive trunk of an oak tree. Fray Antonio, stimulated by the approach of danger, quickly grabbed his rifle and took cover behind a tree. At that very moment a loud crack was heard among the bushes, branches parted, and roughly 15 men emerged. They were Apache warriors with Blue Fox, John Davis, and his companion in their midst. The Blue Fox, although he had never encountered the white flayer face to face, had heard much about him from both Indians and hunters. Thus, when he heard him utter his name, an inexplicable anguish clutched his heart, recalling all the cruelties suffered by his brothers at the hands of that man, and he had the thought to take possession of him. Him before had become victims of their own daring. He hastened to make the signal agreed upon with the hunters, and launching himself among the scrub with that singular speed that characterizes Indians, he went to the place where his warriors were waiting for him, and ordered them to follow him. On orders, follow him. On. Turning back, he found the 2 hunters who had heard his signal and came to assist him. However, it was too late to retreat. There was no chance of escape, and the warriors, though reluctantly, decided to advance. In a few words, the Blue Fox learned what was happening. To be truthful, this confidence, instead of exciting the warriors and hunters, strangely calmed their fervor, revealing that they were about to face a terrible danger by fighting a man who was all the more to be feared because no weapon could hurt him, and that those who had dared to attack H. As for the 2 hunters, Although they did not entirely share the blind faith and superstitious fears of their companions, that struggle was far from pleasing to them. However, out of shame for abandoning men they considered far superior in both intellect and valor, they decided to follow them. "Lord!" exclaimed the friar with a pitiful voice upon seeing the Indians appear, "don't abandon me. No, if you don't abandon yourself." "Little one," replied the skimmer. The Apaches, upon reaching the edge of the forest, following their usual tactic, took cover behind the trunks of the trees, and did so well that the narrow clearing where so many men were prepared to engage in a fierce battle seemed completely deserted. There was a moment of silence and hesitation. The skin-ripper decided to be the first to speak, and shouted, "Hey! Does V fear to reveal himself?" "I fear nothing," replied the skin-peeler. "Then let V see for himself, so he can recognize him," John replied, in a tone of Zumba. "What do you want here, gentlemen?" The Blue Fox was about to reply, but John Davis stopped him, saying, "Let me have V." Separating himself from the trunk of the tree that sheltered him, he took a resolute few steps forward, and, facing towards the center of the clearing, spoke in a loud, firm voice. "Where is V, the one who speaks?" "I am. What do you want from me?" The Skinner, as soon as he was addressed this way, made his horse jump, and stopped just 2 steps away from the hunter, saying, "Here." Davis had let the horse approach without making any movement to escape, and said, "Hey!" He was eager to see V. "Is that all you have to tell me?" The other replied harshly. "Come on. You're in such a hurry. What's the devil? Give us at least enough time to catch our breath. Enough of this nonsense that could cost you dearly. Tell me right away what your proposals are, for I have no time to waste in vain words. Eh? How the devil does V? Know if I have to make him proposals, unless for that would V be here? And those proposals, without a doubt, will V know them? It's very possible. Then what answer does V give me? None. Oh! How? None. I prefer to fight with VV. Oh, what a tough job V is preparing there. Does V know that we are 18? I don't care much about the number. By all the gods, although it were 100 to 1 against me, I would still win. For the uniqueness of the situation, I'd like to see that combat of a single man against 20. It won't take long." And when the skinnier said these words, he made his horse take a few steps back. "Say it. Do you want to surrender?" "How?" "Wait a moment, you devil," said the hunter shrewdly. "Let me speak to you for a word." "What is that?" "I ask you, do you want to surrender? Come. On. You're crazy." "Surrender?" replied the skin-peeler with a mocking tone. "I'll be the one asking for quarter soon." "I don't think so, Christ alive. Even if you were to kill me." "Just go back to your hideout soon," said the skin-peeler, shrugging his shoulders. "I don't want to kill you without a fight." "Well, sir, worse for you," said the hunter. "I warned you fairly, and now I wash my hands. Get out of your predicament as best you can." "Thank you," replied the skin-peeler forcefully, "but I'm not yet in the dire straits you imagine." Yankee Doodle. John Davis merely shrugged and offered no further response, and retreated further behind the tree, walking slowly and whistling for the whistling. "Hello!" The Skinner had not imitated him, though he knew full well that many enemies surrounded him and watched his every move. He stood still and firm in the open space. "Come on, come out, or I'll believe you're just old charlatans and cowards," he shouted mockingly. "Brave Apache warriors who hide like rabbits in their burrows. Must I go and find you to make you give birth?" These insulting words pushed the Apache warriors beyond their limits, and they responded with a prolonged cry of fury. "Will?" shouted the Blue Fox. "My brothers allow some single man to mock us for any longer. Our cowardice is his strength. Let us rush upon that evil genius with the speed of a hurricane. He cannot withstand the impact of so many renowned warriors. Forward, brothers, forward! Let it be our honor to have vanquished the relentless enemy of our race." The flayer waited for them unwaveringly, but as soon as he saw them within reach, he seized the reins and pressed his knees down. And the brave leader, shouting his war cry, which was repeated by his comrades, charged towards the flayer, brandishing his rifle resolutely overhead. All the warriors followed. He made the noble beast leap among the Indians, and seizing his rifle by the barrel, he used it as a club, striking to right and left with a force and rapidity that had something supernatural about them. Peeler, who wasted not a single blow. Then a horrible fight began. The Indians were determined against that man who, as an expert rider, made his horse perform the most unexpected turns and spins, and by the speed of his movements, prevented them from grabbing the reins and stopping him. The two hunters waited eagerly with their weapons at the ready, convinced that it was impossible for a single man to not only fight but even resist for 2 minutes against so many and such brave enemies. But soon enough they were surprisingly mistaken. Several Indians already lay on the ground, their skulls cracked by the terrible club of the skin. The hunters then began to differ in opinion regarding the outcome of the struggle, and wanted to seek aid from their companions. But their rifles were useless in the continuous movement of the fight, whose terrain changed at every instant. Bullets could easily have missed and wounded a friend. Instead of the enemy, they sought to knock down. So, to knock down. Hay threw away their rifles, drew their knives, and rushed to the aid of the Apache, who were beginning to falter. The Blue Fox, dangerously wounded, lay motionless on the ground. The warriors who were still healthy began to think of retreat, and cast anxious glances behind them. The Flayer continued to fight with the same fury, mocking his enemies and insulting them. His arm rose and fell without ceasing. He exclaimed upon seeing the two hunters, "Do you want your share, gentlemen? Come over here." They didn't let him repeat himself and rushed at him blindly, but it was a bad idea. John Davis received a blow to the chest from the horse that sent him rolling across the ground more than 20 feet away, where he lay motionless. At the same instant his companion fell with a cracked skull and expired without uttering a complaint. The final event dealt the decisive blow to the Indians, who, being unable to withstand any longer the fear that this extraordinary man inspired, began to flee in all directions, emitting cries of terror. The skin peeler headed towards the bloody little square, where there lay about 10 bodies, a look of triumph and satisfied hatred, and galloping his horse forward, he caught up to one of the fugitives, lifted him up by his hair, straddled him across the saddle of his chair, and disappeared into the forest, uttering a horrible cry. There were no more than 10 or 12 bodies left in the forest clearing, scattered across the ground. Of these, only 2 or 3 were still alive, and the rest were nothing but corpses. Once again, the white skinner had made its way through with a bloody path. As for Brother Antonio, as soon as he saw the battle engaged, he judged it futile to wait for the outcome. He made good use of the opportunity, and, gliding smoothly from tree to tree, carried out a very well-planned retreat, and fled. They had a very well-planned retreat, and fled after the battle. For nearly half an hour, a deadly silence reigned on the plain, which, as a result of the battle described in the previous chapter, presented the saddest and most gloomy appearance imaginable. Dazed, he did not remember at first anything that had happened, and began to ponder very seriously how it was that he found himself in that singular position. However, John Davis, who had actually received no injury, since his fall was caused only by the powerful horse of the skinned man, opened his eyes and cast around him a surprised glance. The fall had been sufficiently violent to cause him severe contusions and bury him in a deep fainting fit. Therefore, when the American came to himself, still very ill, "Hey," he murmured, "whoever that person was, human or demon, by God, he's a very sturdy young man." However, little by little, his ideas became clearer, and he remembered that extraordinary and disproportionate struggle of a single man against 20, a struggle in which the skinned man emerged victorious after killing or driving away his attackers. Next, casting a look of compassion at his fallen comrade lying near him, he added, "That poor Sam has not been as happy as I." He struggled to stand, gently testing his sore limbs. Then, after ensuring himself that he was unharmed, he exclaimed with evident relief, "Thank God, I'm doing better than I dared hope, after the way I was brought down. His wanderings are over. What a cruel blow he has received. Today he, tomorrow me. Such is the way of the world. Ah!" he exclaimed, with the selfish desert philosophy, "we are all mortal, and each of us has his time." Then, leaning on his rifle, as he still found it hard to move, He took a few steps across the plain, both to loosen his limbs and to assure himself, through a final experience, that he was in good shape. No. After a few moments of exercise that restored blood circulation and the elasticity of the joints completely tranquilized about himself, he had the idea to see if there were any bodies still breathing among those lying on the ground around him. "They are more than Indians," he murmured, "but in the end they are men. Though almost deprived of reason, humanity imposes on me the duty to help them, especially now that my situation is not pleasant at all, and if I manage to save some of them, their knowledge of the desert could prove of great use to me, say, and knowledge which enabled him to provide the wounded with the care their condition required. This final consideration decided him to help some men whom, without that, he would probably have left completely to their fate, that is, at the mercy of the beasts that, as soon as night fell, attracted by the smell of blood, would not have ceased to as plough of eyes trieth. Come to devour them, now it is our duty to make the selfish citizen of the United States justly say that as soon as he had taken that decision, he fulfilled with sagacity and conscience the duty he had imposed on himself, an easy task for him in the end, because the fair, numerous offices he had held during the course of his eventful existence had given him medical experience. Unfortunately, most of the individuals he examined had sustained such severe injuries that they had been dead for a long time, and any aid would be futile. "Damn, damn," murmured the American every time he encountered a corpse. "These poor savages have been killed with expert hands. At least they have not suffered for long, because with these horrifying wounds they must have given their soul to the Creator almost instantly." Thus he arrived at the place where the body of Blue Fox lay. A wide wound gaped in his chest. "Ah, here is the worthy chief," he replied. "What a wound! Let's see if he is dead, too." He leaned over the motionless body and placed the polished blade of his knife in front of the Indian's mouth. "No rebellious," he continued, saying with a tone of despair, "and I think it will cost me effort to get him out of the state he's in." However, after a few moments, he looked at the blade of his knife and saw that it was slightly smudged. "Come on, he's not dead yet, and as long as the soul is clinging to the body, there's still hope. Let's try." "Bravo!" Good success crowned almost instantly the American's efforts, for the chief let out a deep sigh and opened his eyes almost immediately. After uttering these words, John Davis filled his hat with water, added some drops of rum, and began meticulously cleaning the wound. Upon completing this, he probed it and noticed that it was not very deep. Most likely, blood loss had caused fainting. Calm after this very accurate reflection, he crushed some oregano leaves between 2 stones, making a sort of paste, which he applied to the wound and securely bandaged it with a strip of tree bark. Then, opening wide the Indian's teeth with the fairy blade of his knife, he forced him to drink a large gulp of rum. "Cheer up, Chief, you're saved," exclaimed John joyfully at the unexpected result he had achieved. "God alive! You can well praise yourself for having been delivered on a plate." John examined him carefully, ready to assist if needed again, but it wasn't required. For several minutes the Indian stood dazed, casting around him looks of astonishment, unaware of his situation or the objects that surrounded him. Little by little it seemed that the red skin was reviving. His eyes lost the expression of bewilderment they had. He stood up, passing a hand over his cold, sweat-drenched forehead, and said, "Has the fight ended?" "Yes," answered John, "because our defeat is complete. According to that, has he escaped?" A beautiful idea it was that occurred to Gustave. Seize that demon. Yes, certainly, and without a scratch, after killing at least 10 warriors from V's tribe, and cracking my poor companion Sam's skull all the way to his shoulders. "Oh," the Indian murmured inaudibly, "that is not a man. It is the spirit of evil." "Let him be whatever he wants," I exclaimed. "I swear on the devil." "I will not rest until I confront that demon again," John exclaimed fiercely. "Wakanda, free my brother from this fate. Still, he must be careful. That demon would kill him, perhaps, but if he hasn't met him today, it's not his fault. Haven't you seen that nothing can hurt him, and his body is invulnerable? Perhaps one day we shall meet face to face, with equal arms, and then, what does he care about weapons? "Ay, it's quite possible. How are you?" "Much better, much better. The remedy you have lied to me. But for now, let's leave that aside, and focus on things that concern us more directly. V has done me a great deal of good. I feel an indescribable well-being." The red man smiled upon hearing these words, and said, "The blue fox is not an old coward, whose toothache or earache prevents it from moving. All the better. Now try to rest for 2 or 3 hours while I keep watch over your sleep, and then we'll discuss ways to get out of this bad situation we're in. I know that you are a brave warrior, Chief, but nature has its limits, beyond which it cannot go, and no matter how great your valor and willpower may be, the severe bleeding from your wound must have left you in an extreme state of weakness." My brother judged the weakness of the chief. "I thank my brother. Those words come from a friend. But Blue Fox is a sachem among his people, and only death should keep him immobile." The Indian, in pronouncing these words, made a supreme effort. Resisting the pain, with that energy and disdain for suffering that characterized the red race, he managed to stand up, and not only did he remain firm on his feet, but he walked several steps without any foreign help, and without revealing even the slightest emotion on his face. "Does my brother still believe that Blue Fox is so weak?" The Indian smiled proudly, as he read the surprise in the American's eyes caused by his action. The American looked at him with profound admiration. He, who justifiably enjoyed a reputation for courage, could not imagine that it was possible to carry the triumph of moral strength so far beyond physical strength. He asked, "In truth, Chief, I don't know what to think. What I see you do confuses me. I am willing to suppose that you are capable of carrying out the most impossible things. The chiefs of my nation are renowned warriors who laugh at pain, and for whom there is no suffering," said the redskin with pride. "Me hello, inclined to believe it so, according to your mode of procedure. My brother is a man, he has understood me. We will examine together the warriors lying on the ground, and then we will think about ourselves. As for his poor companions, Chief, I am compelled to confess that we no longer need to worry about them, as any aid would be futile. They are dead. Well, they have nobly succumbed to battle. Wakanda will receive them in his bosom, and allow them to hunt with him on the blessed plains. Amen. Now, above all, let us conclude the matter of which we began to speak this morning, and which was so fortuitously interrupted." He regarded the events he had nearly been a victim of as mere natural incidents of his life, and with complete freedom of spirit he resumed a conversation interrupted by a terrible fight, picking it up right where he left off. John Davis, despite his desert-life habits, was confused upon seeing the calm demeanor of that man, who, having miraculously escaped death, suffering from the pain of a horrifying wound, and having regained the use of his intellectual faculties, only moments ago seemed to have forgotten what had happened. On the contrary, this life of freedom and constant risk has made danger so familiar to them that they have come to scorn it, and only attach a very secondary importance to it. "Sit down beside me, my brother." "It's a done deal," he said after a moment. "Since you desire it, Chief, I'll relay the message they've entrusted to me." It was because the American, despite having frequently come into contact with Native Americans up to that point, had never taken the trouble to seriously study their character, as he, like most whites, believed that Indians were almost devoid of intelligence, and that their way of life brought them nearly down to the level of animals. I know him. He's called Jaguar. His arm is strong, and his eye gleams like that of the animal whose name he bears. The American sat on the ground next to the chief, not without some concern, due to his isolation in that battlefield strewn with corpses. But the Indian seemed so serene and calm that John Davis felt ashamed of showing his anxiety. Pretending an indifference that was far from his heart, he took the floor in these terms: "I am sent to my brother by a great warrior of the pale faces. Well, what answer shall I bring to the Jaguar?" The Indian remained silent for a long time. Finally he raised his head and said, "Open your ears, my brother, for a sachem is about to speak. The Jaguar wishes to bury the hatchet between his warriors and those of my brother, so that peace may unite them, and instead of fighting each other, they hunt bison in the same hunting grounds, and avenge their common enemies." "I am listening," replied the American. Hasn't that been the constant behaviour observed by the pale faces? Asked in every place they found them, setting fire to their callous villages, and scattering the bones of their ancestors to the four winds of heaven. Answer me, my brother, the chief continued. The words that fill my chest are sincere. Wakanda inspires them, the pale faces, since they were brought by the genius of evil in their great. Barcus mediciners, to the lands of my parents, they have always been implacable enemies of the red men, invading their richest and most fertile hunting grounds, pursuing them like Beowulf. He does nothing but prove what I say. Let's now come to the issue we set out to discuss. Hey, said the American with a certain hesitation, I can't deny, boss, that there's some truth to what you say. However, not all men of my colour have mistreated the redskins. Many have tried to do them good. Oh, maybe 2 or 3 at most. But that— Yes, I think that will be best, replied the American, very pleased with himself, not wanting to have to argue a discussion in which he knew he would not win. My nation despises pale faces, the chief retorted. The condor does not build its nest with the Morkais and the grey bear. The text does not accompany the antelope. I myself feel an instinctive hatred for pale faces. Thus, this morning I would have categorically rejected the proposals of the jaguar. What do we care about the wars that pale faces wage among themselves? When the coyotes devour each other, the deer rejoice. It is a joy for us to see our oppressors tear each other apart. In these present moments, though my hatred remains as strong as ever, I must bury it deep in my heart. My brother saved my life. He came to my aid when I lay motionless on the ground, as if dead, and the evil genius loomed over my head. Ingratitude is a white vice, gratitude a red virtue. From this day forward, the axe is buried between the jaguar and the blue fox for 5 consecutive moons. Ashen. What will the jaguar do for the blue fox and his warriors? During those 5 moons, the enemies of the jaguar will also be the enemies of the blue fox. The 2 chiefs will fight side by side like beloved brothers. Within 3 suns, the sachem will meet with the pale chief at the head of 500 famed warriors, whose heels are adorned with numerous coyote tails, and who form the choicest part of the inn. The sachem, in addition to these gifts, will receive 2 vicuña skins filled with fire-water. The jaguar is a generous chief. Though terrible to his enemies, his hand is always open to his friends. Every Apache warrior will receive a rifle, 100 charges of powder, and a knife for skinning skulls. "Hurrah! I am well pleased," exclaimed the chief with marked satisfaction. "My brother has spoken well. The jaguar is a generous ruler. Behold my totem in sign of alliance, as well as my quill of command." Then, removing the eagle feather stuck in his war ponytail, he gave that too. Saying this, the chief took out from his medicine bag, which he wore slung over his shoulders, a square piece of parchment on which was roughly sketched the totem or emblem animal of the tribe, and handed it to the American, who tucked it away immediately. "I thank my brother the sachem," said John Davis then, "for agreeing to my proposal, and he will not regret it. A chief has given his word." "On foot, as we are, it seems to me that will be quite difficult," observed John. "But already the sun is prolonging the shadows of the trees. The Morkais will soon make its night song resound. It is time to pay the last honours to the warriors who have fallen, and to part to join our respective friends." The Indian smiled and said, "The warriors of the Blue Fox watch over him." Indeed, as soon as the chief made a particular gesture twice, around 50 Apache warriors stormed the plain and quietly formed a circle around him. The fugitives who managed to escape from the fearsome grip of the white skinless man did so for a very short time. The sachem ordered the dead to be buried. Then the funeral ceremony began, one that the circumstances demanded be rushed to some extent. When they met, they returned to the camp and shared with their companions the news of their defeat. Then a detachment of riders, led by a subordinate chief, was sent out to find the sachem. But these riders, seeing the Blue Fox in conference with a pale-face, remained in the thicket, patiently awaiting his call. After these various ceremonies were concluded, the trenches were filled in and heavy stones were placed on top, so that wild beasts would not be able to dig up the corpses and devour them. The sun was about to disappear beyond the horizon when the Apaches finally paid their last respects to their brothers. The bodies were carefully washed and wrapped in new bison skin blankets. They were then placed, sitting in pits dug for each of them, with their weapons, their horse reins, and provisions, so as not to lack anything during their journey to the blessed plains, so that when they reached the Wakanda they could immediately mount horses and hunt. Then Blue Fox approached the hunter, who had up until then remained as a spectator, if not indifferent, at least impassive, of the ceremony, and said, "Will my brother return with the warriors of his nation?" "Yes," the American answered succinctly. Yes," the American answered succinctly. "The pale-face has lost his horse. Let him ride the mustang offered by Blue Fox, and within 2 hours he will be back among his own." The Apaches, at the chief's signal, retreated into the forest, leaving behind the open plain where such terrible events had taken place, once again shrouded in solitude and silence. John Davis accepted with gratitude the gift that was so generously offered to him, mounted his horse immediately, and after bidding farewell to the Indians, he parted ways with them, He parted ways with them and sped off. A jaguar, like all men whose existence mostly takes place in the desert, was endowed with excessive caution, coupled with extreme circumspection. Hence, which they have turned into a formidable weapon against their enemies. Although he was still very young, his life had been intertwined with such singular events, he had acted in scenes so extraordinary, that from an early age he had gotten used to keeping his emotions locked away in his heart, and maintaining a marble-like impassivity on his face, regardless of what he saw or experienced, a trait characteristic of India. Ons was at that moment neither hostile nor friendly. On hearing Tranquilla's voice suddenly ring in his ear, the young man felt a tremor run through his entire body, furrowed his brow, and mentally wondered how the hunter would continue to chase him even into his camp, and what powerful reason could this camp, and what powerful reason could drive him to act so, especially as their relationship with the Canadian, subject to frequent interrupting. He was not alone. Loyal Heart accompanied him. However, the jaguar, whose heart was filled with a strong sense of honor, and who was flattered more than he let on by Tranquillo's bold move, hid his turmoil and rushed forward with a smile to greet the hunter. The Canadian, without being haughty, had a reserved air. His manners were cold, and his face was veiled by a cloud of sorrow. "Thank you," he replied succinctly, not grasping the hand offered. "Very welcome to my camp, hunter," said the jaguar amicably, extending his hand. "I am very glad to see you," the young man added, without being formal. "What circumstance has brought you to this place?" "My companion and I have been hunting for a long time. We are exhausted. The smoke from V's camp attracted us here." The jaguar pretended to believe that he was accepting that defeat, clumsily imagined by a man who flattered himself to be one of the most robust hunters of the desert. "Come, V, and take a spot by the fire in my tent, and feel free to help yourself to anything here, acting accordingly." The Canadian bent without replying, and with Loyal Heart followed the jaguar, who led them through the chaotic camp. The jaguar imitated them. When they had reached the fire, the young man threw in several armfuls of dry wood. The hunters sat on bison skulls placed there as seats, and then, without breaking the silence, filled their pipes and began to smoke. The whites who traverse the prairies, and whose life he spends his days hunting in those vast wilds, and in the process has unconsciously adopted most of the habits and customs of the redskins, with whom he is constantly brought into contact by the fair demands of his position. Customs of redskins. Many of the hunters take this kind of mania so far that the greatest compliment one can pay them is to pretend they are taken for Indian warriors. There is one thing worthy of note, and that is the tendency of civilized men to revert to savage life. The ease with which hunters, born mostly in large population centers, forget their comfortable habits, abandon city customs, and give up the ways they have followed throughout the first part of their lives, to adopt instead the ways and even the sea. Do savages completely err in thinking this way? Is their reasoning false? We must confess that, in contrast to this, the redskins do not in any way desire our civilization, of which they take very little care, and those who, by chance or some commercial reason, are led to populous cities like New York or New Orleans. Or, instead of being amazed by what they see, cast looks of compassion around them without understanding. Facti, there are men who willingly consent to shut themselves up in kind of smoke-filled cages that they call homes, and spend their lives in ungrateful labours, rather than go live outdoors in vast solitudes, hunting bison, bears, and jaguars under gods, under the vast solitudes, hunting bisons under gods, under gaze. We do not believe so. The desert life, for the man whose heart is still sufficiently open to grasp its moving perils, has enchanting allurements which can be felt only there, and which the mathematically regulated existence of cities cannot in any way obliterate if one once manages to experience them. According to the strict Indian etiquette, no questions should be addressed to strangers sitting in the camp's household unless they initiate the conversation themselves. Under the Indian's hut, a guest is considered as if he was sent by the Great Spirit. He is sacred to him who visits him for as long as he wishes to stay with him, even if he were his mortal enemy. The jaguar, very familiar with the customs of the redskins, sat silently next to his guests, smoking, reflecting, and patiently waiting for them to take the initiative to speak. Nevertheless, believe me that your visit, though unexpected, is far from welcome. The hunter arched his lips in a peculiar manner, and answering not so much the words of the jaguar as his own thoughts, he murmured, "Who knows?" Finally, after a rather long interval, Tranquillo shook the ash from his pipe onto the nail of his right thumb, and turning to the young man, he said, "You didn't expect me, did you?" "Indeed," replied the jaguar. "Perhaps yes, perhaps no. The human heart is an indecipherable book, in which only the mad believe they can read. You know it well enough to know better." "It's not like that with mine, Hunter," he continued. The Canadian shook his head and replied, "You are still very young. That heart of which he speaks to me, even for you, is unknown. To answer with such certainty, wait. In the short period of existence that you have so far, the wind of passions has not yet blown over you, and it has not bent you under its powerful pressure. We, having loved and suffered, then, if you have bravely endured the shock, if you have withstood the hurricane of youth, it will be lawful for you to carry your head high." These words were spoken with a severe accent, but, nevertheless, they did not reveal the slightest bitterness. "You are hard on me today," he said. The young man replied sadly, "What have I done to deserve your scorn, V? What reprehensible act have I committed? None. At least I delight in believing so, but I fear that very soon. End it." He stopped and moved his head painfully, exclaimed the jaguar with vehemence. "Why?" replied Tranquillo. "It is better to keep silent. Calm down. Who am I to impose my morality on thee, who would undoubtedly spurn it, and my advice, which would be unwelcome?" The young man answered with an emotion he could not master, "We have known each other for a long time, and you know the esteem and respect I have for you. Speak! Whatever it is you want to say, no matter how harsh your reprimands may be, I swear to you that I will listen." "Pish! Forget what I said. I have made a mistake in wanting to interfere in their affairs. In the prairie each one should think only of themselves, so let's not speak of it any further." The jaguar gave him a piercing look and replied, "Ignorance. Let's not speak of it any more." He stood up and paced around with great agitation. Then, suddenly turning back towards the hunter, he said, "Please forgive me, sir." And the jaguar, as he spoke thus, fixed on the Canadian a look of singular expression. I had not yet thought of offering him a refreshment, but here is the breakfast hour, and I hope you and your companion will do me the favour of sharing my frugal lunch. Quiet for a moment. He finally said, "This morning, just as the sun rose, my companion and I had lunch a few minutes before entering your camp." "I was certain of it," exclaimed the young man with vehemence. "Oh, oh, now my doubts are gone, Hunter. Refuse to accept water and salt in my home. He is wrong. Oh, you are a man too loyal and sincere not to be frank," replied the jaguar, interrupting him violently. "No negatives. Be at ease. Don't look for unworthy excuses from either me or you. Christ's body! Just as I know the law of the prairies, one does not break the fast with an enemy. Now, if you still have in the depths of your soul a single, minimal trace of those feelings of benevolence that you once had for me, explain yourself clearly and without ambiguity or evasion. I demand it. I can be wrong, just like anyone else, and God knows I wish that were the case. I hear you, V, and I swear on my honor that if the reproaches you address to me are justified, I will confess it." The Canadian seemed to reflect for a moment, and then suddenly exclaimed with determination, "To be honest, you are right, Jaguar. It's better for us to explain ourselves as frank hunters, rather than engage in thievery with each other like— Redskins, and after all, no man is infallible. For him. On the contrary, replied the Jaguar vivaciously, that Hunter is a friend of V. I hope very soon he will be mine too, and I have nothing to hide. Well, said the Hunter, in a more friendly tone than he had used until then, speak, V, like a man. But perhaps you would prefer our conversation to be private, he added, gesturing towards Corazon Leal, who, out of discretion, made a gesture to leave. Thank you, sir. Now speak, V, calmly. I am ready to listen to the charges that, as you say, you have against me. On my part, said Corazon Leal, as he bowed, I earnestly hope that the light cloud which has come between you and Tranquillo will dissipate like the slight vapour that carries the morning breeze far away, so that we may get to know each other better. And since you wish it, I will attend the conference. Unfortunately, said Tranquillo, the peculiar life that V has led since his arrival, these regions lend themselves to the most unfavourable suppositions. You have placed under your command a mob of bad characters, border raiders, outcasts from society, who live completely outside the common law of civilized peoples. Then what? We, the men of the deserts, the dwellers in the forests and hunters of the frontiers, are we obliged to submit to all the petty demands of the cities? I admit, in a way, the validity of your reasoning, V. But assuming that the men under my command are indeed bandits, border raiders as you call them, do you know what drives them to act? Yes, to a certain extent. That is, it is not lawful for us to go into open rebellion against the institutions of men who, although they have separated from us, have not thereby ceased to be our brothers, and to whom we still belong by our colour, our religion, our birth, and the family ties that bind us to them, which we have been unable to break. Can you level any accusations against them? Patience. I am not yet done. Well, then, in addition to that band of outlaws which you, V, are the ostensible leader of, you have formed an alliance with the Redskins, the Apaches among others, who are the most daring thieves on the prairie. Is that true? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes? Ah, and no, my friend, for the alliance you accuse me of has never existed until now. But this very morning it was agreed upon between two of my friends and Blue Fox, one of the most famous Apache chiefs. There is an unfortunate coincidence. Why? Do you know what your new allies have done last night? How am I supposed to know, if I don't even know where they are, and I haven't received official news of the treaty yet? Well, I'll tell you. They've attacked the Potrero sail and stolen everything in it. But what has become of? The Jaguar shrugged his shoulders in disdain and said, What's the point? Have they really done that? They have, and it's even supposed to be at your instigation. The dark pupils of the Jaguar flashed a lightning bolt of fury. He sprang to his feet, seized his rifle with a trembling hand, and exclaimed with a strident voice, By God! Doña Carmela, she's safe, thank God. The young man let out a sigh of relief. And do you believe such an infamy on my part? He said, soon after, in a tone of reprimand. Thank you, thank you. I don't believe it any more, replied the hunter. But by God, I swear to you that those demons will have to pay dearly for the crime they've committed. It doesn't matter, said V. A silver candelabra has been sent to Mexico by Captain Melendez. Now, continue V. Unfortunately, if you have managed to sincerely apologize for my first request, I doubt you will be able to do the same for the second. The young man shivered slightly and said, in a brief tone, I know. The hunter fixed him with an inquisitive gaze, and replied hesitantly, It is said. Reason, he answered coldly. That is indeed my intention. It is said, the Jaguar echoed, interrupting him energetically, that I am tracking that silver trail, and when the right moment comes, I will attack it at the head of my bandits and seize the money. Isn't that so?" "Yes, yes. What else?" Upon hearing such a cynical response, Tranquil froze with surprise and indignation. "Oh," he exclaimed in pain, "is it true what is said of you? Are you truly a bandit?" The young man smiled bitterly and said in a hushed voice, "Perhaps." "Tranquil, you are twice my age. Your experience is great. How can I trust appearances? Why judge rashly based on appearances? Didn't you yourself confess?" "Yes, I did confess." "Are you contemplating a robbery?" "A robbery?" exclaimed the jaguar, blushing with indignation. "You must assume that." But soon regaining his composure, he added, "It's true," the hunter exclaimed violently. "What other name can be given to such an infamous act?" The jaguar lifted its head alertly, as if intending to answer, but its lips remained silent. He gazed at him tranquilly for a moment, with a mixture of compassion and affection. Then, turning to Leal del Corazon, he said, "Come on, V, my friend. We've been here long enough." "Oh," said the young man, hiding his face in both hands, in pain. "Stop, V," exclaimed the young man. "Don't condemn me, V. I repeat, you ignore the reasons that drive me to act. Those reasons, whatever they may be, cannot be honourable. I see nothing but murder and robbery in them." "Let's go," Tranquillo replied. Leo Hart had examined that singular scene attentively and coldly. "Wait a moment," he said, and advancing a few steps, he laid a hand on the jaguar's shoulder. "Oh, if I could only speak. How long do you think I'll have to keep silent?" "I don't know." He lifted his head and asked, "What do you want from me?" "Listen, sir," replied Loyal Hart in a deep voice. "For some reason I have a secret intuition that your actions are not despicable, even though everything points to the contrary, and there will come a day when it will be lawful for you to explain them and apologize to all. It depends on circumstances beyond my control. So, can't you set a time? It's impossible for me. I've made a vow and must honor it. Well, promise me just one thing." "What is it?" "That do not attempt the life of Captain Melendez." The jaguar hesitated. "What does thee say?" replied Hart Loyal. "I will do everything in my power to save his life." "Thank you," exclaimed Hart Loyal. Immediately, turning towards Tranquil, who remained motionless by his side, he said, "Go back to your seat, brother, and eat with the jaguar without any scruples, for I take responsibility for him with my head." The jaguar shuddered, casting a searching glance at Loyal Hart, but it collided with the hunter's placidly indifferent face. The Canadian hesitated for a moment, but finally returned to his seat in front of the fire, murmuring, "In 2 months, current? If within 2 months from today you do not give me a satisfactory explanation of your current conduct, I, who am bound by no oath, will reveal to you that mystery which you find inexplicable, and indeed is." And he added mentally, "But until then I'll keep an eye on him." The parting. Captain Melendez was eager to cross the dangerous pass alongside which he had set up camp. He knew full well the great responsibility he had taken on by accepting command of the escort, and did not want to be blamed for negligence or carelessness if a misfortune were to occur. The sum carried by the mule train was considerable. The Mexican government, always in need of funds, awaited it impatiently. It was not hidden from the captain that the responsibility for an attack would weigh mercilessly upon him, and that he would suffer all its consequences, whether he desired the outcome of a fight with the frontier raiders or not. That is why his unease and anxiety grew moment by moment. The evident infamy of Friar Antonio heightened his suspicions even further, making him suspect a probable betrayal. Without being able to guess from which side the danger would come, he could feel it approaching step by step, closing in on him from all sides, and at every moment he awaited a terrible explosion. Pet something vague. This secret intuition, this providential foreboding that cried out to him from the depths of his heart to be cautious, put him in an indescribable state of heightened arousal, and placed him in an intolerable situation from which he wanted to escape at all costs, preferring finally to face the danger and combat it head-on, rather than continue to suss. That is why he increased his vigilance, examining the surroundings of the camp by himself, observing the operation of loading the mules that, tied one behind another in a reel, in case of an alarm, were to be placed among the most faithful and determined soldiers of the escort. In the meantime, dawn was gradually breaking. Amp, enviously wishing, despite himself, for the careless and peaceful sleep of the soldiers, sprawled on the ground and wrapped in their cloaks. Long before sunrise, the captain, whose sleep had been nothing more than a continuation of cruel insomnia, left the hard bed of furs and blankets, upon which he had in vain sought for a few hours of rest that would have been impossible given his nervous state, and began to pace restlessly through the narrow space that was free in the centre of the scene. The owl, whose morning song announces the sunrise, had already released its melancholic notes into the wind. The captain stumbled on the main muleteer, who was lying next to the fire, and woke him up. "Captain, what fly has bitten you to wake me so suddenly?" The good man rubbed his eyes several times, and when the last clouds of sleep had dispersed and order began to return to his thoughts, he exclaimed, stifling a final yawn, "By Jove! Look, the sky is just starting to lighten on the horizon. Let me sleep for another hour. It's such a good thing, dreaming." "Up!" The captain couldn't help but smile at hearing him. However, he didn't think he should accede to the cart driver's request, as the circumstances were much too serious to waste time. "Up, Christ's body!" exclaimed. "Remember ye that we are not yet at Dry River, and if we want to cross this dangerous pass before sunset, we must hurry." "Forgive me, Captain, God forbid." "It's true," answered the teamster, who stood up, agile and alert, as if he had just woken up. "I have as much interest as you in avoiding a bad encounter." "It's very true. I didn't remember that clause in his contract. According to the law, my fortune corresponds to the cargo I carry, and if a misfortune were to occur, I would be reduced to misery with my family. Not strange, because it doesn't concern you. As for me, it keeps nagging at me, and I swear to you, Captain, since I embarked on this ill-fated journey, I have regretted it. Bah! I have many times accepted the conditions that were imposed on me. I don't know why I imagine that we won't make it safely to the other side of these cursed mountains. Those are foolish thoughts, Lord Bautista. You're in excellent condition, well escorted. What can you fear? Nothing, I know it, and yet I am convinced that I am not wrong, and that this journey will be my undoing. By my soul, you're mad." The same presentiments troubled the officer. However, in front of the driver, he could not let slip even a hint of his inner restlessness. On the contrary, he needed to strengthen him and restore the courage that seemed about to leave him. He exclaimed, "Let the absurd ideas that have entered his head go to hell." The carriage-driver assumed a grave expression and replied, "You, Sir Don Juan, can laugh at those ideas. You are well educated and naturally disbelieve. But I am but a poor, ignorant Indian, and I have faith in everything my parents believed before me." "Look, explain yourself," the captain replied, seeking to end the discussion once and for all, while respecting the concerns of the carrier. "What makes you think your journey will be unlucky? He is not a man who can be frightened by his own shadow. I have known you for a long time, and I know your courage. Thank you, Captain, for the kind words you have for me. Yes, I am brave, and I have tested this on several occasions, but it has always been in the face of dangers that my intelligence understood, and not in front of dangers that go beyond natural laws that govern us." The captain was biting his whiskers impatiently as he watched the annoying meticulousness of the teamster. But, as he had already told him, he knew the good man, and by experience he knew that trying to make him abridge his tale was a painful waste of time, and that it was necessary to let him speak in his own way. There are certain characters for whom, as with the spur on a restive horse, trying to get them to move forward actually has the effect of pushing them backward. So the young man mastered his impatience, and replied coldly, "Did you have some bad foreboding, perhaps, at the moment of your departure?" "Indeed, Captain, that is how it was. And I would have been very careful to stay put if I had been an easily frightened man, faced with what I saw. And what was that omen? Don't laugh, Captain V." And upon finishing these words, he let out a sigh. Even the Holy Scriptures say that God, on many occasions, takes pleasure in giving men certain healthy warnings, to which, unfortunately, they do not have enough judgment to give credit. "It's true," murmured the captain as an acknowledgment. "So be it," the courier continued, flattered by the officer's approval. "My mules are ready, waiting for me in the stable. guarded by the peons, and I am about to set off. At the sight of this unexpected apparition, I involuntarily shivered and looked away. However, as I did not want to separate from my wife for perhaps a long time without saying goodbye again, I was heading home to give her one last hug, when, upon reaching the door threshold, I instinctively raised my eyes and saw 2 owls perched on the roof, fixating me with an infernal stare, said the captain. At that moment, a dying man was being carried along the path on a stretcher, accompanied by 2 soldiers and escorted by a friar who recited the penitence psalms to him, and gently prepared him to die like a good Christian. But the wounded man, without replying a word, looked at the friar with a sardonic smile. Suddenly, that man sat up in the chair. His eyes lit up. He turned towards me, fixed a sarcastic gaze on me, and fell back murmuring these 2 words that undoubtedly were addressed to me. "Goodbye." That kind of quote from that individual wasn't pleasant, was it? Replied the carriage-driver. And yet he had given me his last possessions. Those words affected me deeply, and I rushed towards him with the intention of addressing the reproaches I deemed appropriate. He was dead. Did V know who that man was? Yes, he was a bandit who, during an encounter with the citizens, was fatally wounded by them, and they were taking him to the atrium of the cathedral so he could die there. Is that all? Yes, asked the captain. Ah, sir. Well, my friend, I did well to insist on learning the reasons for your distress. How? Yes, because the presage that then favoured you have interpreted in a very different way from what you should. So? Me, exclaimed the driver joyfully. Are you sure of what you tell me? As sure as I am of my salvation in the other world, replied the captain, crossing himself devotedly. I will explain. This presage means, on the contrary, that with prudence and unwavering vigilance you will frustrate the betrayals and bring down at your feet the bandits who dare to attack you. Oh! He immediately regained his good humour, and with a burst of laughter exclaimed, Good heavens! The carriage-driver had a deep faith in the captain's words, whom he held in highest regard for his proven superiority. Thus he did not even consider questioning the assurance given to him about the error he had made in interpreting the omen, would cause him so much distress. Since that is the case, I have nothing to lose, so it will be useless for me to give Our Lady of Solitude the Syria I had promised. Completely useless, replied the captain. The courier, now entirely reassured, quickly went back to his usual tasks. Thus the captain, feigning acceptance of the ideas of that ignorant Indian, managed to gently steer him away from them. Meanwhile, all was in motion at the camp. The muleteers were pairing and loading the mules, while the dragoons busily saddled their horses and prepared them for the march. The captain watched over everyone's movements with a feverish impatience, hurrying some, reprimanding others, and ensuring his orders were carried out precisely. When all preparations were complete, the officer ordered them to eat their lunch, standing up and on the horses of the expert, in order to lose less time, and then gave the march order. Am I speaking with Captain Don Juan Melendez? When he had reached the captain's side, by some marvel of horsemanship, he suddenly brought his steed to a halt, gave a respectful military salute, and said, May God protect you, sir. The soldiers mounted their horses, but just as the escort was about to set off, a loud crashing sound was heard in the bushes. The branches suddenly parted, and all of a sudden a rider, dressed in a Mexican dragon uniform, appeared at close range, galloping towards the troops at full speed. The very same, replied the surprised officer. A message. Who is it from? From. What do you wish to say to me? I have a message for you which I must deliver in person, answered the soldier. His Excellency General D. Jose Maria Rubio, and what this envelope contains must be important, because the general told me to hurry, and I have travelled 47 leagues in 19 hours. Well, give it to me, replied the captain. The dragon produced from his chest a large fold with a seal of crimson wax, and presented it respectfully to the captain. He took it and opened it, but before reading it, he cast a suspicious glance at the soldier, who stood motionless and impassive in front of him, a gaze that the dragon maintained with unshaken composure. That individual looked like all the other Mexican soldiers overall, and nothing about him could attract attention or arouse suspicions. However, with great reluctance, the captain agreed to interact with him. That man seemed to be at most 30 years old. His stature was tall and well-proportioned. He carried with a certain air the uniform he wore. His intelligent features had an expression of cunning and malice that made his restless eyes all 3 hours more striking, as they did not fix on the captain without visible hesitation. It would surely have been difficult, though not impossible, to explain the reason for that feeling. Yet there are certain laws in nature whose force cannot be doubted, and they make it so, from the moment we see a person, even before addressing them, that this person becomes sympathetic to us, antipathic, and that we instinctively feel well or ill-disposed towards her. Where does this kind of secret premonition come from that never fails in its judgments? We would not be able to explain it. We merely record a positive fact, from which we ourselves have often suffered the influence and recognized the effectiveness during the course of our adventurous life. We must confess that the captain felt no sympathy at all for the man in question, and was quite prepared to have no trust in him. In Redondo, well, my captain, just before reaching the Guadalupe Ferris wheel. In what part did you part company with General V? He asked, mechanically, turning over the fold of paper he held in his hand, at which he had not yet looked at closely. Ah, who is V? Does V know the contents of this dispatch? No, I only assume it must be important. What is V's name? I am the assistant of General, sir, and my name is Gregorio Felpa. The soldier had answered the captain's questions with complete frankness and openness. It was evident that he wasn't lying. Here is the English translation of the provided text. D. John, after still hesitating for a moment, decided to read, but soon afterwards he frowned, and an expression of bad humour clouded his face. Dares, under the orders of different leaders, are roaming the countryside, looting and burning haciendas, stopping convoys, and intercepting communications. This is what that telegram contained. Roundwell, on of 18. General Don Jose Maria Rubio, Commander-in-Chief of the state of Texas, has the honor to inform Captain Don Juan Melendez de Gongora that new disturbances have broken out in the state. Several bands of thieves and frontier Marao. Consequently, the state of Texas is declared a state of siege, etc. Here followed the measures adopted by General. In the face of such serious facts, which compromise public fortune and the security of the inhabitants, the government, in accordance with its duty, has been compelled to adopt general measures in the interest of all, in order to suppress these disturbances before they spread on a larger scale. To crush the rebellion, and subsequently, the dispatch continued as follows. Favorable for a surprise, General Rubio orders Captain Melendez to be guided by the bearer of this dispatch, a reliable and faithful man who will deliver it. General Don Jose Maria Rubio, informed by certain spies whose loyalty he can rely on, that one of the main leaders of the insurgents, nicknamed Jaguar, is preparing to seize the silver cash entrusted to Captain Don Juan Melendez de Gongora. With this objective, the aforementioned leader plans to ambush himself in Rio Seco, a location very. The silver columns march to Laguna del Venado, where it will unite with a cavalry detachment sent by the general, whose numerical strength will shield the silver column from any attack. Captain Melendez will take overall command of all troops, and in the shortest possible time he will meet with this undersigned at his headquarters. God and Freedom. General Commander of the State of Texas, Jose Maria Rubio. The captain, after having read this dispatch attentively, lifted his head and examined the soldier for a moment with deep and steady attention. The dragon, with its hand resting on the hilt of its sword, idly played with the tassel of its drake, seemingly paying no heed to what was happening around it. "The order is formal and peremptory," the captain murmured twice. "I must comply with it, yet everything tells me this man is a traitor." Then he added, in a loud voice, "Do you well know this region? Do you know that I does it have to serve as a guide?" "I am a son of the soil, my captain," replied the dragon, "and there is no path or shortcut that I have not travelled 100 times as a child." The general excused me from telling him. "And do you think you are sure that we can lead us safe and sound to the place where we are expected?" "Well, at least I will do my best to achieve it." "Are you tired?" My horse is more so than I am. Current. If you were to order me to get another one, I would be immediately ready to obey your orders, for I see that you are in a hurry to set off. Choose a horse for yourself, V. The soldier did not allow the order to be repeated. Several spare horses followed the escort, and he chose one of them, mounting it, and placing his equipment on it from the one he was leaving behind. "At your service, Captain," said the dragon. In just a few short moments the exchange was complete, and the rider was seated. "Moving out," replied the officer. "The guide." And immediately afterward he thought to himself, "I won't lose sight of this Tunis," if he said himself. The military law is inflexible, and has rules to which it never deviates, for discipline admits of no hesitations or misrepresentations. The despotic axiom so prevalent in the Eastern courts, "To understand is to obey," is vividly true from a military standpoint. Ere country the services it has a right to expect would become a calamity for him. These reflections and many more pressed confusedly upon the captain's mind, as he followed thoughtfully a guide assigned to him in a most singular fashion by his general's office. Certainly, however harsh it may seem at first, it is undisputable that this must be the case, for if lower-ranking individuals were granted the right to question orders received from their superiors, all discipline would be destroyed. Soldiers, not discipline, would... won't you see us? Soldiers, not obeying beyond their whims, they would become ungovernable, and the army, instead of rendering to the fed. But the order was clear, decisive. He felt compelled to obey, and so he did, though deep down he was convinced that the man in whom they were forcing him to place his trust was, if not a complete traitor, at least unworthy of the confidence placed in him. As for the soldier, he galloped with the utmost indifference at the head of the convoy, smoking, laughing, and singing, without seeming to be in any way wary of the suspicions that weighed upon him. It is true that the captain had carefully hidden, in the depths of his heart, the bad opinion he had formed about his guide, and openly seemed to have great confidence in him. In the critical situation in which the convoy found itself, prudence dictated that those who were part of it not suspect their leader's unease, so as not to become demoralized by the fear of an imminent betrayal. In the end, he had taken every precaution that prudence demanded to ensure the safe completion of the journey. Before setting off, the captain had given stern orders with a certain affectation, ensuring the weapons were in good condition, and sent out a skirmish line in front with flankers on the sides to explore the area and confirm that the route was clear, and free from any danger, learning the task entrusted to him. The further the convoy advanced into the mountain region, the more difficult and dangerous the journey became. The guide, an impartial witness to these precautions, and for whom all had been adopted with such ostentation, seemed to applaud them, supporting the captain's orders, and highlighting the skill of the border scouts in slipping through the undergrowth, and Herb's without leaving a trace, as well as the attention that the new recruit must give to Fulfi. The trees, which at first were scattered over a larger area of ground, had insensibly drawn nearer to each other, and now formed a dense forest, through which it was necessary to make one's way with an axe in many places, on account of the vines, and climbing plants that intertwined with each other, and sometimes formed an impenetrable labyrinth. In addition, there were small rivers that were usually quite wide, with steep banks and difficult access, which horses and mules had to cross, often up to their cinches, through iguanas and alligators. Europeans who, when it comes to forests, only know those of the old world, cannot form an idea, not even a remote one, of what those immense oceans of greenery are that in America they call virgin forests. The dense canopy of branches, under which the convoy struggled forward, painfully hid clear the sky entirely, and with great effort it allows some rays of sun to filter through, which are not enough to dispel the darkness that reigns, continuously in the virgin forests, even in the middle of the day, ending in the midst of immense groups of this kind of parasitic mistletoe, called Tillandia, which falls in broad clusters from the tips of all the trees' branches. The soil, covered with debris of all kinds, and the humus formed by trees that dry out and die, is hidden under a carpet of abundant grass, several feet high. There it seems that all the trees support each other, so intertwined and mixed are they, bound and joined together by networks of climbing plants that entwine their trunks, twist around their branches, penetrate the soil to sprout again like fear, tubes of a vast organ, sometimes forming capricious parabolas, other times constantly ascending and descend. The trees, almost all of the same kind, offer so little variety that each one seems to be a mere repetition of the others. Lice and insects of all kinds crawl silently over the ground, while the song of birds and the gruff roars of beasts form a terrifying concert that the echoes of the lakes simultaneously repeat. Hunters know from experience that a man lost in one of those trails, unless by some miracle, must perish in it, trapped between the walls formed by the overgrown grass and the curtains of climbing plants, being of his kind. Even the most seasoned forest hunters only venture into virgin jungles with trembling, for it is nearly impossible to navigate them with certainty, and one cannot rely on paths that merge and become indistinguishable at any moment. These forests are crossed in all directions by trails marked for centuries by the paws of wild beasts, leading to their mysterious watering holes. At various points, and hidden beneath the undergrowth, several putrid marshes on which clouds of mosquitoes hover, produce dense fog that rises from their depths and fills the jungle with darkness. Reptive. In a virgin jungle it was where the convoy had ventured at that moment. The captain decided to camp his men in one of those rather extensive little squares that are so often found in those regions, formed by the fall of trees knocked down by hurricanes or dead from old age. However, it was nearly noon. The heat was stifling. The horses and men, who had been on the march since 4 in the morning over extremely difficult trails, were exhausted and demanded imperatively a few hours of rest indispensable to continue forward. The guide, always calm and careless, continued to advance without hesitating in the slightest, as if he were completely sure of the path he was taking, contenting himself very seldomly with casting a casual glance to the right or left, but not slowing down his horse's pace for it. The voice of "Halt!" rang out. The soldiers took their frugal meal and lay down on their capes to take a siesta. The soldiers and the teamsters let out a sigh of satisfaction and stopped immediately. They removed the chairs and gear from the horses and mules, so that the young trees and abundant grass could grow freely. The captain, whose eyes happened to be fixed on the guide at that moment, noticed a cloud of discontent on his forehead. However, the soldier, knowing he was being observed, quickly calmed down, feigned to share in the general joy, and dismounted. Perhaps each of them was plagued by rather serious reflections that drove away sleep and kept them awake when everything invited them to rest. Very soon all the individuals who were part of the convoy were buried in the deepest sleep. Only 2 men kept watch, the captain and the guide. A few steps from the plaza, monstrous iguanas lay in the sun, rolling in the greyish mud of a stream whose water flowed gently, with a faint murmur, around all sorts of obstacles that impeded its course. Raw. But both men were so preoccupied with their thoughts that they could not observe what was happening around them. Insect clouds filled the air with the continuous buzzing of their wings. Squirrels leaped joyfully from branch to branch. Birds, hidden in the undergrowth, sang with all their might, and sometimes above the tall grass appeared a thin head and frightened eyes of a deer or an ashata that suddenly launched itself into the thicket with cries of terror. The captain raised his head. At that moment the guide fixed him with a gaze of singular intensity. What a hot day! Ashamed of being caught off guard, he tried to disorient the officer by speaking to him, an old tactic that did not fool him, said the soldier with an indifferent tone. "Yes," replied the captain succinctly. "Wait. Don't you feel like sleeping?" "No. Then I feel my eyelids very heavy, my eyes close without wanting to. With your permission, I am going to follow my companions and enjoy a few moments of the excellent sleep they are savouring with such delight. Vi, a moment I have to tell you a few words." "Me?" "Yes." "Casually," said the soldier with complete indifference. He rose, choking on a sigh of sorrow, and went to stand beside the captain. who moved aside to make room under the protective shadow of the massive leafy tree that spread its giant branches laden with palm fronds and alheres. "We need to talk seriously," the captain repeated. "As you wish," replied the other. "Can you be honest? How so?" The captain looked at him. "Will you answer my questions?" "I don't know." The dragon, disconcerted by the question up close, said, "Or if you prefer, can you be loyal?" Accordingly, he replied, "Do you have secret according to that?" "How? What doesn't he know, sir?" "Listen, sir," said the guide in a casual tone. "My mother, the good woman, always told me to be wary of two types of people, those who borrow and those who ask questions, because she said, and rightly so, that the first threaten our finances, and second, our secrets." "Me?" "No, indeed." "Well, then, what are you afraid of, V?" "Not much, truly." "Come, ask me, my captain, and I will try to answer." The captain was forced to be satisfied with the half-promise of the guide, and replied, "Who is V?" The Mexican peasant, whether indigenous or civilized, resembles the Norman farmer in that it is almost impossible to get a positive response from him when asked a question. "Me?" "Yes." "Eh?" The guide burst out laughing and said, "You see for yourself, V." The captain shook his head and retorted, "I am not asking you what you appear to be, but what you really are. Answer my questions categorically, or what?" repeated the guide in a buzzing tone. "Captain, who can be sure and know what this is?" "Listen, V. Tune," replied the captain with a threatening tone, "I don't want to waste my time following you through all the circumlocutions you feel like inventing. I'll lift the lid off your brains like a dog," the captain repeated, drawing a pistol from his belt and cocking it swiftly. Oh! The soldier's eyes flashed with lightning, but his features remained impassive, not a muscle of his face moving. "Captain, sir," he said in a sombre tone, "you have a peculiar way of asking questions of your friends. Who guarantees to me that you are indeed my friend?" "Yes, but those orders were transmitted to me through V." "What does it matter? I do not know V. It is true, but you know the person who sent me. That person is your superior, just as he is mine, and in coming here I have obeyed his orders, as you should obey him, by adhering to the instructions he has sent you. Who guarantees to me that the message I received has been delivered to you?" "Good heavens!" "My captain, what you are saying is not at all flattering to me," replied the guide. "Hurt. I know. Unfortunately, we live in an age when it is so difficult to distinguish friends from enemies that one can never be too careful to avoid a trap. I am charged by the government with performing a mission of extreme delicacy, and more than anyone I must act discreetly regarding people who are unknown to me. I will only try to prove to you with my conduct that you have been mistaken about me." "You are right, captain. That is why, despite how injurious your suspicions may be to me, I do not get angry at what you say. Exceptional positions require exceptional measures. I will be infinitely glad if I am wrong, but take care. Now you are warned, and you can act accordingly." "Certainly, captain, I will take that risk." "If I notice the slightest suspicious thing, either in your actions or words, I won't hesitate to lift the lid on your brains. Whatever happens, I am sure my conscience will absolve me, for I shall have done everything in my power to fulfill my duty." "We'll see," said the latter, and he said this with such an air of frankness it compelled the captain despite his doubts. "Will we escape soon from the infernal forest in which we are? We only have 2 more hours of marching. We will meet those who are waiting for us at sunset. God willing," murmured the captain. "Amen," said the soldier sarcastically. "But since you judged it convenient not to answer any of my questions," replied the officer, "I won't take it amiss if, from this moment on, don't lose sight of him, and when we resume our march, keep him by my side." "As you wish, captain. You have the strength, if not the right, and I am forced to acquiesce to your will." "Very well. You can sleep now, if it seems fit to you. So, is there nothing more you have to tell me?" "Nothing." Then I will take advantage of the permission that V has kindly granted me, and try to make up for lost time." The captain continued to keep watch. The soldier rose, stifling a long yawn, took a few steps back, lay down on the ground, and closed his eyes. After a few minutes it seemed as if he were buried in a deep sleep. The conversation he just had with the guide only increased his unease, proving that man hid great cunning beneath a rough and mundane exterior. In fact, he had not answered any of the questions addressed to him, and after a few moments he succeeded in forcing the captain to shift from attack to defence, providing very logical reasons against which nothing could be argued, more than he would have done under any other circumstances. Thus, at that moment, Don Juan was in the worst mood a man of heart can be, discontent with himself and others, deeply convinced he is right, yet compelled in a way to confess that his rightness does not lie with him. As is always the case in such situations, it was the soldiers who suffered the consequences of their commander's bad mood, as the officer, fearing to add the darkness of night to the already unfavourable odds he imagined against him, and desiring, above all, not to be caught in the dark amid the tangled labyrinth of the jungle, cut short the march muck. Soon after 2 p.m. he had the bugle sound, and gave the order to march. The captain, as he had warned, ordered the guide to take position next to him, and as soon as possible he never took his eyes off him for a second. However, the hottest part of the day was already over. The sun's rays, more oblique, had lost much of their intensity, and the march continued under comparatively better conditions than before. Yes, the dragon seemed to pay no heed at all to this bothersome surveillance. He kept walking, appearing just as indifferent as ever, smoking his paper cigarette and humming softly some jarbs. Everything led to the presumption that it wouldn't be long before reaching the edge of the forest. The forest was gradually becoming clearer. The open plains or little squares were becoming more frequent, and the view embraced a broader horizon. "Have we reached the slopes of the mountain yet?" asked the captain. However, movements on the terrain could be seen from right and left. The ground began to rise insensibly, and the path followed by the convoy was becoming increasingly narrow as it advanced. "Oh, no, not yet," responded the guide. "However, very soon we will be between 2 hills. Yes, at a little elevation, but it's not very wide. It's true. Nevertheless, if I'm not mistaken, we're going to pass through a gorge." "You should have warned me, sir." "Why?" "To have highlighted an uncovered position at the vanguard. So, have we arrived?" "Almost, almost. Then let's hurry up." "With pleasure." "It's true, but there's still time to do so if you wish. At the end of this ravine is where those waiting for us are located." "Aye." And they continued marching. "Isn't it a cannon of a gun that glistens in the sunlight?" Suddenly the guide stopped and said, "Hey, Captain, look there." The captain raised his eyes with vivacity towards the place indicated by the soldier. At that very moment an appalling burst of fire erupted on both sides of the path, and a shower of bullets rained down upon the convoy. John Davis. The guide had just disappeared, making it impossible to know how he had escaped. Exeat order. Before the captain, furious at seeing such a shameful betrayal, had time to draw his pistol from his belt, he fell to the ground, dragged by his horse, which had been hit in the heart by a bullet. After parting from Blue Fox, he continued galloping for quite some time. John Davis, the slave-trader, had a remarkably strong temper, allowing the scenes he witnessed that day, in which he himself played an active role at one point, to leave a profound and lasting impression on his mind. Diom rein, then to a trot, and finally to a walk, with its head lowered and nibbling at tufts of grass or leaves with the end of its snout, and orienting towards the spot where he was to meet the jaguar, but little by little he surrendered entirely to his musings, and as the horse, with the admirable instinct that distinguishes these noble animals, realized that the rider, no longer cared for his horse, the speed of its pace gradually diminished, shifting from a rapid gallop to a may. The character who had the privilege of attracting such intense interest from the American was the white Skinner. John Davis felt his curiosity very excited by the conduct of one of the characters with whom chance had put him in contact that morning, so fertile in events of all kinds. The heroic struggle he waged alone against a cloud of determined enemies, his Herculean strength, and the skill with which he handled his horse, all seemed miraculous to that singular individual, adversaries appearing more like a demon than a human creature. Many times during the evenings at the camp I had heard extraordinary and exaggerated tales told about that hunter, especially by the Indians, who were filled with a fear they could already comprehend when they saw the man, as he would laugh at the fear. Weapons aimed at his chest and always emerge unscathed from battles, regardless of the number of his hits. Despite himself, John Davis shuddered at those thoughts, and was grateful to have escaped so miraculously the danger he had faced when encountering the Skinner. We may as well note that there is no more superstitious people in the world than the Americans. Today they are at least as gross and brutal as their ancestors were. She and the most absurd, all the more so because the mass of emigrants who at different times sought refuge in America were mostly devoid of any instruction. From this perspective, Americans, we must render them this justice, have not in any way degenerated. It is very easy to understand. That nation, a true coat of many colors, is a heterogeneous compound of all the races that inhabit the Old World. Each representative of these races came to America in their emigrant baggage, not only their emigrant baggage, vices and passions, but also their beliefs and superstitions of all kinds, the most mad, the most childish. It will be easy to imagine the notable number of witch legends, ghosts, etc., that circulate in North America, and how much those legends, preserved by tradition, passed from mouth to mouth, and over time mixed with each other, must have increased in a country where the grand aspects of nature draw imagination towards melancholy. That is why John Davis, despite boasting of being a carefree man, did not lack, like all his compatriots, a strong dose of credulity. And that man, who would undoubtedly not have retreated, even if he had seen several guns aimed at his chest, trembled with fear at the sound of a leaf falling onto his shoulder in the night. For the rest, as soon as John Davis conceived the idea that the white flay was a demon, or at least a wizard, he seized upon it, and this supposition immediately became for him an article of faith. To proceed with it, as is natural, he was instantly relieved by this discovery. His thoughts resumed their ordinary course, and the anxiety which had tormented his mind disappeared like magic. His opinion was already fully formed as to that man, and if chance should again bring them face to face, he would know how to act. Judging himself happy because he had finally found that solution, he cheerfully raised his head and cast a scrutinizing glance around him, in order to learn the places through which he was passing. Soon he found himself in the center of a vast, relatively flat plain, covered with tall grass and shaded in some places by small groups of trees. But all of a sudden he jerked up on his stirrups, placed his right hand over his eyes as if to shield them, and stared intently. A mile or so, at most, from where he was standing, a little to the right, which was precisely the direction John was heading, he noticed a thin column of smoke rising from the center of some bushes. Smoke rises, usually, from a fire around which several individuals are seated. In the desert, even a small amount of smoke on the horizon always gives rise to much contemplation. Now the man, more unfortunate in this than the beasts, always fears encountering his fellow on the prairie, for there are always 100 chances against one that the individual he sees will be an enemy. Nevertheless, John Davis, after mature reflection, resolved to advance towards the smoke he was seeing. Since dawn he had been nearly fasting. Hunger began to torment him, and besides he felt great fatigue. He therefore examined his weapons with the greatest care in order to be able to resort to them if necessary, and having nailed the spurs to his horse, he resolutely made his way towards the smoke, though carefully watching the surroundings for fear of being taken by surprise. After 10 minutes he reached his intended destination, but about 50 steps from the cluster of trees he reined in his horse, remounted his rifle across his saddle, and his face lost its suspicious expression as he advanced towards the campfire, with a smile on his lips and the most peaceful and friendly demeanor imaginable. In the midst of a thicket, whose protective shadow offered comfortable shelter to the weary traveller, a man dressed in the uniform of the Mexican dragons sat idly before a fire that served to flavour his meal while he smoked a pipe. That man appeared to be 27 or 28 years old. His astute face was animated. A long lance, garnished with his banner, lay resting near him against the trunk of a tree, and a completely saddled horse, but from which the bridle had been removed, was peacefully nibbling on the tree sprouts and tender grass of the meadow. By his vivid eyes and the copper-coloured skin, one could tell his Indian origin. It had been a long time since he'd seen the rider approaching. Yet he didn't seem to make much of it, continuing to smoke calmly and watch over his meal, taking no more precautions than to ensure his sword was securely sheathed. "Good afternoon," John replied. "May God grant you very good ones," immediately answered the soldier. John Davis, when he was just a few steps away from the soldier, stopped, and putting his hand on his hat, said, "Ave Maria Purissima, conceived without sin," responded the dragon, returning the American's greeting. Having already exhausted these sacred formulas of every encounter, all ceremony was dispensed with, and knowledge was made. "Set your foot down, gentlemen," said the dragon. "The heat is suffocating on the prairie. I have it here. An excellent shadow, and at this moment I am cooking a piece of cecina with red beans, seasoned with paprika, which will surely please you if you want to join my meal." "Wow! I accept your kind invitation with great pleasure," replied the American, smiling, "and even more so, as I must confess that I am starving and exhausted. I thus congratulate the fortunate chance that brings us together. Put your foot down without further delay." "That's exactly what I'll do." Indeed, the American dismounted his horse, removed the bridle, and the noble animal immediately joined its companion, while its master, letting out a sigh of satisfaction, lay on the ground next to the dragon. "Does it seem like you've taken a very long journey, sir?" asked the soldier. "Yes, sir," replied the American. "I've been on horseback for 10 hours, not to mention that I spent the morning fighting. Christ's body! You've had hard work." "You can certainly say that without fear of being wrong, because as a hunter who has never had so much to do. Is V a hunter to serve you?" "What a beautiful profession," said the soldier with a sigh. "I was one too, and you miss it. More and more every day. I understand that. Once you've tasted the life of the desert, you always want to return to it." "Ah, indeed. Why did V leave it if it pleased you so much?" "Ah, how love—" "There it is," said the soldier. "Love? Damn it. Yes, I committed the foolishness of falling in love with a girl who made me take a stand. In short, she left me high and dry without ceremony to go off with a cart driver. Yes, and then barely had I put on my uniform, she told me she had misjudged me, and that dressed as a soldier I was even uglier than she had thought." The American could not help but laugh at hearing such a singular story. "It is a sad matter, isn't it?" replied the soldier. "What do you want?" "Very sad," answered John Davis, unsuccessfully trying to regain his seriousness. "Sadly," added the soldier, "the world is nothing but a continuous deception. But I think our food is already seasoned." He changed tone. "I perceive a certain smell that warns me it's time to take the food off the fire." As John Davis had no objection to the soldier's verdict, he immediately carried out his decision. He removed the meal from the fire and placed it before the two men, who began attacking it with such vigor that it was soon consumed, despite its soon consumed abundance. That juicy delicacy had been doused with generous splashes of Catalan fine wine, from which the soldier seemed to be well stocked. All ended with the ritual cigarette, that indispensable accompaniment to any Hispano-American meal, and the two men, strengthened by the good food they had provided their stomachs, found themselves very happy and in the best mood to talk with entire frankness. "I find you a very cautious man," said the American, exhaling a huge cloud of smoke, from which part went out through his mouth and another through his nose. "It's a remnant of my former life as a hunter. The soldiers, for the most part, are not as careful as I am, not by a long shot. The more. What do you want?" "I observe you," Mr. Davis replied. "The stranger it seems to me that you should have chosen a life so unprofitable as that of a soldier. Fate, and then the impossibility of discarding the uniform. At least I have the hope of becoming a sergeant within a year." "Hey, it's not a bad job, as I've heard. The pay must be good. It wouldn't be bad if they gave it to us." "How so?" "Yes, it seems the government is not very flush with money. Accordingly, do VV's work on credit. There's no other remedy." "Damn! But excuse me, sir, if I ask you all these questions, which must seem indiscreet." "Nothing at all. Don't hold back. We're talking like friends." "How do you live, sir?" "Ah, in a very simple way. We take things as they come. Casual." "What's that?" "Don't you understand, sir?" "I must admit I don't." "Then I'll explain it to you." "I would be delighted." "Very It happens from time to time that our captain or our general trusts us with a mission. Well, and that's paid separately. The greater the danger, the greater the reward. Always on credit, of course. No devil. Paid in advance. And do they usually? Have you sometimes had charges of that sort? Very often, especially during periods of pronouncements. Unfortunately, yes. But it's been nearly a year since any general has pronounced themselves, so you will be completely exhausted of funds. Not entirely. Have you had one of those missions? I have one right now. Well paid. Regular. Will there be any indiscretion in asking you how much they've given you? Not at all. I received 25 ounces of gold. Wow! The amount is beautiful. Dangerous must be the assignment to have valued it so high. It remains dangerous. Ah! Well then, be careful. Thanks, but I'm not taking much risk. It's just delivering a document. Oh, it's true that a document, the American replied with complete indifference. This is more important than you think. Really? Yes, definitely, as it involves several millions. What are you saying? Exclaimed John Davis, shivering involuntarily. Since his encounter with the soldier, the hunter had shrewdly manoeuvred to induce him to reveal the reason for his presence in those desolate regions, because the presence of a lone dragon in the meadow seemed very singular, and with good cause. Thus great was his joy when he saw the soldier fall into the trap he had set. Do you believe it? Believe it? Yes, replied the dragon. General Rubio, my assistant, has sent me with a dispatch for Captain Melendez, who is currently escorting a silver standard. It's true, when I tell you that I am delivering the message. But what does the general write to the captain about? The soldier cast a fleeting glance at the hunter, then suddenly changed tone, and looked him straight in the eye and asked, Do you want to play cards face up? John smiled and replied, Why not? Ah, I see we'll understand each other. Between gentlemen, the conditions are what matters most. So let's play with complete openness, shall we? Agreed? Oh, I confess, V, that I would extremely like to know the contents of this document. For sheer curiosity, I swear it to V. Pardies, I am convinced of it. Well, it's up to V to make it happen. So, I won't keep you waiting long. Let's see your conditions. They're very simple. Please tell me, V. Look at me closely, V. Don't you know me? In. It's true, isn't it? I see I have more memory than you. Very likely. I know you. Yes. Undoubtedly. You must have seen me somewhere. That's probable. Oh. But that doesn't matter much. The main thing is that I know who you are. Just a hunter. Yes. And a close friend of Jaguar. What? Exclaimed the hunter, shocked. From you to me, I can't deny it. Don't be alarmed, sir, for so little. Answer me simply, is it true or not? It's true. You would do very wrong. Where is the Jaguar at this moment? I don't know. Exactly. That is, you don't want to reveal it to me. Well, but if I desired it, could you conduct me to his presence? I see no objection, if the matter is worth it. And is that proof what you require? Nothing more. Have I not already said that it involves several millions? Yes, indeed, but you had not proved it to me. That's quite difficult. Not at all. How so? By Jove, I am a good companion, and I only want to fulfill my responsibility. Teach me your trade, and that will make me content. Will you be satisfied, then? All. The more so, since I know the general's character. Oh, then it's all right. It's really the general's handwriting, isn't it? And taking the dragon from his chest, he showed him a wide fold to the American without releasing it, and said, Look, V. John examined it closely for several minutes, replied the soldier. Yes, whenever you want. Do you agree now to take me where the Jaguar is? Then right away. Current at the moment. 39. The treatment. The two men rose at once, put their horses to the halt, mounted, and left at a gallop the place that had offered them such grateful shade for several hours. The two adventurers walked merrily side by side, chatting about the rain and fair weather, exchanging stories of the desert, that is, of hunts and skirmishes, with Indians and discussing the political events that, over the past few months, had taken on a grave significance and become dangerous for the Mexican government. But while they chatted aimlessly, asking each other questions to which they made no effort to listen, their conversation served only to hide the secret concern that troubled them. From this struggle of wits it resulted that both found themselves equally matched, and each obtained the outcome he had desired. In their previous discussion, each had tried to outwit the other with cunning tricks, seeking to extract each other's secrets, the hunter manoeuvring to induce the soldier to commit a betrayal, and the soldier, more than anything, willing to sell himself and act accordingly. But for them the issue was not precisely this. As with all corrupt characters, instead of satisfying them, the good success aroused a multitude of suspicions in their minds. The dragon, on the other hand, thought the hunter had taken his words at face value too easily, despite his companion's affable demeanour. John Davies wondered what could have prompted the dragon to betray his kin so easily, without gaining significant advantages for himself. For in America everything has a price, and infamy, above all, can be lucrative. As he drew closer to the camp of the border raiders, his unease grew, fearing he had stumbled into a trap, and trusting too recklessly a man whose reputation was far from reassuring. However, each one carefully hid their suspicions at the bottom of their hearts. Nothing showed on the outside. On the contrary, they increased their courtesy and politeness towards each other. Here is the translation of the provided text from Auto to English. There it was, the frame of mind in which the two adventurers stood towards each other, barely an hour after they had left the place where they met so fortuitously. For the other, they treated each other more like dear brothers, joyful to see one another again after a long absence, rather than as men who had just spoken for the first time 2 hours earlier. It was nearly an hour since sunset, and night had fully descended when they reached a short distance from the jaguars' camp, where the bonfires glowed. In the midst of the darkness, the light plays fantastical effects on nearby objects, imbuing the wild prairie landscape with a sense of majestic savagery. "We have arrived," said the hunter, stopping his horse and turning to his companion. "No one has seen us. You can still retreat, without fear of being pursued. What do you decide? Canario? Was? Allow me, sir, to say, with due respect, that your observation strikes me as rather peculiar." "Comrade," answered the soldier, shrugging slightly with a scornful expression, "I haven't come this far to turn back at the entrance to the camp. My duty is to make you do it, my lord. Who knows if tomorrow you will repent of the adventurous step that today you are about to take? It is very possible, but what does it matter to you? As you please. I shall run that risk. My resolution is taken and unalterable. So let us go forward, in God's name. Before a quarter of an hour you will be in the presence of the man whom you wish to see. You will talk with him, and I shall have fulfilled my duty." "And only remain for me to offer you infinite thanks," said the soldier, interrupting him with vivacity. The hunter, without replying, urged his horse on with the spur, and they continued their advance. "But let's not stay here any longer, as we might draw attention and become a target for a bullet, which I must confess would please me very little." The warning, though not entirely polite, was very peremptory, and the two adventurers judged it prudent to obey. "We are friends," replied the hunter, "and we want to enter as soon as possible." After a few moments they found themselves within the circle of light projected by the flames of the bonfires. Almost immediately the sound of a rifle being cocked echoed, and a harsh voice commanded them to stop right away. Then several armed men emerged from their positions, and one of them, addressing the two strangers, asked who they were and what they sought at such an inopportune hour. "All that is well," retorted the other, "but if you don't say who you are, soon names won't be enough, especially when one of VV wears an uniform not well regarded among us." "That's fine, Rupert," replied the American. "I'm John Davis, and I believe you know me already. So please let me pass without further delay, and I'll vouch for the gentleman who has important business to communicate with the boss." "Very well, welcome, John, and don't get angry. You know that prudence is the mother of safety." They entered the camp without encountering any further obstacles. "Yes, yes," said the American, laughing. "V never takes unnecessary risks, pal." Most border wanderers slept stretched out around the campfires. Only a few vigilant sentinels, placed at the perimeter of the camp, watched over common security. Is V. John Davis, my good companion?" When the hunter reached the entrance of the tent, he paused, and after giving 2 taps, he asked in a restrained voice, "Is V. Jaguar sleeping?" John Davis set down his foot, inviting his companion to imitate him. Then, signalling him to follow, he moved ahead towards a tent, through whose canvas a weak and trembling light could be seen. They asked from inside immediately. "Yes, sir." "Then come in. I've been eagerly waiting for you." The American raised the curtain that covered the entrance and entered the shop. The soldier slipped behind him, and the curtain fell once more. The jaguar, sitting on a bison's skull, was perusing a bulky correspondence by the light of a candelabra. In a corner of the shop 2 or 3 bearskins lay spread out, undoubtedly intended to serve as his bed. Upon seeing those arriving, the young man folded his papers and put them into a small iron box, locking it with a key kept in his chest. He then raised his head and fixed an anxious gaze on the dragon. "What is this, John?" he said. "Does V. bring us prisoners?" "No," replied the hunter. "Very well, we'll settle with him in a moment. This soldier wanted to see you at all costs, for certain reasons that he himself will explain, and I thought I should oblige him. And you, V., what have you done? What you had charged me with? According to that, has you achieved a complete good success?" "Complete." "Bravo, my friend. Tell me, what has V. accomplished?" "Why give details now?" replied the American, casting a glance at the dragon standing motionless and unperturbed a few steps away. The jaguar understood, and said, "It's true. Let's see who this man is." And addressing the soldier, he added, "Come closer, friend." "At your command, Captain." "What's your name?" "Gregorio Felpa. I am a dragon, as you can see from my uniform." "What is the reason you wish to see me?" "To offer you an important service. You will become rich." "That is my hope." "Thank you. But generally services come at a steep price, and I am not rich. Let's see, what is this great service you aim to offer me? I will explain in a few words. To the point, to the point. Every political issue presents 2 aspects, depending on the viewpoint from which it is considered. I was born in Texas, and am the son of an American and an Indian, which means I loathe Mexicans with all my being. That's precisely what I'm getting at. As a soldier, against my will, General Rubio made me." "Hello, hello," said the jaguar, who was listening with great interest. "But how do you know the contents of this dispatch?" "He instructed Captain Melendez to deliver a message in which he requests a meeting at a specific location to avoid the dry river, where it is rumored that you intend to ambush and seize control of the silver cargo. In a very simple way, the general has complete trust in me, and he has read out the dispatch to me, as he has tasked me with serving as Captain Melendez's guide to the meeting point. So am I betraying my superior? Is that how you interpret my actions? I am speaking from the general's perspective. And when, placing himself in your place, we have sorted out the matter, I'll let you know." "Well," replied the dragon with an indifferent tone, "do you have that office there?" "Here it is." "Stop!" The jaguar picked it up, examined it carefully while turning it over, and made a gesture to open it. The soldier exclaimed keenly, "Why, because if you open for me, I won't be able to deliver him to the person he's meant for." "That's how I see it," responded the jaguar. "How do you say that?" "You don't understand," replied the soldier with thinly veiled impatience. "I only ask V. to listen to me for 5 minutes. Hable V. The point at which the general sights Captain Melendez is the lagoon of the deer." "I know it. It's the gorge of dead wood. Before reaching that location, there is a narrow and very rocky gorge. Well, you will be ambushed in it, on the right and left, among the shrubs, and when the convoy passes, you will attack it from all sides at once. Well, it is impossible for him to escape, if, as I assume, you follow your arrangements well. Yes, the location is very favorable for a swift attack, but who will answer for the convoy passing through this gorge, and not the one of Dry River? Me. How so? Me. How so? Now we no longer understand each other. On the contrary, we understand each other very well. I will separate from V. I shall go to reunite with the captain, to whom I will deliver the general's dispatch. Whether he likes it or not, he will be forced to take me as a guide, and I will lead him to V's power, with the same certainty as one would lead a bull to the slaughterhouse. The jaguar directed a look at the soldier that seemed to want to penetrate to the very depths of his heart. "He is a very bold lad," he said finally, "but in my opinion you arrange things too well to suit yourself. I do not know you. This is the first time I've seen you, and forgive me for speaking so frankly. It's to forge a betrayal. Who replies to me about V's loyalty? It's not too expensive. If I am foolish enough to let him leave peacefully, who ensures he won't turn against me? My own interest first. If through my help V gains control of the convoy, he'll pay me 500 ounces of gold. However, allow me, V, to make one more observation." "Oh, make her V." "Nothing proves to me that they didn't promise her twice as much for taking control of me." "No," said the soldier with energy. "Darn it! Listen, V. Stranger things have happened, and even if my head is at stake, I confess to you my weakness of having grown attached to it. So therefore I warn her that if she doesn't have better guarantees than just promising me, the deal is off. That would be a shame. I already know, but the fault is yours, not mine. You should have adopted better measures before coming to find me. How can I convince you of my good faith? Nothing." "Let's see, we must conclude," the soldier exclaimed impatiently. "That is what I most desire. Isn't it agreed between us that you will give me 500 ounces of gold?" "Yes, if through your mediation I take control of the silver trade." "Of course. Then I promise them to you." "Enough. I know you never fail to keep your word. Blessed by the Pope, as this certificate attests." "That's right." Then he doffed his uniform, took a small bag hanging from his neck on a steel chain, and presented it to the leader, saying, "Do you recognize this?" "Yes, certainly," replied the jaguar, crossing himself devoutly. "It's a relic. It's a relic." "It. From this day forward, and for eternity to the part, I hope to have in paradise, and I dedicate myself to the eternal flames of hell. Now," he added, "keep this precious relic, V. Upon my return you will give it back to me." The captain, without responding, immediately hung it around his neck. The dragon removed the relic and placed it in the hands of the jaguar. Then, crossing his right thumb with his left, he said with a firm and stressed voice, "I, Gregorio Felpa, swear on this relic to faithfully fulfill all the clauses of the agreement I have just concluded with the noble captain known as the Jaguar. If I fail my oath, I renounce singular contradiction of the human heart. Unexplainable anomaly. Never. And the noblest feelings, and whose whole lives are spent devising tricks and plotting betrayals, show such profound respect for those relics that there is no example of a promise made on one of them having been broken. Let whoever wishes explain this extraordinary fact. As for us, we only consign it. Those men, those Indians, mostly pagans, despite the baptism they have received, and who pretend to observe the rules of our religion openly, practice the rites of their cult in secret. They have a living faith in relics and amulets, or wear one also around their neck in a bag, and these dissolute and perverted men, for whom nothing is sacred, who scoff." In the face of the dragon's oath, Jaguar's suspicions immediately dissipated, replaced by complete trust. The conversation lost its ceremonial tone. The soldier sat on a bison's skull, and the three men, now in agreement, discussed in perfect harmony the most appropriate means to avoid a disaster. The plan proposed by the soldier had a simplicity and ease of execution that guaranteed its success. That is why it was adopted in its entirety, and discussion then focused on details. Lastly, at a quite advanced hour of the night, they parted with the intention of enjoying some moments of rest, indispensable after the fatigue of the day that had just passed, and before enduring that of the next. Gregorio slept, as is often said, like a log, that is, uninterruptedly. "Come, V. It's time to move out," the jaguar said softly. "John Davis has already tended to your horse and saddled it." A couple of hours before sunrise, the jaguar bent towards the soldier and roused him. He sprang to his feet, rubbed his eyes, and after 5 minutes was as agile and ready as if he had slept for 48 straight hours. They left the store. Indeed, the American held the reins of the soldier's horse. The soldier sprang onto the saddle without using the stirrups, demonstrating that he was perfectly rested. Most courageous, and most experienced army officer in the Mexican army. "Above all," said the Jaguar, "observe V, be extremely careful with your words and even the smallest of your gestures, because V is going to have to watch himself. Trust me, Captain. It's a canary. The reward is too good for me to risk ruining the deal. One word more. Say it. I wish the same for you. And now, goodbye and good luck. Make sure the convoy doesn't reach the gorge until dusk, because darkness plays a big part in the success of a surprise attack." The Jaguar and the American escorted the dragon to his final defences to signal the advanced sentinels. "There you have what is called a thoroughly rogue," said John Davis. "He's more cunning than a fox. Had it not been for this precaution, and seeing the uniformed Gregorio war, they would have undoubtedly opened fire on him mercilessly." When he had left the camp, the two men followed him with their eyes for as long as they could make out his dark silhouette, gliding like a shadow among the trees of the forest, where it did not take long to disappear. "By God, what an awful stench! Hey, my friend," replied the Jaguar, "men of that temple are needed. Without them, what would become of us? It's true, those men are as necessary as plague and leprosy. Fretex ex. Nevertheless, I stand by my words. He is the most complete scoundrel I have ever seen in all my life, and God knows that during the course of my existence I have witnessed a magnificent collection parade before me." A few minutes later, the border raiders pitched camp and mounted their horses to head for the pass where they had arranged to meet Gregorio Felpa, the assistant of General Rubio, who had placed his full trust in him, making him worthy in all. Placed his full trust in him. Respects. The ambush, the Jaguar adopted his measures so well, and the traitor who guided the silver conduct manoeuvred so skillfully, that the Mexicans had fallen into an ambush from which it was very difficult, if not impossible, us deposit, entrusted to their care. The soldiers, momentarily terrified by the fall of their chief, whose horse was fatally wounded at the beginning of the action, but nevertheless obedient to the captain's voice, who, after a supreme effort, managed to rise almost immediately, gathered around the herd, and, facing resolutely in all directions, prepared to defend with valour the Precio. The escort, ordered by Captain Melendez, though small in number, was composed of veteran and experienced soldiers, accustomed to guerrilla warfare for a long time, and for whom the critical position in which their bad luck had placed them offered nothing extraordinary. The dragons set foot on land, and throwing their long lances, which were useless in a fight like the one about to begin, they grabbed their carbines, placed them to their faces, and with eyes fixed on the bushes, waited patiently for the order to open. Fire! Captain Melendez had studied the terrain with a quick glance, and saw that it was far from being favourable to him. However, after the captain had carefully studied the terrain, a lightning flash gleamed in his eyes, and a grim smile lit up his face. The dragons had known their leader for a long time. They had faith in him. They saw that smile, and their courage grew. Thus it seemed that the Mexicans were deprived of all hope of escaping safely from the position in which they found themselves trapped, not only because of the considerable number of enemies surrounding them on all sides, but also due to the layout of the site. To the right and left were steep slopes crowned with enemies. In the rear, a large number of border raiders, hidden in ambush behind fallen trees that had suddenly blocked the path and cut off retreat. Finally, at the vanguard, a precipice some 20 meters wide, and with an incalculable depth. The captain had smiled. Then there was hope. It is true that not a single man in the entire escort could have said what that hope consisted of. After the initial assault, the scouts unexpectedly seized the high ground, but remained stationary, contenting themselves with closely observing the movements of the Mexicans. The captain seized this moment of respite, so generously offered by the enemy, to implement some defensive arrangements and rectify his battle plan, somewhat sheltered from enemy bullets. The mules were unloaded, the precious boxes placed entirely at the rear, as far away from the enemy as possible. Then the mules and horses, taken to the front of the detachment's battle line, were positioned so that their bodies served as barricades. For the soldiers, who, with one knee on the ground and bent behind that living fortification, were say. The driver made a sudden movement of surprise at hearing the captain's words, but quickly regaining himself, he nodded affirmatively. Well, when all these measures had been taken, and a final glance assured the captain that his orders had been carried out with punctuality, he bent down to the ear of Mr. Bautista, the chief driver, and whispered a few words. Asked Don Juan, staring at him intently. You obey? Yes, my captain, I swear it on my honour, replied the messenger. Then let me tell you that we're going to laugh, said the young man happily. The messenger withdrew, and the captain went to take his place in front of his soldiers. Do they already fear that they will lose their prey? Oh, murmured the captain, what does this mean? Only after taking his combat position did a man appear at the crest of the slope on the right. That man had a lance in his hand, at the end of which floated a piece of white cloth. Hey, Parlamentar, the captain retorted. Why would I? He cried out loudly. What do you want, Vivi, Parlamentar? The man with the flag responded succinctly. Moreover, I have the honour to be an officer in the Mexican army, and I cannot make deals with bandits. Do you really think so? Be careful, Captain. Imprudent courage often turns into boastfulness. Your position is desperate, the young man replied with a mocking voice. You're surrounded on all sides, except from one direction. Who knows? Yes, but that has an impassable precipice, said the captain, always in a sarcastic tone. What conditions? Asked the parliamentarian in surprise. Current, said the officer. Let's see V's proposals, and then I'll convey my conditions to you. Well, do you want to listen to me, yes or no? Replied the other, who was growing impatient with this dialogue. By Jove! The captain remained unmoved and cold. The ones I propose to impose on you. A Homeric laugh from the border wanderers greeted these arrogant words. Who is V? He asked. Captives. The leader of the people who hold VV captive. I don't think so. We'll see. Ah, I am the Jaguar, he replied simply. So you are, Mr. Jaguar, that fierce bandit whose name is cursed on all these borders? Very well. What do you want from me? Speak up and be brief, the captain said, resting the point of his sword on the tip of his boot. I want to avoid bloodshed, said the Jaguar. That's very noble, but it seems a bit late to make such a commendable decision, said the officer with a mocking tone. Listen, Captain V, you are a brave officer, and I would be saddened if a tragedy were to befall you. Surrender, I repeat, for you have no other means of salvation. Do not persist in fighting an impossible struggle, surrounded as you are by considerable forces. Any attempt at resistance would be a forgivable madness that would only result in the death of all the soldiers under your command, with no hope of saving the convoy entrusted to your care. Yes, said the Jaguar. Sir, the officer replied, speaking now in a very serious tone, I thank you for the words you have just spoken. I have some experience in knowing men, and I see that at this moment you speak truthfully. Unfortunately, continued the captain, I am compelled to repeat to you that I am an officer, and will never consent to surrender my sword to a head-hunter whose head is on a price. The two interlocutors had been approaching each other, and at that moment they were facing front to front. If I had been foolish and mad enough to let myself be lured into a trap, so much the worse for me. I shall suffer the consequences. The captain shrugged his shoulders and said, You're mad. I understand, Captain, that under certain circumstances your military honour may obligate you to fight even under unfavourable conditions. But in this case the situation is very different. All probabilities are against you, and nothing will harm your honour with a surrender that will save the lives of so many brave soldiers. Like all men accustomed to the prairie wars, you wanted to be overly clever, and your schemes have gone too far. And if without firing a shot he hands over to you the rich prey that you so covet, isn't that right? That prey, no matter what you do, we can't let slip away from us. How so? Learn to know me, sir. I'm an old Christian, descended from the ancient conquerors, and Spanish blood flows in my veins. All my soldiers are loyal and devoted. By my order they will be killed without hesitation, even if their positions are advantageous, or their numbers great. To exterminate 50 men reduced to desperation, and determined not to yield. Yes, said the Jaguar with a muffled voice, but one ends up killing them. Why? Oh, exclaimed the jaguar with a gesture of misunderstood menace. "You won't do that, Captain." "Undoubtedly," the captain replied calmly. "But while you are beheading us, the couriers, who have already received my definitive orders, will ensure that the boxes of money roll one after another into the abyss at the edge of which you have cornered." "Us, Captain?" "No, I won't do it if you like," replied the officer coldly. "Yes, I will. I swear to you on my honor." "Oh, and then what will happen?" "God's ray! That's a delusion. That you will have cowardly assassinated 50 men, with no greater result than sating yourself in the blood of your compatriots." "No, it is merely the logical consequence of the threat you direct at me. We shall die, but as brave men, and having fulfilled our duty to the end, since the money will be saved, there is still a way." "What is it?" According to that, will all my efforts to obtain a peaceful solution be in vain? Us pass, promising under honor not to hostile our retreat." "Never." "Then come and get it yourself. That money is indispensable to me. I need it." "That's what I'm going to do." "As you wish." And they parted ways. "Let that blood which I have sought to spare fall on your head, V, or on yours." They all answered in a brief and energetic tone. "Current." The captain turned to his soldiers, who, having drawn close to the two interlocutors, had followed the discussion attentively through all its twists and turns, and asked, "What do you want to do, boys?" "Die! Die! We will die together," the dragons repeated enthusiastically, and brandishing his sword above his head, he cried, "God and freedom! Long live Mexico! Long live Mexico!" At this point the sun disappeared beyond the horizon, and darkness began to engulf the land like a sombre shroud. That man is possessed. The jaguar, filled with rage at the poor outcome of his attempt, had gathered with his comrades. "What's the news?" asked John Davis, eagerly awaiting his return. "What have you done, V?" "Nothing." I told V. He was a true devil. Thankfully, no matter what he does, we can't escape him. "How so?" "That's where you're wrong, V," the jaguar growled, kicking in anger. "Whether he lives or dies, the money is lost to us." "Damn it!" exclaimed the American. "Then let's hurry." The jaguar briefly recounted to his confidant what had transpired between the captain and him. To make matters worse, a deep darkness reigns. "God alive! You're right, V. Let's set fire to the forest. Let's bring some light, and perhaps that will give those demons something to think about." "Ha! No, let's do better. Let's burn the woods. Let's smoke them like herrings." "Ha!" exclaimed the jaguar, laughing. "Bravo!" They didn't have to wait long, as soon after. This diabolical idea was put into action immediately, and soon a ring of bright flames circled the summit of the hill and ran around the gorge, where the Mexicans waited patiently for their enemy's attack. "It's time!" the captain cried. Suddenly a fierce firefight erupted, mixed with the screams and yells of the attackers. The sound of a chest of money plummeting into the abyss followed immediately. Thanks to the fire, there was as much clarity as if it were daytime, and no movement by the Mexicans went unnoticed by their enemies. The bandits let out a cry of fury as they saw the boxes tumbling down one after another into the abyss. They rushed at the soldiers with fury, but the soldiers received them with bayonets fixed and not flinching in the slightest. A close-range volley fired by the Mexicans, who had held back their fire, sent a significant number of enemies to the ground and caused chaos in their ranks, forcing them to retreat against their will. "Forward!" roared the jaguar. "Hold your ground!" His companions charged again with even greater fury. "We must die," said the captain. "We will die," the soldiers unanimously replied. Of the enemies, who in vain struggled to bring down the living wall that blocked their path. Then the fight became hand-to-hand with bladed weapons, with attackers and defenders mixed together, pushing and shoving with deafening roars of anger, fighting more like beasts than men. It was a spectacle of horrible beauty that the fight offered, that relentless combat in which those men engaged, under the brilliant light of an entire forest, burning like a gloomy and sinister beacon. The teamsters, decimated by the shots fired at them, did not stop their work for that. As soon as one of them let go of the lever, rolling to the ground in a state of expiration, another would seize the heavy iron bar, and the boxes of money continued to fall without interruption into the precipice, despite the furious shouting and gigantic efforts. Close ranks! The cries had ceased. The butchery went on silently and horribly, and only from time to time was heard the captain's voice, repeating with a short accent, "Close ranks!" And the ranks closed, and men fell without complaint, having made the sacrifice of his life in advance, and now fighting only to win the few indispensable minutes, so that that sacrifice would not be in vain. However, the fight could not last much longer. Of all the captain's escort, only 10 men were still standing, while the rest had succumbed, all wounded in the front, halfway through their chests. In vain, the border raiders, excited by greed, sought to destroy that energetic resistance which a handful of men opposed to them. The heroic soldiers, supporting one another with their feet firm on the bodies of those who had preceded them in death, seemed to multiply themselves, to close the pass at every point at once. All the pack animals were dead. 2 boxes still lay on the edge of the precipice. The captain cast a quick glance around and exclaimed, "One more effort, my sons? Only 5 minutes are needed to complete our task." "God and freedom!" cried the soldiers. Although exhausted, they resolutely threw themselves into the thick of the enemy crowd surrounding them. For a few minutes those 10 men displayed feats of valor, but ultimately numbers prevailed. They all fell. Only the captain was still alive. Border raiders came enraged and eager, like hungry tigers thirsting for blood. "You lie, wretch," replied the captain. "Ah!" exclaimed Grigori Felpa, the traitorous guide, joyously, rushing forward. He had taken advantage of the sacrifice of his soldiers to grab a lever and make one of the boxes roll over the precipice. The second, lifted with great effort, only needed a final push to disappear as well, when suddenly a terrible hurrah made the captain raise his head. "Now another," said the captain, lifting the lever once more, and with both hands, lifting the heavy iron bar, he crushed the soldier's skull, who fell without uttering a sound or drawing a breath. A cry of horror rang out among the crowd, who hesitated for a moment. The captain swiftly lowered his lever, and the box tilted over the edge of the abyss. "Death! Death!" This movement restored all the anger and rage to the bandits. They cried, rushing at the officer, "No one move! That man belongs to me!" "Stop!" roared the jaguar, charging forward and knocking down everything in his path. On hearing this well-known voice, those men halted. The captain threw his lever. The last box had just fallen into the precipice. "Well, then, defend yourself." "Surrender, Captain Melendez," said the jaguar, advancing towards the officer. He had picked up his sword again and replied, "It's no use any more. I'd rather die." Both enemies raised their guards. The 2 men rolled across the floor. For a few seconds there was the furious clashing of steel. Suddenly, and with a quick movement, the captain sent his opponent's weapon flying through the air. Before the man could recover from his surprise, the officer leapt on him and held him fast in his arms like a serpent. A mere steps behind them lay the precipice. Finally, after a struggle of several minutes, the arms that pressed the body of the jaguar relaxed slightly. All the captain's efforts were directed at drawing the jaguar to the edge of the abyss. The leader, on the contrary, sought to escape from the terrible pressure of his enemy, whose sinister project he had undoubtedly foreseen. In a moment the official's clenched hands relaxed, and the leader, gathering all his strength, succeeded in disentangling himself from his enemy and rising to his feet. But just as he stood up, Captain, who had seemed defeated and near fainting, leaped like a tiger, seized his enemy by the arm, and delivered a terrifying shake. "Finally!" exclaimed the captain with fierce joy. Those present let out an exclamation of horror and despair. The jaguar, still dazed from the fight it had just endured, and not expecting such a sudden attack, swayed and lost its balance, emitting a horrible scream. The 2 enemies had disappeared into the abyss. End. Index of matters. I, the fugitive, to I. Quanium, to third, the herd, black and white, feared, fearnot, the grant, says in, V, the black deer, Vit, monkey face the 8, the declaration of war, Kantstot, Bants, alpinist, the Pawnee serpents, X, the battle, She, the sale of the pasture land, Tuere, conversation, Dot Tain, Carmela, The 14th, civil conduct, if it is it. The height, 16th, political summary. It is standard at 10th, calmly. Extract, Lancy, dot a, writing, hunting, and it ends. Confidentiality. 21, the jaguar. 22, tot, the blue fox. 23, tot, the white skinner. 24, tit, after the fight, sex is ideal, an explanation. 36th, the report, 77 country, John Davis, the guide. Exit 80, 39, the deal, XXXXX, the ambush. End of project Gutenberg's Border Raiders by Gustave Aimard.